Well, this seemed to go down quite well the last time we all got together to do this. So let's do it again. Hello everyone, welcome to the second Lockdown Whisky Festival. So good to see so many of you in joining with us today for another festival afternoon. I hope you're well, hope you're comfortable and relaxed and looking forward to sharing a few drams and some whisky time with us. The last festival that went out early April was really well received. It was super busy, and back in those days there wasn't nearly as much content going out, and it was very well attended as well. I get the impression that while we're going to be super busy today, I can see that we already are, we might have a chance to handle a bit more of your questions and a bit more of the community interactivity today. Again, what we give up in sharing whisky together over a table or over a glass, we gain in global inclusion and reach. So I hope that wherever you are, you're joining us with perhaps a considered dram in hand. If you've got any questions, I'm your host today, Roy Aqvavitae. If you get any questions, I'm here to take those questions from you and present them to all the brands that's going to be sharing their whiskies with us today. To get a hold of me, whether you're on Facebook or on YouTube, just use the comment section. And if you're in YouTube, if you type @Aqvavitae or simply Aqvavitae, it should be highlighted. Behind me, supporting me as well, is obviously the team at Tomatin. So if you're struggling to get hold of my attention, you can either repeat your question, of course, or also highlight it to those guys as well. And then when Scott or the team from Tomatin comes in from time to time, they'll be able to pick up on any good questions that we're missing out on. We've got a really fantastic range of whiskies to share with you today. A wee bit less than last time because, of course, we overran the first time around. So we're going to try and keep it a bit neater today and try and keep to the time. We're targeting 3 hours, but if it goes on a wee bit, I think that's okay, as long as the content and the things that we're sharing is of interest for you. So we've got Glengoyne, we've got Tamdhu, we've got a new distillery in the form of Raasay, we've got Old Pulteney, we've got 2 independent bottlers in the shape of Douglas Laing, we've got boutique whiskey, we've got world whiskies from Mackmyra and Blanton's. We've got a fantastic range of whiskies to share with you today. But more importantly, the situation that we're all finding ourselves in right now means that charities are struggling. And I think Tomatin have to be commended for putting forward this collaborative event, this Lockdown Whisky Festival, in partnership with a Highlands charity, and that is Maggie's Highlands, which is a cancer charity. So, of course, we're going to be keen to try and share their message with you today. We're going to invite somebody on from Maggie's to talk about what they do and have a bit of fun with us today. But there's more. There's going to be prizes, and I'll let Scott and Andrew from Maggie's share with you what's available. Some of the prizes are really fantastic. I'm going to donate one as well. And if you're interested in how to support Maggie's throughout the stream today, the link will be always in the video below on YouTube. It'll be on the video description on Facebook, and we'll be sharing it throughout the afternoon in the chat feed as well. We hope that you can come along and support that fantastic cause. But the whiskies that we're going to be sharing with you today are super interesting as well. What I want to do now is reach out to Scott at Tomatin and bring him in and ask him why did he want to go and do this all over again after all the stress and effort that went into the first one? You're not a wee bit tired now, Scott? It's difficult, is it not?
It's a lot of fun. It's like all festivals, you know. They're a lot of work goes into them, but we do them because we love them and we enjoy speaking to people about whiskey, right?
Absolutely. And I think that, I mean, when I have anybody on my feeds, my live streams or whatever, it's usually only one person that comes in at a time, and even that's tough to juggle and it's tough to arrange. So I really appreciate the effort from you and the whole team at Tomatin for getting all of these brands together. And I know that there's been a lot more brands reaching out to you to try and connect and work out how to get involved in future events as well. So it's very encouraging. So thanks for bringing another one for us as well. Do we want to jump in and just welcome some of the folk in the chat? And I'll try and pick up any questions at all before we hand over to you and Andrew for a little bit. So many familiar names and faces I see in here. You're starting to spot that yourself from your own Friday night sessions, right?
Yeah, starting to see more and more of the same names coming up. I think the advantage you've got over me is that you can pick out the handles and know exactly who that is, whereas I just see a handle and try and find a name to go along with that. So you're leaps and bounds ahead.
Well, I have to say that that's a kind of nice segue into this whole virtual idea, right? The reason for that is that for so many of the people that join in the chat and things, I've had the ability, usually through our real whiskey festivals, to meet them in real life.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. That's the ultimate goal for everybody, to take this kind of virtual environment and get an opportunity to meet in real life. That's the real fun of these things. But while we can't do that just now, this is the next best thing. And I have to say it's working very, very well. The community, it still keeps that contact. It keeps us together. It keeps us in touch with each other. And you're absolutely right. Through time, these little icons and these names mean so much more than just comments and things. And that sense of community builds around it. I can see Whiskey Stream Fi is here as well. Fantastic. Radek, all these people from right across Europe. Gixer Skipper is up close to you. He's up in the north of Scotland. Cressimere, Scotch Down Under. Obviously, people joining us from the southern hemisphere as well. Brian Stimson, Ryan Worthington, Graham Fraser, Precarious Dave. He's in Glasgow. Aaron McFault is in Belgium. Alan McLaughlin is local as well. Marcus Kreitner's in Austria. So really, this is a fantastic way to just bring whiskey in a very efficient way. I know it's 3 hours, but it's quite an efficient way to bring all these brands together, highlight the products, what they're about, and share their latest expressions with us. I'm looking forward to it, Scott. But I think I'm going to hand over to you and Andrew so that you can tell us a bit more about the format this afternoon.
Yeah, so I'll bring Andrew in now. And Andrew will give you a little bit of an introduction into Maggie's charity. And then I'll tell you a little bit about what's in it for you guys. So there we go. Here's Andrew.
Hi, Scott. Hi, Roy.
How you doing?
Good, thank you. Thanks for inviting me on today. Really appreciate it.
No, thanks for coming on. I think we had an incredible time out at the festival last time round, and we probably should have done this the first time round. I don't think we realised how big a success it was going to be the first time round, but hopefully we can. I think over the last couple of months we've realised how difficult things are getting for charities like Maggie's, who are Tomatin's partner charity beyond just this virtual festival. So it's great to be able to do something together on this.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we really appreciate it. And as you say, you know, I think everyone's feeling the impact at the moment due to COVID-19, especially obviously the charity sector. So I thought I'd just start by giving a brief overview of what Maggie's actually is. So Maggie's is a charity that supports people living with cancer. We offer practical, social and emotional support to anybody affected by cancer. So whether it's you that actually has a diagnosis, whether it's a family member, whether it's a friend or a carer that needs support or just questions around cancer, we're here for you at any time, especially now. Basically, Maggie's helps you take back control after cancer turns your life upside down. We offer professional support, whether it's regarding questions of side effects to chemotherapy or anything through to our benefits advisors talking about money issues. I could sit here all day and talk about Maggie's and what we do and the fantastic work and support we do day in and day out to people across the UK. But I thought it would be easier if I kind of explain when I first got what Maggie's actually offered and how we supported people. And it was back probably 6 years ago now when I first did my induction with Maggie's. It was towards the end of the first week on a Friday afternoon. It's getting kind of late on in the day. And all of a sudden, the gentleman came through the doors. And I remember it so clearly. He was very, very upset, clearly and visibly. And I remember him coming in and being greeted with such a warm smile by one of our fabulous volunteers that you kind of see in any Maggie centre. He then sat down, had a cup of tea, and was with around about 45 minutes talking to one of our cancer support specialists. And I always remember that when he left, it was completely different to how he came in. Because when he came in, it's almost like he had the world on his shoulders. And then by the time he left, if I can say, he kind of had lighter shoulders, if that makes sense. And he had a glimmer of hope. And it turns out that his wife, his best friend, his long-term partner, had just received a cancer diagnosis across the road in the hospital. And he was advised to come in and talk to Maggie's. And when his wife received the diagnosis, he didn't understand. He thought of the worst, I guess like a lot of people do. He just didn't know what to think and what to kind of make of it all, really. And the fact that Maggie's was there and was able to talk and support him means so much to me, that because I often think back of what if he had gone that weekend, sat with his wife, not sure, the unknown, the anxiety, the stress, and already a very, very stressful time. But the fact that he managed to get that advice straight away and that support, I think makes what Maggie's does so special. And we do this day in and day out, especially now, even more so, obviously, with COVID-19. Although some of our centres are shut, we're still here supporting people over the phone, online, email. So the contacts and the support is still there. Now, I thought I was immune to cancer. I work for a cancer charity, didn't think that I'd need Maggie's. How foolish was I? And it was actually a year and a half ago that my mother was diagnosed with stage 4 bowel cancer. When I received the call from my dad, at first it kind of just didn't sink in. I just said, kind of, you know, what are you talking about? She can't have cancer. Didn't know how to take it, didn't know what to do. It was actually 3 days before Christmas. The first thing I did was talk to my colleagues in Maggie's just to try and get an understanding of what to expect. And, you know, working for the charity for 6 years, I thought I kind of knew what Maggie's did. It wasn't until this day that I really kind of got an understanding. The fact that they're there for me straight away, they're there for my mother, my father, my brothers, all the questions that I was getting about, you know, what does this mean for mum? You know, I didn't have the answers, but Maggie's kind of just seems to have the answers. And even to today, that my mum's now going through chemotherapy for the second time, and she's needing Maggie's more than ever. It's just incredible what they do, and I just can't begin to tell you what it'd be like without a Maggie's in our lives. All of our centres cost averagely just over £500,000 to run every year. Almost entirely, we rely on voluntary donations and events to fund our centres. So as you can imagine, at the moment, with COVID-19 situation, it's having a huge and negative impact on fundraising, making it so hard to try and get this money in. Already in our centre, with the events cancelled, we're seeing a loss of almost £250,000 through the events being cancelled, which is a huge gap, which is even more makes me appreciative to what Tomatin are doing today and trying to raise and trying to recoup some of this money. People with cancer need us more than ever at the moment. So if you guys watching today can help us help them by donating, we would really, really appreciate it and help keep our Maggie centres going.
I think it must, Andrew, it must be so much more complex right now as well, because it's not just the fact that things have been constricted at your side. People that really need support and help through regular NHS services don't have access to that right now, and they're probably relying on your help more than ever.
Absolutely, you know, and as I say, at the moment, we're probably the busiest ever. Just the fact, as you say, people can't get to the hospitals, and some of the conversations out there going on are very, very difficult. So again, needing Maggie's support is critical at this moment in time. Yeah.
What are we doing to help today, Scott?
So just to touch on what Andrew was saying there, every year Tomatin has done various things with Maggie's, and most years we do a golf day together, and in that one day alone we're able to raise £60,000 last year. It was around about that number, Andrew. So that's an incredible amount of value that's lost due to the current situation. So what we wanted to do was, alongside the show today, have a Just Giving page, and the link to that is either below your video here on YouTube in the description or above it on Facebook. But very simply, you can Google Just Giving /Tomatin for Maggie's, and any donation is gratefully received. But of course, we wanted to give back to everybody for doing that. So there's a few things going on in the donations there. So first of all, everyone who donates, please do not make your donation anonymously, because what we want to do is enter you into a prize draw. So please let us know who you are with your donation. And once you've made your donation, you'll be put into a draw. All the brands involved today have been very, very generous with giving some incredible whiskey prizes. Roy himself is putting a bottle in. I'm going to put a bottle in, and I'll tell you a bit about that in a minute. And our goal today is to raise £5,000 for Maggie's. Before we came on, I saw that we were already doing quite well. So please donate throughout the show. Everyone will be entered into a prize. I think now we're sitting at about 16 prizes in total. So it's not a case of you'll get one basket of loads of whiskey. We wanted to make as many opportunities to win as possible. On top of that, anyone who donates, when we eventually are able to, what we'll do is we'll be taking a note of everybody's name at our visitor centre. And when you eventually get to us, you'll get a dram of the Tomatin PX visitor centre cask. So that's for everybody, whether you win or not. That's a cask that's been made famous by the Scotch Test Dummies and then subsequently by Roy and myself on various streams. So an incredible dram's waiting for everybody when we can get back to that. But everyone will be entered into a prize draw. And if we reach the target today, I'm going to be entering a bottle from my own collection. I'll tell you about that now because it ties into Maggie's quite well. Last year, we actually did a small bottling for Maggie's. And the way we did this was every time we draw a single cask sample and we sell that cask, we're left with a remnant or an archive sample. And after long enough, we've got a good bit of volume from those. So what I did with this was mixed them all together. This was in 2019, early 2019. So there's samples of some incredibly old whiskies in there. The youngest sample that we put in was 12 years old. We only made 60 bottles of this. It's matured in bourbon, sherry, virgin oak, French oak, muscatel, and port casks. I was lucky enough to be able to get my hands on a bottle, but if we hit the target today, I'll be throwing this into the prize draw and sending it out to somebody very lucky. But there's incredible prizes throughout the day, and that's kind of what we want to get.
If I was to get a wee bit reductive there, Scott, I would suggest that is the Scott Adamson Premium Infinity bottle, but it remains a single malt because it's all Tomatin.
Yeah, it's almost like it is an infinity bottle of incredible single casks, you know. Yeah. So it's some pretty good stuff in there. And that was actually the first whiskey that I made as well. So that, as well as in Maggie's link, holds a nice little place for me. So I'll be looking forward to somebody enjoying that.
Well, the good news is that thanks to a donation from Andy and Hells, that's Helen and Andy Widdowson, I can tell you that the good news to start the day is we've already broken our first 1,000.
That's brilliant. That's absolutely
great. And I'm also going to donate a bottle to the cause as well. My bottle will go into that same pool of prizes. Scott, I think it'd be a good idea to share what the pool of prizes is. Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah. Let me just pull that up because it's not.
I have it. You want me to run through it?
Go for it. Yeah. And actually, just before we came on, Gordon Dundas from Glengoyne and Tamdhu revealed that he'll be giving away 4 bottles, not just the 2 that we have on there. So I'm going to hold him to that.
So that's us up to 18 or something prizes, something of that order. So there's lots of reasons for folk that are really keen to get their hands on some really nice, some special whiskies. There's lots of reasons to donate and share your details with us so that the guys at Tomatin, the team at Tomatin, can get in touch with you. Tomatin are putting together a fantastic bundle that's including their 2009 rum cask, 2006 Amontillado, and the WH6. I'm going to assume that's Warehouse 6 1977 sample. Is that the famous Graham Unson cask?
No, that's not released yet, the Graham Unson cask. That's the 76. What this one is without a shadow of a doubt the best whiskey I've ever tried. And that is a 1977 matured in Sauternes casks. So that's our most recent Warehouse 6 release, and we've got a small sample of that left. So that bundle will have that sample in it.
A fantastic start. The guys at Douglas Laing are donating one of these, actually. I went out and bought one of these. This is a Rock Island 21-year-old, one of their remarkable regional malt series. Gordon Dundas has talked about 4 bottles of the Teapot Batch Dram 7. I've got one of these here as well. Anybody that watches my content knows how I feel about that. A fantastic whiskey. Mackmyra are not only donating whiskey to this in their Grand Té, we need to check the pronunciation of that, of course, but I believe they're donating £8 to every bottle that they sell today.
Yeah. So they've got a little bundle on their own web store. And I bought this purely for charitable reasons, nothing to do with the whiskey itself. You know, that's what I'm going to tell my wife. You can buy a bottle of Grand Té, and they'll throw in a Mackmyra tulip glass as well for free, and with every bottle that they sell, they'll donate £8 to Maggie's. So, and that whiskey's coming in at a great price as well. That's sitting at £59. So, for every bottle of that sold, they'll put in an £8 donation to Maggie's, which is a great thing for them to have done.
A great gesture from the guys at Mackmyra, absolutely. Even Boutique Whisky Company are going to donate some of this. I picked up some of this in advance, so I've been very curious about this as well. This is the World Whisky Blend. It was made by, I think it was made by Sam, wasn't it? They've put in a couple of bottles of those actually, so there's more than one up for available from those guys. Old Pulteney are also contributing Old Pulteney 12-year-old and the Huddart. We've also got Raasay's While We Wait, Last Orders, and a glass, as well as some Raasay gin and a glass as well. We've got the 15-year-old from Tamdhu. We've got a Blanton's gift basket worth $200, which does include some very, very difficult to get hold of Blanton's bourbon as well. Also, I'm going to add this into. I can either ship this directly, Scott. It's entirely up to you, or ship it up to you guys at Tomatin to take care of. But what I have here is a fantastic 10-year-old Kalila. I think this was bottled in partnership with North Star Spirits in Glasgow, but you can see it's in partnership between the Bon Accord in Glasgow and Ralphie. This was bottled last year to celebrate Ralphie's 10 years. This is a cask strength Kalila. Super sweet Kalila, fantastic whiskey. Anybody that's tried it, I'll know that Kalila is always solid. But it's quite a nice bottle and probably quite difficult to get hold of now as well. So all of that's available to anybody who's donating today.
Yeah, some incredible stuff. So I'm very disappointed that I can't win myself. But I told Aaron over at Blanton's that if he had to send that bundle over to me, I would absolutely make sure it gets to the winner.
Listen, the fabulous whiskey folk are what's important here. It's the community. We've got more whiskey than we know what to do with, Scott. I know that we're very... I would like to drink this Kalila, honestly. Yeah. I've seen this number break 1,500 in the last 5 minutes of us talking. Fantastic. Such generous folk deserve generous gifts in return, so I'm very happy to donate that. I think what I'm going to do now is take a wee rest, I think, and I'm going to wait for the brands to come on, and you're going to have some fun together.
We are. Before you do, what I'll say now is that the draw will be made next Friday, Friday the 15th. So that's to allow anybody who's watching this on the replay, if you donate between now and Friday coming, you'll also be entered into the draw. It's not just while we're live. So that's to get you all involved. And we'll be announcing the winners next Friday on our softer side session, which is here on YouTube as well. So next Friday, I'm going to be speaking to Andrew Russell from the Speyside Cooperage. But before I bring him on, I'll announce all the winners of the various prizes there. So,
well, I'm going to donation as well. I don't know if that means that I'm eligible to enter or not. That doesn't really matter. But I'll encourage anybody else to help support Andrew and his amazing cause as well. Thank you so much for that, guys. Have some fun, and I'll come back and join you when we're ready to share some of the whiskies.
Great stuff. See you soon. So what we wanted to do with the Tomatin slot this time was a little bit different. Last time, like the other brands, I introduced everybody to a couple of whiskies, but we wanted to do something a little bit different this time. And the reason for that, Andrew, was very much that last time we noticed that one of the great things about this virtual whiskey festival is that people who are casual whiskey drinkers were able to enjoy the information that was going out, as well as all the whiskey geeks like myself. So maybe people that hadn't been to a tasting before or to a festival. So what we wanted to do with this segment is almost like an introduction to whiskey. And I mean, Andrew, you yourself have admitted before that you are not a whiskey drinker, but you're interested in it and you'd like to learn a little bit more.
Yeah, totally. It's something I've probably only really got into over the last year or so. I'm just beginning to start enjoying it. So anything like, where you can learn to what to taste and how to smell, etc., would be really useful. Cool.
And the other thing for me as well is that I'm often asked how to introduce people to whiskey, because I think for me, as a whiskey drinker, my goal is not to have the biggest collection in the world. It's to have a lot of friends with a whiskey collection that I can go and drink from. I think that's a far better and more achievable goal. But the first thing that I'm always challenged with is people's past memory of whiskey. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat now will have that friend that they know will love whiskey eventually, but they just don't know how to break that first thing. And I've often been a fan of introducing people to whiskey through cocktails. And the reason I want to do that is that by the time that we actually get to nosing and tasting, your last memory of a whiskey is a positive one, and something that you want to try and learn a little bit more about. So you've got some kit with you, and I'm going to talk you through how to make a very, very easy cocktail. And for anyone at home, you can absolutely make this at home. And just to prove that, Andrew's going to make it with me, and also the only experience I have in a bar is as a consumer. I've got plenty of bar experience from that side, but I've never ever worked in one. So we're going to keep this simple, and it is really based around 3 ingredients: whiskey, tea, and apple juice. And then the garnishes and things, they're personal preference and whatever you want. So are you ready, Andrew?
Yeah, ready. Let's do it.
So first thing, we're looking for a highball glass, a tall glass, and we're going to fill that up with ice.
Like so.
You got it? Cool. So fill that up with ice, and then we're going to take 50 ml, which is your measure that you've got there, Andrew. A full one of these of Tomatin Legacy. For anyone at home who doesn't have a measure, don't worry about it. The principle of this cocktail is that it's equal parts Legacy, apple juice, and tea. So you can almost eyeball it if you want, but if you've got a measure, definitely use it. It's 50 ml of tea. Of Tomatin Legacy. The reason we're using Legacy, Andrew, is it's all matured in American oak, and we'll double back to that when we're nosing and tasting it. That means it's quite a sweet base. So if you like a sweet iced tea, this is ideal. Also, it's the youngest whiskey in our range, which means that a lot of our spirit character comes through. And the Tomatin spirit is quite a fruity one, and we're going to pull out those flavors from the whiskey with this cocktail. So before you add anything else, if you've got a couple of slices of lemon, just slide those down into the side of the glass. Again, this is more personal preference and aesthetics than anything else. If you like something a bit sweeter, you can put a little bit of lime in, or if you don't have any at all, don't lose any sleep over it. You're still going to be able to make a great drink.
Okay.
So once that's in, 50 mils of Earl Grey tea. This requires a little bit of preparation, but even if you're thinking of making one now, all you have to do is make your tea before you get your other ingredients and sit it in the freezer for a couple of minutes and allow that to chill. Really, you just don't want to melt the ice. The reason we're using an Earl Grey here is because Earl Grey's got bergamot in it, which is citrusy, and that's going to continue with the lemon to pull the citrusy notes out of the whiskey. Until today, the weather here has been really nice. I don't know how it is with you up in Inverness, Andrew.
Yeah, it's pretty miserable.
Yeah, it's a great day for a whiskey festival, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, perfect. So, and then after that, very simply, 50 ml of apple juice. Now, if you wanted to have a little bit of sparkle to this, you could just use a sparkling apple juice, really simply. I've just gone for a pure apple juice from the shop. And then just give that a little stir around. Again, if you don't have a bar spoon, don't worry about it. Just get a knife or a spoon in there and give it a little spin around. And then you can use loads of things as a garnish for something like this, which is meant to be quite fresh and hot day drinking cocktail. I like mint, so take the mint, give it a little slap, and throw it in, and it's going to be nice and fresh on the nose there. And there you have a Tomatin Legacy iced tea. So cheers, Andrew.
Cheers, Scott. Just like that.
Nice and easy. And you can imagine this outside with the barbecue. This for me is proof that you don't need to drink gin in the summer.
That is so true. I really wasn't expecting that. It's literally so refreshing. It's unbelievable.
Beautiful, right? And I think the key as well, with you not being a whiskey drinker, it's not overly whiskey forward, this cocktail.
Absolutely. That's actually really surprised me. You get that freshness, you say, of that whiskey that just seems so light with everything else, and the mint at the end, I think really just creates this freshness. It's just like a burst of fresh in your mouth. It's lovely.
Yeah. And I think the beauty of this as well is that it's a nice tea base, and then you can take that and pull it in any direction. So I quite like peach iced tea. And the original recipe for this that you'll find on our website does ask for peach bitters. But what I normally do with this is I'll pull this into a big jug, a mixing jug, as almost like a punch more than anything.
Yeah.
And putting in a little bit of peach archers into that, if you've got access to that, will make it more of a peach iced tea flavor. So there's so many things you can do with this.
So it's quite a versatile cocktail you can play around with then.
Absolutely. And easy to make. That's the key. I mean, in terms of cocktails, if I was introducing someone to whiskey for the very first time, I'd probably introduce them to a couple of cocktails and eventually get a little bit more whiskey focused. So from this, I would maybe go for like a highball or a whiskey and ginger, which is even easier to make, and then start to get to higher strength things like an old fashioned or a whiskey sour. But this is a starting point. It's fantastic, and any whiskey drinker will love this. But the next thing that we're going to do is a quick guided nosing and tasting, and I'm sure that everyone in the chat will know how to nose and drink whiskey. But last time we found that there was a lot of people who casually enjoy a whiskey and maybe haven't been to a tasting before. And also with these virtual tastings, I'm pretty aware that when I'm watching one of these lives, when I'm watching any of Roy's V-pubs, my wife's on the other end of the couch to me, and she's not the biggest whiskey drinker. And you might have a partner, a flatmate or anything sitting next to you who maybe does want to get into whiskey and learn a little bit more about what you're talking about. So when it comes to nosing and tasting, Andrew, the first thing is the glass. So loads of different types. You've got a Capita, you've got a Tulip, and you've got like a Glencairn. I'm going to use the Glencairn purely because it's the only one of these three glasses that is Tomatin branded. Really what I'm looking for when I'm nosing and tasting is a tulip-shaped glass that's going to concentrate the aromas to the nose. So have you got a Glencairn there with you?
One just there like that, as if by magic.
There you go. Here's one we made earlier. You're just going to pour some Tomatin Legacy into that. So just a bit there. Now, the first thing, the reason that I love whiskey is that it really invokes all the senses. And the first one is the cork pop, that noise, it's whiskey time. But before we nose it, I quite like to look at the whiskey. Now, when I'm introducing people to whiskey like yourselves, I'm actually not that interested in the colour. You'll hear people talking a lot about the colour when you're drinking more whiskey, and hopefully after this you'll continue to enjoy it. But the reason I'm not interested in the colour for beginners is that you need a little bit of knowledge to back up what you're seeing. You know, you can see that and it tells you nothing until you know a little bit more. Mm-hmm. Historically, you could say light means bourbon matured, dark means sherry matured, but nowadays distillers are playing about so much with different casks and blending that even then there's a lot of banana skins, even for people that have been drinking whiskey for many, many years. But what I do like to look at is how the whiskey behaves in the glass. So if you just coat the whiskey round the side of the glass, you'll see that a film forms around the glass. Yeah. And the whiskey's going to start dropping back in. And as it's dropping back in, there's like a trail. We call these legs. Can you see that?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Now, you can tell a couple of things about a whiskey from the legs, but the most important one for me is it gives you an understanding as how it's going to behave in your mouth. With something like Tomatin Legacy, the legs come down very, very quickly. And the reason for that is it's a very light-bodied whiskey. So that's going to give you a little bit of a precursor to what's going to happen in your mouth. It's not going to be the longest finish. It's not going to be sticking to the side of your mouth. it's going to be a really light, easy drinking whiskey. So ideal for an introduction to whiskey. But then we'll take a nose of it. And the key with nosing is not to hold it here and just breathe in, because you won't really get anything, but also not to be too aggressive. Everything that I'm saying here is what works for me. And everyone who's watching this will have their own tips and tricks and techniques, and it's all about finding what works for you. But what I like to do is keep my mouth open when I'm smelling the whiskey, and then just breathe in. Take it away. Now, the first thing I want to ask you, and the first thing I want to ask anybody who's trying a whiskey for the first time, is not what do you smell, but do you like what you're smelling? Yeah, absolutely. It's a real kind of strong aroma, and you can actually feel it in the back of your throat when you're smelling it through. Yeah. Very kind of oaky and... Sorry? Very kind of oaky. Ideal. Yeah, I mean, again, from there, what I'm trying to get people to do is really remember, because the way that your nose works is when you smell, the aromas go up to your olfactory bulb, and that's connected to the part of the brain that is where you store memories. So smell over all the other senses evokes memory more than anything. And that's why there's no right or wrong either, because my memory of smells will be different to other people. I was speaking to somebody from Glasgow before about a particularly peaty whiskey. And when I was smelling the smoke, it reminded me of the heather burning that we have up in the hills at Tomatin. Yeah. When what they were smelling was the smell of the metro in the underground in Glasgow. So it's all about your own memories. So I guess for me, it's a case of breaking down and funneling down into things. So is it sweet? Is it dry? Is it spicy? You actually, more often, you kind of get a very, very light hint of kind of like a vanilla. Yeah. So that must be the sweetness that you're talking about. Absolutely. I mean, so Tomatin Legacy that we're drinking here is matured 85% in ex-bourbon barrels. They're the most common whiskey casks in Scotland because they're readily available. But a lot of the flavour that you're going to get from an ex-bourbon barrel, which is white American oak, is a vanilla and almost like a coconutty flavour. Mm-hmm. The final 15% that we have there is from virgin oak casks, virgin American oak. So it's those flavours amplified. So then we'll take a taste of it. And a good tip for tasting is drink about as much as you would with your first sip of a cup of tea or coffee. So not a tiny amount, but not a mouthful, just a good amount, and keep it in your mouth for 10 seconds or so and move it about and see how it plays in the different parts of the mouth. So Slanjava. So how does it taste to you? It's really funny because I used to always think about whiskey when I was younger and drink whiskey. You kind of get that burny kind of face feeling when you drink whiskey, but you don't get any of that with that. Yeah. It's actually quite, as you say, that the oakiness and that sweetness kind of all at once, from the smell to the taste. It's kind of, it's really, really nice. Very, very light. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of what we try and do with Tomatin. Now, what I often encourage people to do when they're tasting is almost ignore the first taste or take a couple of things away from it, because before this, the last thing you drank was a very, very light cocktail. So this is just going to acclimatize your mouth to the fact that you're now drinking 43% alcohol. So when you go back in for the second taste, try and pick out some of those flavors. But you're right, it's that sweet and fruity flavors coming together. And try and take a note of how it feels after you've tasted it, the finish as well. How does the whiskey behave? You can still get that aftertaste the whole time. So it hasn't just gone, it's kind of just lingering. Yeah. Yeah. Well, in terms of, obviously, you see some people saying you can't have ice and you can't have water and you drink it straight, it ruins the whiskey. In things like that, where do you stand and what do you do with kind of whiskey in that form? I think my answer is in this cocktail more than anything. I guess the point that I try to make, and it's a point that Charles MacLean makes probably much more eloquently than me, that you don't have to drink whiskey like this. what we're doing today by introducing everybody to these incredible brands and drams is allowing them the opportunity to learn about the liquid and analyze it. And that's what a nosing and tasting is. It's very much analysis of the whiskey. But in terms of enjoyment, that's what whiskey is made for. It's made to be enjoyed. Now, they're not separate things. I thoroughly enjoy nosing and tasting a whiskey, but I will very often drink a cocktail. I'll add ice, I'll add water. In terms of nosing and tasting, it can be useful to add a drop of water to your whiskey. That dilutes the alcohol a little bit more and opens up some of the aromas. You're really just looking to add a couple of drops there. I personally find myself not doing that so much with Tomatin because I find that Tomatin opens up quite well with time rather than water, but feel free to add a drop of water and see how that changes the flavours or allows them to come through a bit more.
And then again, a question I've got in terms of, obviously, when you go to a pub or at home, you pour in a gin. Do you use the measures or you just pour yourself a good kind of dash into the glass? What do you normally do?
House pours. I mean, when I'm going to be nosing and tasting, probably the amount that we put in there, which I guess would be around about the 25 ml mark, but it's really a case of whatever you want to do. If I'm sitting with I've got a small tumbler through in the kitchen that I measured the other day. It actually will hold a half pint of beer. So when you put a 25 ml measure in there, you almost can't see the whiskey. So it's a little bit different. But that's, again, more on the enjoyment side than the analysis side. So what I'll do is I'll pull Roy back in and we can have a wee chat to him. I think we're already running over time, Roy.
That's okay. While I was off screen there, Scott, I ran away and I grabbed a bottle of Tomatin Legacy. As you know, I tend to have this on hand, and you also know that I often use it in blind lineups. I like to get people thinking about whiskey when they don't know what it is. And the Tomatin Legacy is famously or infamously, depending on how you look at it, great at performing well in blind lineups. So it's quite interesting in that way. But today, as I was nosing this along with you, it's very tropical, it's very fruity, lots of pineapple, lots of fresh apple, lots of kind of white stone peach kind of aromas and things. And it's always a nice dram. I hear you complaining about the weather, but it's really quite sunny down in Glasgow. And I think everywhere south of where you are, it's really quite bright outside. So this is a perfect dram. Cheers to you both, boys. Cheers, Andrew. Cheers, Scott.
Cheers.
Cheers, Roy. And Roy, would you have any more tips for someone like Andrew coming into whiskey? Obviously, I do it from the view of directing them towards Tomatin, but you speak to people about introducing
my favourite thing to do, I think you did it very well there. Your perfect evangelism, Scott, where you're kind of just being very gentle and telling people not to get too uptight about analysing, or sometimes the flavours don't come forward as well. Sometimes they can only pick out one thing. And when somebody's just coming into whiskey, that's what they're after, is a hook. So sip something like this, which is very bourbon cask orientated, alongside something that's from a sherry cask. So maybe a Glendronach 15 would be a perfect example. And then something peated, maybe something from Islay, like a Lagavulin 16, because all of those keeps the ABV down quite tidy as well, 46 or below, 43 for the Lagavulin, 43 for this. So they're approachable, they're not too hot and spicy. And then sip them in contrast. And with those three really quite extreme flavour profile drams, you can get people latching on to not just what they see as whiskey flavour, but actual hooks, flavour hooks inside the whiskey. Andrew, I don't know if you've tried a sherry cask whiskey or a smoky whiskey in the past, have you?
No, the only other ones I've tried the Tomatin 12, the Legacy, and I actually quite like the Cubocan as well.
That's got a little bit of peat in it. That's exactly what that is. So maybe if you went for something peaty as well, that could be your another wee gateway for you there.
It's funny when you mention hooks there, because I think the Cubocan was when I tried it, was actually when I did a Tomatin whiskey tour, and that was the first one that really got me hooked.
That's it. That's my most powerful converter, is peated whiskies from Islay. Most of my friends have come around to enjoying whiskey through peaty whiskies. A lot of people will be kind of put off by the heavy smoke and peat, but I think modern days we're into strong flavors. We're into really rich barbecues, spicy curries, strong coffees, dark chocolate. We're used to quite bold, strong flavors that kind of take our attention. and sometimes a peaty whiskey.
Mhm.
Kuboken, Isla, otherwise could be a good gateway whiskey as well. Fantastic.
I think on that as well, when you're introducing people to whiskey, if they're interested and they want to nose and taste, they probably do want to get it. And something like that smoky aroma is undeniable. So it's something that you can go, oh yeah, I absolutely get what you're talking about there. So those things are really, really helpful as well.
Absolutely. Do you want the
Perfect.
good news?
Tell me.
We have already passed halfway. We're now approaching 2,900. The most recent donations have come in from Andrew Stirrett, Charlene Carnegie, Callum McDonald, Aaron McFault. There are some anonymous donations coming in, but people are leaving other ways, like emails and things and comments. And Chris Moore, I'll shout out to Chris Moore, the star. He put a donation in and made a wee mistake, put it in anonymously, so he made another donation.
That's Roy, can I just say a huge thank you to every single individual that's actually donated. We really appreciate it, and it really will help us continue to support people with cancer. So thank you so much to every one of you.
It's wonderful to see that the whiskey community, they're very good at this kind of thing, honestly. And I think it doesn't help that there's such fabulous whiskies available for folk as well, and such a good spread. If we're talking about 17, 18 or more prizes, that's amazing. It puts people in a good chance of winning something really quite nice out of their generosity as well.
Yeah. Perfect. Roy, I think we will leave you to move on with the rest of the day. So have fun.
Roy, thank you.
Guys. Nice to meet you, Andrew.
You too.
Scott, I'll see you very soon.
See you later.
Well done, guys. Thank you. Okay, let's get on with some kind of whiskey sharing, or some interesting input and interaction between us and these brands. We're already running a wee bit behind schedule, but that's almost inevitable. It's whiskey after all. And whiskey doesn't demand anybody hurries up. So we're going to take you through a number of really nice, interesting brands today. I'm going to try and represent as much as I can the community, as much as it would be a real festival and you were kind of walking up and down and you wanted to ask specific questions. You know how to get hold of my attention in the YouTube chat. Type Aqvavitae or Tomatin Distillery, and the Tomatin team will try and pick up your comments as well, either through YouTube and on Facebook. If some of you are already asking questions and making comments in the Just Giving page as well, which is also fantastic, and throughout the day I'll try and dip into that little page as well and give you some shout outs for your generous donations. And if I pick up any questions in there, I'll do my very best. But the idea is for me to, as your host, try and be as representative as I can of the community. All of these guys that are going to share their products with you today are professional guys, and they're very proud and impassioned whiskey folk as well. They are not shy of any questions that you want to ask them about their products. Bring the same questions you would bring to a real festival, and we'll be happy to try and pick up as many as we can. The chat is moving quite quickly. It will be a wee bit tricky, but let's get on to welcoming in our first brand today, and a gentleman that will be no stranger to anybody that watches my content and anybody that travels to whiskey festivals globally, honestly. I want to welcome in the gentleman that is Gordon Dundas from Ian MacLeod Distillers, who's going to be sharing Glengoyne with us.
Hello, hello, hello.
Gordon, it's always nice to see you. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm very, very well. Good to be here. Now,
you're a wee bit closer to me. You're not far from me. Are you seeing sunshine? I think you must have sunshine too.
I have sunshine, but I believe it's short-lived. I think what's coming down from Inverness is on its way. So
I think we're on our last day of this remarkably calm period of weather we've had for a while now. Gordon, wonderful to welcome you into the Lockdown Festival. You represent more than just one brand, of course, and throughout the course of this afternoon, you're going to be bringing a couple of brands to us. But from Glengoyne, a distillery that's very close to my heart in terms of my whiskey journey, of course. But what are we sharing today?
Well, I mean, just to almost, sort of talk very in a different sphere. We're talking about two very high strength whiskies here. So we're moving away from maybe what we've just spoken about onto firstly the cask strength batch number 7, which is at 58.9%, and then we're going to talk about the teapot dram, which is 59.9% alcohol. So these are both very high strength, but they're very, very different. So we're going to start with the cask strength.
These are interesting because the majority of Glengoyne's, pretty decent core range actually is presented at much more accessible ABVs. The standard stuff 43, maybe I think the 15 used to be 46. Is that correct? And the 25 and things are out at 48, so you do go a wee bit higher.
That's
but
right.
These are facing much more, let's say, towards enthusiast, connoisseur, let's say a seasoned whiskey palate, I would suggest. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first whiskey you would ever give anybody would be a cask strength anything, to be honest, probably. But certainly, Glengoyne has that very sort of fruity style across everything that we produce. And that's, down to how we make the spirit predominantly. And then, of course, the casks that we use and the difference, if you look at the difference in the color of these two whiskies, if you can see that, hugely different in color because of the casks. So, that's why we focus firstly on the spirit, but we really focus on cask quality as well.
So tell us the difference then. You've touched on color there.
Yeah.
Tell us the difference between those two expressions and what they represent. The first thing that's missing on both of them really is an age statement. So explain what's that about?
Yeah, well, what we've really wanted to do with both these whiskies is to really show the raw style of that maturation and Glengoyne at high strength. So these are the way that we make a cask strength whiskey is that we bring, John Glass, our master blender, he wants a variation on the theme with each cask strength. So, 6 was slightly different to 7 cask strength. Batch number 6 was all sherry casks. This one actually has a little hint of first fill bourbon casks. We then use about 35% first fill sherry casks, and then the rest is refill, which is bringing in that Glengoyne flavor. So we really have two, variations on a theme with our cask strengths, and the teapot dram again is a variation on that first fill European oak Oloroso sherry casks. So slightly different style when we move on to the teapot dram. But for me,
so there's a bit more flexibility in the range of the cask strength series. The teapot is a much more defined prospect, isn't it?
Yeah, the teapot has a wonderful story behind it, which we'll come on to. But it's a wonderful story. But the European oak influence has been at the heart of the teapot dram all the way through it. So it's always had that really dark color, which is what European oak Oloroso sherry casks bring to whiskey. Here, when you also in the cask strength, we use a hint of those, but we use a bit of first fill bourbon. We use also American oak Oloroso sherry casks. And those are two hugely different things, American oak Oloroso sherry and European. And so that's why we have a very different presentation in the mouth, a very different mouth style, a very different taste to the cask strength.
Anybody that watches my content will recall that last year you came on and you did a fantastic masterclass on that very specific thing. Fascinating to discover, to taste the difference in character and flavour between those two very different oak styles, American oak versus European oak, because they're both ex-Oloroso sherry, but the flavours that's produced from the two different types of oak, that was very, very eye-opening, absolutely. So take us through. We've got a question from Russell Whiskey actually asking a question. I know that you get asked this regularly. I know you've had this question from me. Is there any chance that we'll see a return of the Glengoyne 15? Because interestingly, there's not a lot of ways to taste Glengoyne from a bourbon cask, but the 15 did use American oak ex bourbon, right?
It did use probably the highest percentage we used. The 12 actually still does use a hint of first fill bourbon. The 15 was paused for a few reasons. Really because there was an issue with putting in older whiskey into it. The other thing was that we bought the distillery about 15 years ago, so there was a rundown and a run up, so there was an obvious issue. And to protect the wider range of Glengoyne, it was important to do that. But it will come back. We are hoping it will come back in the next 2-3 years, we hope. But certainly, we brought in the Legacy Chapter 1 and Legacy series as well, which has come in and been really popular. And they're going to be very different styles of whiskey. Chapter 2 will be very different to Chapter 1. So, yeah, it may well come back. I do get asked this a lot, but we're monitoring it and we hope it will come back.
It was a lot of people's favourite in the range, I think. But I think what people have to remember is, as you mentioned there, is when you are talking about stocks and availability and preserving the range long term, we're not talking about what you're making now. We're talking about what was made 15, 18 years ago.
Absolutely. And look, we're not a massive producer. We're not a big distillery with stocks to throw around, unfortunately. So we need to think of the brand ahead of individual products and things like that.
To put it into perspective, somebody like a Macallan has got the capacity of about 15 million litres per annum now. Glengoyne is about 1 to 1.2. So
One. I mean,
just to give that contrast of scale there, both are malt distilleries. In Glengoyne, just north of Glasgow, they are a gorgeous little distillery. If anybody's ever got the opportunity to visit Glengoyne, most people would be happy to recommend it. It's a wonderful visitor experience to go up there. But you get a sense of, because of that small footprint, you get a sense of everything being within reach. You can touch all areas of the process within a very short distance.
I like to call it beautifully inefficient, Roy.
Beautifully inefficient, yes.
Because it's important to understand that how we make our spirit takes time, and we all know maturation takes time. How we make our spirit and how we get that fruitiness in it and that unique sort of appley fruitiness which comes across in a lot of Glengoynes is down to the way we make it, which means that we have to take a long time because we don't heat it too much, and that's really, really important.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you do famously, one of your taglines actually is unhurried since 1833, I think. Take us through your cask strength. It's batch 7 we're on now, is it?
It is batch 7. So we're actually on 2 007s tonight. So yes. We're on this afternoon. Batch number 7. So as I said, this has got a little hint of first fill bourbon cask, 58.9%. So we were talking about earlier about adding water to whiskey and things like this, and this is where you would, I think, in my view, you'd see a real change in a whiskey in a cask strength by adding a couple of drops of water. But you should only do that after you've had a swirl of it and a taste of it at high strength, because you won't actually know the difference if you add the water straight away.
Absolutely.
So if you have a nose of this, I get that sort of sweet maltiness, that it's got a hint of that sort of orange, candied orange. There's always been this orange style that goes through the cask strength series. But it's not, I'm not immediately, I mean, I drink a bit of whiskey, but I'm not immediately thinking I need to add water to this. It's intense on the nose. It's got an element of sort of, a little bit of alcohol sort of spice, but it's not going, phew. And then when you drink it, as you say, just take a little sip of it like you would take of hot tea. Move it around the mouth, and you're like, well, yeah, by means that is strong, but I'm not. It's thick. It's full of flavor. It's got this beautiful sort of sticky sort of element that sticks around the mouth, and then those intense orange flavors. A bit of shortbread comes through. There's a whole range of different sort of flavors that come through, and then the finish, yeah, a little bit warming, but very smooth at 58.9%. There's no sort of it's not catching, it's just disappears. It's you sometimes sit there and wonder, is this really 58.9%?
I'm going to use the something you picked up there and something you mentioned there to go into a question that's come in from the community there. But you talked about the high ABV, and yes, it is communicating with you. It's mouth coating. You can feel the spice, the prickle, the texture, the grip, everything that the high ABV is bringing. Are you selecting, in order to put that cask strength together, you have to marry a significant amount of casks for that release? It's quite a reasonable sized release, isn't it? Are you selecting the casks based on that very function to be enjoyable at high ABV? How are you selecting the casks for it?
Well, I mean, John, this gives John a little bit of, I mean, John does an amazing job with our core range of producing consistent 10s and 12s and 18s, all at natural color. Always natural color at Glengoyne, so you have to get the right color and the right taste. Here it gives him a little bit of ability to go, oh, let's see what's out there, and he'll have a rough idea of, I want to use a certain amount of these, a few of these, and then he may go, God, that's going to be really good because it's got real strength and real flower, real power in it, and I want to put that sort of 2 or 3 casks in there as well. So you want to have great whiskies that deliver great flavor at high strength, not spirity, not overly, quite well interacted spirits, with the wood.
So John's job is presumably made a lot easier by decent cask investment. And Soren at OCD Whiskey has asked the question, what percentage of the budget I mean, do you spend significant? I mean, of course, I've been up to Glengoyne. I've been in your master classes. We've talked about these topics. But for the sake of the people joining us today, talk about the cask investment program at Glengoyne.
Well, I mean, it's significant. It would be the answer. I mean, sherry casks at £1,250 per sherry cask. That suddenly
£1,250 for something that used to lie dockside and be picked up for free.
Yeah. I mean, that shows you the sort of scenario. And we could go in. I don't think we've probably got the time. We'll go into it a little bit more in Tamdhu. But the whole sherry cask story is amazing in terms of 6 years of preparation in Jerez before they arrive at Glengoyne. And what's amazing about these casks is the quality of them it really is sensational. And we're dropping in our spirit into these casks with full confidence that we can produce great whiskey at the end of it. So yeah, they're expensive. We work with like-minded individuals in Spain, and that allows us to produce our whiskey, and present it to the consumer as this is the color that you see is the color from the cask alone, and that means a lot to us as a company. Because we're a family-run business and we do things the way we want to do things, and that's a really important point to us. So, the cask investment I can't put a figure on it. It's significant. Although I would say when we went there to Jerez, and I went there about a year and a half ago, there was lines and lines of Ian MacLeod casks, and I have to say there was lines and lines and even more lines of slightly bigger companies' casks. So, we're investing a lot, but it's one of those things you've got to invest now for something you're not going to see for 10, 15 years.
And as the point there is that you're not alone in this. You're not alone in seeking out really good sherry casks to mature your whiskey. And it's not just for special releases. Your profile, your distillery style is founded on that style of whiskey. Our
maturation DNA is sherry casks.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. So, and not many distilleries can say that. So, that's what really makes Glengoyne such a unique style. So, firstly, that wonderful spirit, and then those sherry cask is a sherry cask in every single whiskey we produce. So, fantastic. Yeah, it's an absolute cracker.
Yeah.
So, the cask strength.
If we talk about, the cask strength there, it sounds like. John's got the ability to be a lot more flexible with the cask strength series. He can play and be a bit more kind of creative and almost embrace that idea of batch variation from one batch to the next. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And he wants to make a little bit of variation. What you want to try and achieve there is when you get people who go, oh, I love the cask strength Glengoynes. Oh, I really like 5 and 4. 7's a bit different, and that's what you want. You want to have a little bit of a variation on a theme, and Glengoyne at cask strength. I mean, cask strength whiskies I absolutely adore from a lot of different distilleries, but Glengoyne cask strength is superb because for me it is the amplified version of the sort of core range which you can get your hands on as well.
And I know for the cask range series, and I know for Teapot as well, that you're limited in terms of how much makeup information you're able to share on the bottle label and packaging. Give us an idea of what kind of age range that you would have at your hands to put out a cask strength release. What age is that batch 7?
For the cask strength, probably somewhere in between the sort of 8 to 10 range. I wouldn't think it's anywhere less than that. I mean, the thing that you do notice with it is, this is not. It doesn't have an age, but you can tell by the color this is not young whiskey. This is whiskey that's been matured of a certain age. But also remember, there's refill in there as well. So the refill brings in a little bit of the structure, whereas the first fill brings in the sort of power and the sort of the real on your nose flavors, and the refill brings in a little bit of that.
So you're relying on the refill cask to preserve more of the distillate, the distillery character, and then you're relying on the more active cask to bring more of the spice and the fruit that the cask is likely to bring. Is that
exactly? Yeah, exactly.
Very
not
sweeping
every cask works like that.
Of course, but,
yeah. It's not a simple science, but in a sort of you get less color out of a refill cask, so you're going to get less interaction. So you have more of your spirit style preserving in that cask.
I think there's a few people asking about sherry seasoning versus sherry matured and things like that. But I think in the Tamdhu session this afternoon, it would be good to cover that kind of subject there, yes, because I know it can be a bit of a rabbit hole to explain the legacy of sherry casks and things and the history.
It can be, yeah. I mean, we might need an hour rather than...
Yeah, it can be tricky, I know. And
Yeah.
that's one of the things that we covered when you and I got together last year.
Yeah, and I'd certainly point people in the direction of that for sure. That was a very good discussion about it.
Yeah, that was it's just called the Sherry Cask. It was a VPub that I put out at the end of last year, and Gordon came on and sat with us for a long time, and really we dug every rabbit out of every hole that there was to discuss on sherry casks.
Yeah, it was good.
It was a good session. It really was. Silverlock Whisky Club is asking, does Glengoyne have its own cooperage?
It doesn't. No, we don't. We don't. We do have a cooperage at our sister distillery in Tamdhu, but Glengoyne doesn't have enough space for really anything other than what's there at the moment. So we have no cooperage, unfortunately, but we do have one at our sister distillery. So
okay, so there is within the company you have cooperage. I understand. That looks like a darker product in the glass now.
Just having a little, yeah, it is. This is the teapot dram batch number 7. So darker, a legendary whiskey in terms of what it delivers, its story, and very, very synonymous, of course, with the workings and the ins and outs of distillation way back when. And for those who don't know the story, I'll touch on it very quickly. It is the story of dramming. When you were working in the up to about 30, 40 years ago, you used to get a dram every morning, lunchtime, and evening, which seems a bit weird now to think of it like that. And so at Glengoyne, you actually got whiskey. Sometimes you got new make spirit at other distilleries, but at Glengoyne, you got very young whiskey. So what the younger guys who were struggling a little bit maybe with the quantity of high strength whiskey were told to do was to go to the canteen and put their measure of whiskey into the teapot, which there was a teapot, of course. And then the older guys, maybe before the night shift or before a shift on a Friday, whatever, they would, anybody want some tea? And they would pass it around, and that's where the teapot dram came from. So synonymous, and so that actually defines the style of it. And if you look at the color of this is lots of first fill European oak Oloroso sherry casks, and so it is giving you that thicker, richer style than you would get out of a bourbon cask or, of course, even American oak sherry cask. This is giving you raisins, those sort of dark chocolate notes. Of course, it's got that almost got a hint of licorice there. You get hints of a whole range of different things on this whiskey, and it's got this beautiful thickness that comes across on the nose and on the taste. Bright, that thickness.
The concept of this, you must have to, when you talk about preserving casks for the future and things, you must have to sacrifice some fairly amazing casks to produce this. This is an homage whiskey, absolutely, based on the old style of whiskey that would have been around back in the day, based on rough recollections. I remember those stories and things. But these come from very, very... I think that I would be right in saying that it's unlikely there are many whiskies selected at Glengoyne that goes through the agony that you go through to select these casks. Would that be right?
I think that's probably fair. There's a lot of people who love this dram at that distillery, and John obviously as well as our master blender, and so there's a lot of love for this and how it's put together in each release. And this release is a little bit different to every other release, and they've all been a bit like the cask strengths, a slight variation on a theme. So how would you do that with first fill European oak? You would do it with, obviously you can alter the maybe different types of casks. So you would have hogsheads or butts, of course, but we're all European. So that means that we're in one particular area. And then of course, the other thing is the age element. You can bring in the age and the strength as well, but they've always been at 58, 59% alcohol. So they've always been pretty roundabout under 10 years, but this one has actually got older whiskies in it. This has got 13 and 14-year-old whiskies in it. So this is a slight difference to the last ones.
Well, that brings me on to a subject that the crowd very much would like to bring up, and you know that I want to bring it up with you. You know that I have brought it up with you. And if it's okay, I think it's okay to discuss it, because I evangelized heavily about batch 5 and batch 6. Both of those products came out at £90. And it was non-age statement, but we knew the story behind it, and we knew that it was very, very precious casks. We knew the way that you guys were putting it together. And you know what? This batch 7 as well is exactly the same. It's a treat whiskey. And my goodness, when you pour a glass, it is, there's no doubt about it. This is a treat. This is a very special thing to savor and enjoy.
Yeah.
But the price did take a significant bump, and it caused a lot of people to pause and catch their breath a bit. And I kind of had a bit of a whinge about it online. You know that. We talked about it. How can the whiskey jump from one release to the next, from 90 to, I think I paid 120 for this one?
Yeah, no, look, I'm you know, it's a significant increase, and you know, the way that we look at it is exactly what you said yourself, and it's these are casks which, if you use a cask in a teapot dram, you then look at what that cask, if you keep it in it, what it could, you know, what it can become as a whiskey down the line, then you realize how important this teapot dram is and why you're putting these casks into that. So if you become an NAS whiskey, sometimes people get accused of producing NAS whiskies which are, you know, they're sort of, nobody knows what age they are, and they're 40%, and you know, that's maybe the bad side of NAS for me. You know, if there is that, this is, for me, shows you what you can do and gives John and the guys at Glengoyne the opportunity to select casks which are best for that whiskey, to give them the taste variation that they want between that and the last one. So we've held the price at 90 odd pounds for quite a few years, and the reason why it went up was because, very simply, we use quite a lot of older casks in this whiskey, and you know, we're happy to take the flack, but we'll say why we've done it. But you know, I can't be any more honest than that. That is why it went up in price.
Well, it caused me to pause. I had a whinge about it. And then what I did, Gordon, and I'll admit this openly to you and everyone else, that I went out into the landscape of all the other whiskey producers to try and find out where the same prospect, the same style of whiskey, and the same engagement that this offers is available. And that's when you realize, I guess, how unique teapot drama actually is. There are other cask strength sherry styles of products out there from Glendronach, from Aberlour, from various other producers. But this is a different thing. There's a different animal. And I have to commend you on one thing. While I am frustrated, I did go out and I did spend the money. I paid the £120, and I'm very happy to have this in the collection. But I have to commend you that where you can be transparent, you have been. When you launched this product, I remember the product launch, and you shared what the casks were. And I think if you're ever in masterclasses, tasting sessions, or whatever, you openly talk about what the casks are. And you do try to be as transparent as possible with that. I think it would be a betrayal to this whiskey if you put 8-year as an 8-year-old product on the front. It would be lovely if we could live in a world where it could be on the back and we could understand exactly what's in there. I don't think this is representative of 8-year-old whiskey. But I think, I do think it's unique. Can you think of another product that's even close to this in conception?
Not really. I mean, when you think of whiskies that are fully matured in European oak cask strength, I mean, I'm immediately thinking of you know, one or two of the single casks that our sister distillery produces, Tamdhu. You know, as you say, Glendronach, Glenfarclas have, you know, there's not many that are doing that fully, you know, in releases such as a teapot dram.
Okay, let's imagine a 12 or a 14-year-old single cask from Tamdhu, from any of the sherry producers. I don't think we're going to be able to get a hold of them very easy for £120.
Well, no, I think that's absolutely fair. You know, the teapot dram is a whiskey that, you know, it's one of those whiskies that will deliver what you want. You know, it will always be in that area, and you'll always love. In my view, you will not have a teapot that you don't love. I think you love them all, and that's why the concept of how they're put together is the most important thing. And that's why we have to use older whiskies and we have to sacrifice those whiskies that we would use elsewhere, we will do that to make the teapot, because it's so iconic, not just to the people who love it, but to the people that make it. And
well, I guess that what we're saying there, and we didn't expect anything different, is the price is the price. That's what the Teapot Dram Batch 7 is going to cost. And I guess that you guys will know more than ever how if that's impacted anything, the uptake of it. But it has become a bit of a cult whiskey. And I, for one, I'm glad it exists. I'm glad it's there. And I think as a representation of Glengoyne and a representation of Glengoyne's history, I think it does that very, very well.
Yeah.
And as long as you permit me to continue to have a whinge when we see such a big step change in prices, of course, there's got to be a reason for it.
Yeah. And hey, Roy, I would want you to do that because of the position you hold in the industry. In the industry, that's what you should be doing. And I'm here to answer those questions and tell you why we've done it. And I would expect nothing less. And I know you're a big Glengoyne fan, so I respect you hugely for it.
Yeah, and be honest enough that if it is, but just you've decided that you need to make a bit more money, just tell us that that's what it is. You've spent 20 years building up a brand since almost 20 years, actually, maybe 16 or so years since Ian McLeod took over. Yeah. You've built Glengoyne up to be very, 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 very good at doing what it's doing. It brings a very elegant product for the core range. This is not elegant. You wouldn't use elegant to describe Teapot.
No.
It brings a very elegant range of whiskies. I think you're true. The idea that you bring everything out in natural colour is to be commended. And I would have to say that the majority of your range is a very good value and very well priced, which makes it perhaps all the more jarring when we see a 33% step change. But thanks for your transparency, Gordon. Thanks for sharing it with us.
Not at all. No, absolutely. Thank you. And thanks to all the Tomatin guys.
Talk about your sister distillery a bit later this afternoon.
Yeah. No, and thanks to Scott and all the Tomatin guys. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Cheers.
So I need to make an apology right away that I'm following a flow sheet to work out who's coming on next, and it's a kind of color-coded thing. And I realised that I completely skipped somebody that was supposed to take the slot before Gordon there, perhaps because we were running a wee bit late, and we continue to run a wee bit late. So I apologise for running late, but I'm going to have to apologise to Chris from Douglas Laing. I hope Chris has been patient enough to hang around, and I'll be able to apologise to him face-to-face. Chris, are you still there, my friend? I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Don't worry, Roy. That was good to listen to Gordon there, and I managed to start my drams a little bit earlier than what I might have. So don't worry.
Good. I hope it wasn't too. I'm just following the colour here, and I clicked over and I looked at the time rather than looking at the list of names. But you're not going anywhere anyway. You're in lockdown the same as the rest of us, Chris. Nice to welcome you in. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, good. Thanks for having me, Roy, and it's good to see you. And well done to Scott and yourself. And what a great effort for Maggie's as well. And I'll take this opportunity now to put in another bottle of Rock Island 21-year-old. We put in one for the donation. We'll put in another one now. So that's the good talking already. So it's a good cause, and it was great to hear earlier about the Maggie's charity.
Fantastic. I can tell you now that we've broken 3,000 thanks to donations from Alasdair Gray, from Thomas Krog Anderson, from David Parks. I'm just going to give it a wee refresh and make sure that I'm up to date. No, it's gone up again. Stephen Sinclair, Jane Blair, Andreas Hoth, that's Service Alafis over Norway, Nicholas Adams, Barry Jenner, and we are now at £3,100. So there you go. There's even more prizes coming in. Douglas Laing have just donated another bottle into the prize fund, which is fantastic. So it means that you've got better chances of getting something out of your generosity afterwards. You shared the dram list, the drams that you were going to share with us. And we got together for a tech check, Chris, and I'll make a confession. After we'd spoken, I asked you how much this Rock Island was, this 21-year-old Rock Island. And you told me it wasn't 5 minutes after that tech check this week that I'd been online and I bought myself a bottle. I have to say, I was very, very curious, and I've been encouraged by some of the regional malts from Douglas Laing. Let's explain a wee bit about what you guys are, because regional malts are a brand. Douglas Laing is traditionally known as being an independent bottler, but of course now you're also a distiller.
Yeah, so we've been about since 1948, founded 72 years ago. Very much our founder's belief was all about spirit sourcing, essentially, for the blending world. So he had a great foresight by having great relationships with the distilleries across Scotland, sourcing wonderful spirit for a brand called King of Scots, which was our first brand. It was a blended Scotch, and what the founder, Fred Douglas Laing, started was something all about, real basics. And what's lovely just now in the Scotch whisky industry, the whole industry is built upon great quality product, of course, but wonderful relationships. And as I say, he was sourcing great spirit, marrying together these casks to create a brand called King of Scots, and sold it around the world. Fast forward through the 80s and 90s, the business moved towards more single casks, realizing you've got all these wonderful single malts that you're marrying together for the blended Scotch range, and let's release these as single casks. Generation 2, Fred's son, also named Fred to keep things simple, had the foresight as well to then realize that the single cask, single malt business was really interesting. And back to what Gordon was saying earlier, you want variations on a theme. Every cask from the same distillery might have just a slight difference, and that's the wonderful thing about single cask Scotch whiskies. Fast forward to now with the remarkable regional malts, utilising what I suppose Generation 1 had done in Generation 2. Generation 1 being all about the spirit sourcing, Generation 2 about looking at the single casks, and marry that together. This is almost where the blended malt range fell out, and where we've ended up, and it was never intended as this, but where we've ended up is we've got a range of malt whiskies which we modestly call the remarkable regional malts, one malt whisky from each distilling region of Scotland. So we've got the Epicurean from the Lowlands, we've got Timorous Beastie from the Highlands, we have Scallywag from Speyside, Rock Island from the Islands, Big Pete from Islay, and we've also got Gauldrons from Campbelltown. So really unique, and for us, very much about wood management, very much about spirit sourcing, but what we're trying to do is give you a taste of the regions within a range. So that's yes, we're distillers, yes, we're blenders, and yes, we're bottlers, but where we are now as a business is almost using what our founder started, what was then brought in Generation 2 with Fred, and what the team in business is looking at now. So the two whiskies that we're trying are from that range. We've got Big Pete, which is our core, the one that started it all, from Islay. And then we've got the Rock Island that you mentioned, Roy, from 21 years old, which we'll maybe finish on, if that's okay.
So what you've done, I love the idea that you're talking about blended malts. The more people that talk about blends, not just blended Scotch, but blended malts as well, the more we get used to, more comfortable with that the B word, as the industry sometimes refer to it, because it's a shame. It's just simply describing what it is. But I think the context, that the perception of the context is often negative, and it shouldn't be. When you think, if you talk about the single cask exercise, the fact that became very popular late 80s into the 90s, and ever since then, we're speaking about definition and variation and that unique cask style. So we're drilling down way beyond distillery style. We're drilling down to individual casks. So distilleries marry these casks together in order to bring the best representation of the distillery. And a blender, a good whiskey maker, should be able to reach into that kind of spice cabinet analogy that we spoke of, to be able to put together, if it's done well, something that could potentially be greater than the sum of its parts. And I have found that to be true often, but still we have this thing that because people perhaps don't know what the distillery makeup is that goes into a blended malt or something, we tend to find, I personally believe, that some of the best value out there is in this very category. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think there is great value, and I think what you said at the start about the B word, I mean, it's strange that blend is bad, but I think it comes back to the association of blended Scotch versus blended malt, and the consumer across the globe not really understanding what the difference is. But for us, yes, there is value, but it's the blended malt range. They're actually really hard to make. And Rock Islands, when we come on to it later, is the most difficult malt whiskey that we produced. It's so complex to try and get it right time after time. It is very difficult. These are marriages of single cask, single malt. So as you said earlier about distilleries are blending together single casks to produce their single malt, essentially. That's exactly what we're doing. But we're doing it from one particular region, and we're doing it using distilleries. So it's actually, it's great fun. I think there is value. Some people wouldn't say Rock Island 21-year-old at £80 is good value because it's still £80, but I think it's phenomenal value. And Glengoyne teapot at £120, that's value as well. So value is very down to individual perception.
Well, I think often is we can't deny that most malt whiskey, most premium whiskey, the whiskey that we enjoy as whiskey fans, it can never be anything other than an expensive thing, honestly. And it's very easy to consider, to look at things and say, oh, only £80 or only £75. That's still an awful lot of money, let's be honest. But it is what it is. And the market and the demand for it is what it is. So we have to try and work as a community as best we can to find where the really good whiskies are still available at good value. And that's kind of the whiskies that we want to evangelize about and share and talk about. Mm-hmm. The reason I bought this at the beat of a heart is I consider a 21-year-old malt whiskey. There are some that you can buy below £100. The vast majority are over £100. But what we have here is you've kind of taken the definition one region further. You've split the Highlands into the mainland in terms of your Timorous Beastie. And here we've got your Rock Island, and that's obviously your island representation of the Highlands. I've put my nose in the glass only. I've just uncorked this now, and I'm immediately shocked. I didn't expect that peat hit from it. There's a lot of peat here. Quite a peaty nose. I've just come off the back of a completely unpeated Glengoyne, so it's perfect for that, I think. But I have to say that on paper, this prospect is very good. Less than £80 for a 21-year-old malt whiskey. And I'll commend you as well on the presentation, because on every bottle that I've picked up from the regional malts, you talk about natural colour, you talk about non-chill filtration, you talk about you always present it at a decent ABV, which this is 46.8. Is that important to you, Chris?
Along with the full range, Rock Island is no different from the rest. Always natural colour and always 46% or higher. This is 46.8. And yeah, I agree with everything you say. I think what we're seeing there, and I'll use my white shirt as a backdrop. There's clearly some good casts being used here, but also we've got the 21 years old. So I'll do the same as well as you. I'll have a wee nose, and absolutely, there's those. It's a softer peat. There's some smoke and ash in there, but it's also quite a salty maritime malt whiskey, and you get that straight away. I mean, that to me that's like being on the top deck of a Calmac ferry going to Arran or going to Islay or something. You can almost smell that sea air.
Yeah, I was going to ask. There is, when you talk about the ashen element here, there is an Islay-esque element to this. Now, perhaps that's not the idea here. The idea is to use the Highland Islands, perhaps with the exception of Islay, because Big Pete takes care of your Islay regional malt. But is there Islay product in this? Would you reach to Islay to?
So the four, absolutely, and the four malts that we're using in here in Rock Island 21, we have Arran, Jura, Orkney, and Islay malts. So we're marrying together a minimum of 21 years age. This small batch is at 4,500 bottles. So the bottle you have is one of 4,500, and we've taken our casks of whiskey from those islands, and we've married them together. And there's higher percentages of some than others, of course. And again, great fun from a blending style to actually get something that, again, we wanted to give you a taste of the islands, a taste of a maritime, oceanic malt whiskey that wasn't one-dimensional like a single malt. So as I've tried that there, yeah, you get that peat smoke, and it is a bit Islay at first, and which is maybe a wee bit surprising, but then it starts to really soften down and it moves into more of a fruity or slightly citric. We're using predominantly, well, it's predominantly first and second fill American oak casks here, and that comes through. There's a wonderful sort of sugariness there. For me, some people think we're crazy for marrying together single malts of 21 years of age. Why not just do a single cask, single malt? And fine, we do that. We've got a range called Old Particular where we could absolutely put those malts in and sell them as single cask. But this is real fun, and this is our putting our stamp on something. This is us creating a product. This is, we've used the distiller's art. They've created great spirit. We've put it into our wood in our warehouses. We've waited for 21 whole years, and we've created something by using the blender's art. Created something that we're really proud of, that tastes delicious. And I'm going to go back and have some more because it's quite Moorish.
I'm enjoying it. It's lovely and dry. And when I say dry, I don't mean the finish is long there. The finish is lingering. I think the peat is there on the palate as well. It's not as prominent as it was in the nose. I think that's probably to do with the age, where the cask can often start to kind of build its influence over the peat a wee bit, where it's not the peat that's shouting quite as loudly as it would on a younger malt, I would say. Yeah. This is an enjoyable prospect. It's interesting that you want to go back in again. I would describe it as Moorish, absolutely. I would say also that you're one of the most mature at doing this thing. You're building a brand here. That's what you're doing. And I think that's the attraction for you over single casking. You're actually taking control of your own product and making a product that you can sell time and time again. I think that are you seeing that the market out there is more kind of welcoming to this blended malt concept? Or do you think that it's still something that's got to take maybe a guy like yourself or somebody that's quite skilled in a retail environment in order to sell the concept?
Yeah, I think it's slowly but surely. I think to be boring for a second, IWSR data, which is an internationally known data source for spirits industry. Look, if you dive into that and look at Scotch whisky, the regional malts, blended malt category is the fastest growing category in Scotch. For us, that's really interesting. Yes, you do have to sell the story, but I think once people get it, they get it. And you used an analogy earlier, and I used one last week with you. We've all heard about if a single malt's a violin, a blended malt is the full orchestra. But I'll tell us a quick story about when we were with our Italian importers, who I said exactly that and tried to be quite theatrical whilst explaining it and talking about the orchestra's a bigger stage presence, more noise, more elements to the tune. And he turned around and very, very simply and went, so a single malt is tomato soup, a blended malt is a minestrone. And when he did that, everyone, the whole room just burst into laughter, but everyone suddenly got it. It's like, makes sense. But it's the category is it's a really exciting category. I think, thank you for saying we're mature with it. We've had big peats since 2009 on the market. There's great companies producing great blended malts out there, and I think it's fun. It's exciting. It's certainly not boring as a category. I think there's a lot of excitement within the category because people are creating some wonderful whiskies. But there shouldn't be a snobbery around. I only drink single malts. I mean, if you do, then you're missing out on lots of other good whiskies, whether it be a single grain or a blended malt. So. No, I think
it's nice to know the story, isn't it? It's nice to know why they exist. It's nice to know how they come about. It's nice to define that category and how it differs from a single malt or a blended Scotch. But I think the most powerful thing you can do probably is have somebody approach it blind. Have somebody enjoy a dram before they've already kind of made up their mind that they're approaching something that's been created, that's blended. Yeah. And have them just assess it and talk about it and you describe it as best they possibly can, and then understand that they've just enjoyed a blended malt. I think that this would do very, very well. I think this could parade as a reasonably mature Islay, honestly. I think there's enough character about it. So it begs the question. The other one you want to share with us today is Big Peat. I'm going to just quickly ask. There's a few people asking about the ABV of this. Why the specific ABV? If it's a blended malt, you're obviously perhaps you're bringing the ABV down. I would imagine most of the time this is 46.8. This particular batch. Is that just what it arrived at? Is that a designed thing most of the time?
Yeah, I mean we've had cask strength with other ones. We've also, as I said earlier, the whole range is 46% and above. With Rock Island, when we first brought it out in 2015, we felt 46% based on our rules around natural colour, non-chill filtered was good. But actually one of our samples that we had was just slightly higher at 46.8, and we thought, try that. And actually for us, it just changed it slightly, whereas up at 48%, it was good, but it wasn't exactly what we were looking for. But it's those little, that's again back to the blender's art, it's those little nuances of, you know, the small percentages or the small differences just can make a huge change to your whiskey. So the core range and the age range, so we've got Rock Island 10-year-old, Rock Island 21-year-old, they're all at 46.8%.
Understand. Okay, and that also preserves that ability to make sure that the product goes out there unchill filtered as well. You're not forced to be tempted to go through additional processes like that in order to preserve the oils and the fats and things that's in part of the experience. But it's interesting that you say that you can discover or you can detect differences on the samples at such tiny little, you know, fractal differences. 0.8% or something. It's interesting. And also, as you mentioned, this regional malts range is available occasionally as batch releases, as cask strength product as well, yes?
Yeah, so the full, we have the core range that has the core bottlings, but then we've got the age range on top of that. So each regional malt has an aged whiskey. So you're going to see something come out from Big Peat this year, which will be an addition to the core range with an age statement. And then we do limited editions. So, for example, we're having a lot of fun just now with Epicurean, our Lowlands malt, and different wood finishes. We recently released a Côte Rôtie red wine cask, which was outstanding. You're going to see a cognac finish come to the market. So where we actually, with that's exciting as well. We actually make up the blend. So from our new make spirit into casks, we wait approximately, in this case, 10 years. We then marry it together and then we put it back into cask to finish. We've done that with a cognac release that's going to come out, and that's a really exciting whiskey. But the age is important as well, as is the high strength and non-chill filtered natural colour.
Okay, so tell us about probably what may be your most popular regional malt today, Big Peat. I think that's the other one you want to mention quickly, and I realise time is an issue. I've probably not left you with a lot of time, but please go ahead. Tell us about your Big Peat. Big Peat.
So this is the guy that started it all. We always talk about this whiskey as a person. So Big Peat is him, it's he. This is started back in 2009, and Fred Laing, second generation Fred Laing, put together Big Peat, and it's the ultimate taste of Islay in our view. It's a marriage of single cask, single malts from the island of Islay. I've poured myself a dram here. Again, 46% natural colour, so a little bit lighter.
Pale is Chardonnay, right?
Chardonnay, yeah. But yes, and that's not a bad thing, because again here we're using first and second fill casks. It's not always about the colour with Big Peat. In fact, if we're using high quality virgin oak or ex-bourbon casks, sometimes those casks can just overpower the spirit. So we're actually wanting the spirit to be the hero here. But when you nose that, I mean, again, it's Rock Island, but it's a little bit more amplified. 100% Islay. There's a sort of a sooty, ashy bonfire notes coming through. Excuse me, I'm going to try this.
Cheers. And I have to say as well that, you know, that what you're talking about there is that some of the questions that come in about the ABV and things was from a guy called Peathead. That's his handle on YouTube, is Peathead. Greg's Whiskey Guide as well was asking, as well as Radek. But people like Peathead that are going in for exactly what the flavour profile you described there, probably it's gone beyond ambivalence to colour. Probably when they see a paler product, they're almost drawn to it because they've defined what they enjoy about a very, very peated whiskey. They're looking for power, they're looking for youth. And sometimes if it's a darker peated whiskey, they might think that maybe it's not going to be peat spirit forward, it's maybe going to be a bit more cask forward. They're almost drawn to a paler whiskey. Would you say that that's correct, or do you agree?
Yeah, I think especially with you mentioned it earlier about the older Islas that sort of calm down. I think it's fascinating with Isla whiskies or peated whiskies, where you want to use good quality wood, but you don't want to use casks that overpower the spirit, because then you lose that wonderful Isla smoky spirit style. And I think with a whiskey like Big Peat, you can tell it's all about the spirit, it's all about the nose, and it's all about the quality. So what we've done there, and although wood is super important, and I absolutely put spirit and wood at the core of our whole business. But actually with Big Peat, it's very challenging. We're not looking for, as I say, first fill or ex-bourbon cask or virgin oak cask. We're looking for the right wood to give the right representation for the Big Peat whiskey to come across. And I think sometimes, as you say, there's the smoky aficionados that will look at that and go, I know that's going to be not overpowering in one direction of a vanilla, or not overpowering in a sherry. That's to me is going to be Isla. It's going to be a smoky quality liquid. And I think that's what we've done. It's produced in small batches, so arguably every batch is slightly different, but it's produced to a specific recipe. And yes, every cask has its own DNA, so we're continually trying to balance every batch to make sure it's the same as the previous batch. But again, that's the good fun of this range. And also, whiskey doesn't have to be too serious. You can stick a big bearded man on a bottle of whiskey and get away with it. Everyone at Douglas Laing does have beards. That's a prerequisite of joining the business.
It's required. I have to admit, I was over in Islay a couple of years ago, 2018, and I met a gentleman with that very guy tattooed on his arm proudly. And that's why he was there on that island, because it's exactly that expression probably speaks directly to him, the type of whiskey that he's on that island in pursuit of. That's what Big Peat brings. So it'll be interesting to hear you're talking about. You've got some experiments coming with Big Peat in the future, maybe some age-dated Big Peat coming out. Obviously, we've talked about the other remarkable regional malts. Is that why there's no age statement on Big Peat most of the time?
He started like that. He started as I think a 13-year-old with no age statement. Everyone told Fred when he brought it out that he was mad. You can't put a guy with a beard on a bottle of whiskey. What are you doing marrying all these single cask, single malts from Islay? You're crazy. And I think the more people that said you're mad and you're crazy, the more motivational that became. But ultimately, the spirit quality is excellent. So and that's always going to be the winner. So Big Peat, we're very proud of Big Peat. He is the core of he's the captain of the regional malts. He's the one that brings it all together. And as I said earlier, we talk about Big Peat the whiskey as a human being. Is he going to that show? Will he be on YouTube on Saturday? Yes, he will. But it's a wonderful malt whiskey. And I maybe haven't answered the question there, and I've deviated off.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's just, I think we've covered the idea that I think we would all like to see more information in terms of an age somewhere on the bottle. You don't always have to lead with it. The ability to get a hold of kind of more for the enthusiast perspective to work out what's actually going in it, because it's so much nicer for us when we can enjoy our whiskey and define what we're enjoying there. And sometimes, and look at Ardbeg, they're bringing out a product and they're putting a big 5 on the front in the wee beastie. Wonderful stuff. That's got to be applauded, because that's going to help everybody adjust to the idea that young whiskey can be really quite an enjoyable and powerful prospect. And I think that's good for everyone. But I think you've covered it enough that most of the time. And I think you've proved it with the other regional remarkable malts that wherever possible, you're also trying to define a range within an age statement structure as well. You've got lots of comments, very positive, I have to say, comments coming in from the chat as well. Greg's Whiskey Guide is applauding you on your remarkable regional malt series, bringing such interesting marketing. in a refreshing range that backs up the quality as well. So you lead with that, but you back up and give a really nice whiskey experience. I'd have to say that I agree with Greg and my experience on that one as well. Graham Fraser is saying, hard to move away from Scallywag 12 right now, such a fine and affordable dram. And he's saying, yes, it is Speyside. And also, whoops, just as the chat jumps, as it tends to do, Petehead is saying, I almost got your comment there. Yeah, he's admitting that I'm absolutely right, that you'll never turn away from a Coquerin or a nice Oloroso maturation product. But if he's at Islay, yes, he's attracted to the pale stuff. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And Stewie Baby is saying, Big Pete, first time trying it now, flipping tasty. Thank you for the polite language, Stewie. Thank you so much. So there you go. Lots of people being positive about the range. So I think it is capable of speaking squarely at enthusiasts and people curious about this very, very interesting packaging as well. Fantastic stuff, Chris. I have to say, well done. There's a few of the regional malts that I'm enjoying greatly right now.
Great. Well, that's positive stuff, Roy, and keep an eye out on us, because there's more age statements coming. We had the Scallywag 13, we had a Timorous Beastie 18 as well. I think we recognise that age statement is important. I think you'll see more age statements coming through in the range as time goes on. But it's one factor in everything. I think, to conclude on that point, it's if we could legally put everything on the label, we would like to do that, but there's a Scotch Whisky Association rule that means we can't do that. So, we have asked, I know, other companies like Compass Box, talk about that in detail as well. So I think that would help. Everyone wants to know everything about the whiskies, and we can't be seen to be putting things in labels, but we'll certainly answer direct questions.
Well, the only thing is that's constant is change, and that's our job as a community, and obviously the industry itself and the producers to really try and drive it in a positive direction. I think we're not after anything to be disclosed. We're just asking for information to be shared. I think everybody's on the same page there, and it would be nice if we could move towards that, because let's face it, other whiskey producers out there across the world are less encumbered, and they're able to do a lot more flexible things. It would be a shame if we clipped our own wings, I think, in terms of not just Scotch whisky. I think a lot of it is there. It's there for a reason, we understand. But that's not to say it can't change in a positive direction. Chris, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for this additional gift. I can say that the fund, we could do this today, guys. We really could do this. We're up at £3,475 with donations in from Cresimir Ustar, Alex Arnott, Gregor McQuee, Adam Brown, Bud Jenkins. So many familiar names and things in there helping to bump it up. Radu is Ionescu, it looks like, Ionescu. Henry Blake, Craig Ritchie, Cal Mick, GHP. Lots of donations coming in, helping to bump that up. We're doing very well, 3,500. I think we could meet that 5,000 and get that bottle out of Scott Adamson's hand to go into the pile as well. Chris, I'll raise this glass of a 21-year-old Rock Island. I have to say I'm enjoying it very much, and thank you for joining us today.
Cheers, Roy. Thanks, everyone.
Sláinte.
Sláinte.
Let's see who we have now. We are running a wee bit late. It's probably down to me. Not skilled at this. I need to find ways of being a wee bit more succinct. But honestly, I think if we're sharing valuable, interesting information and you're enjoying it, it's whiskey. Let's not rush it. I'm going to head over to a world whiskey now. I'm going to welcome in Angela Dorazio. I hope, Angela, I'm pronouncing your second name properly, and that she's going to share a couple of Swedish whiskies with us. I hope she's available and available to pop in on the stream. Looks like maybe. I'm looking at a black screen right now. Perhaps Angela needs to switch on her camera.
Everything was going very, very well there, and I've just seen that Angela's screen has paused, Roy.
Do you want us to go ahead and just shift this, give her a second and potentially shift the slot?
Let's do that. Let's speak to Boutique Dave, and I'll give Angela a call and just sort everything out. But in the meantime, I just got a message behind the scenes, and Connell from Adelphi has very kindly added a 2007 Kalila Sherry Bomb into the prize fund. So even guys that aren't on the screen this time round, they're being very, very generous. So thank you to Connell.
Wonderful stuff. I know exactly the expression that he's added there. That's very, very generous of Connell. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
So I'll bring Dave in and I'll give Angela a call.
That's excellent. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to welcoming Dave if he's available. That would be great. Boutique Dave, how are you, my friend?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you, sir. Yeah, had a bit of a hangover this morning, but yeah, I'm back on form again now.
That's the trouble with the lack of structure and these kind of days, just one day merging into the next as well. We forget what night is a weekend night and what night's a weeknight and things like that.
I was convinced it was Sunday today because it's a bank holiday down in England yesterday, and there was a street party here, a socially distant street party, where we all sat on our front gardens, and there was 40s music, there was flags out everywhere, and then there were serious drinking afterwards. But,
some celebrations were had. Fantastic, David. Sounds great.
It was good to see the neighbours, yeah, even if it was like a driveway apart. But yeah,
absolutely. And it's funny how that it's social distancing, but we're bizarrely getting to know our neighbours a wee bit better because we're speaking to them suddenly over the fence and over the wall and things.
We've always, to be honest, we've been out 23 years, and yeah, we know just about everybody anyway. So it's always been quite a close neighbourhood. All the kids grew up together, so yeah, we do know our neighbours, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's not like we've just moved in and you don't.
Excellent. But I believe you're bringing a wee bit of fun for us today as well, and also a whiskey. In fact,
well, hopefully we'll have a bit of fun.
Point relief, if I'm right.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have a bit of fun. Yeah, obviously we do, Sam and I, Dr. Whiskey and I, do a podcast once a month, although it's running out every other week at the moment. Yeah. The Uncorked Whiskey Sessions, and we try. Whiskey's about fun. That's what whiskey. Whiskey is all about people. It's a drink and it's about fun. So yeah, we do try and have a bit of fun. We play silly games on our podcast, and we have a silly game to play a little bit later on. Yes, sir.
Which is, sorry, the game that you're going to play a wee bit later on, yes?
We're going to play some anagrams.
Well, I tend to, it's the type of game that gets me shouting and screaming at the screen. It's terribly frustrating. I know that we're going to get to the game in a little minute. It's terribly frustrating when you have somebody on the show that gets it just ahead of me. That's frustrating, being the competitive spirit that I am. But it's interesting because I've already admitted that I went ahead and I bought a whiskey that I was discussing with Chris from Douglas Laing earlier in the week. But you and I had a little brief chat about a whiskey as well, and I was suitably curious. And I pulled the trigger on that one as well. So it also helped. It meant that it was free shipping as well because I went over the threshold to get some free shipping. But I picked up this, Dave. Is that what you have in your hands?
It is. Well, it is what I have in my hand. I've made it into a highball actually, which is the real reason we created it right from the beginning. So it was used to being able to be mixed everything.
Well, I'll tell you what this is, and you can maybe tell me what it's all about. This is the Boutique Whisky Company's World Whisky Blend, and it's remarkable for a couple of reasons. It's a blend, but it's a world whisky blend. But also, this is a Boutique Whisky Company bottle, but it makes me feel small because this is 70 cl, whereas I'm used to holding your bottles being a wee bit weird. Normally, your single cask releases go out in 50 cl bottles. This is full size.
We will still be doing the 50 cl batches for the distilleries and the other whiskies that we do, but because they are different. Every batch is different. We never say single cask and we never say cask strength. Some of them are and some of them aren't. Certainly right from the beginning, our batches were very, very small, but we've always wanted to have, really we wanted a core range, but we haven't been able to do that because if you want to get a core range, you need to have a lot of whiskey in stock, and we haven't got a lot of whiskey in stock. But lots of people were asking us for something that they could put on their shelves continuously. And that's where the idea for a world whiskey blend came up. So, I mean, even today, 89% of the world drinks blended Scotch whiskey as opposed to single malt whiskey. Blends are the backbone of the Scotch whiskey industry. And we thought it'd be cool. There's an independent bottler where we're just really fascinated with great whiskey. Yes, we've bottled lots of Scotch whiskey, but we've also found a lot of these small craft distillers around the world that are making whiskey particular to their region. They talk about regional malts of Scotland. These are regional malts of the world. They're making their own whiskey for their own region, and it is very much regional. So we thought we'd put some of these together as a world whiskey blend.
And what you mentioned there is you held up your highball glass. I think that's, while you're playing your game, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'll maybe go off and make myself a wee highball. But has this been put together to be the kind of perfect foundation, a kind of almost like a world celebration of whiskey and a perfect foundation for highballs? Is that the idea?
That was the original. I mean, most of our inspiration came out of here. Dave Broom's Whiskey, the Manual. That's where our inspiration, because he lists sort of 5 mixes. So neat, has it neat? 6 is it soda, ginger, cola, coconut water, and tea. Yeah, 5. So he marks it, scores them under 6 different scores. And we wanted it to, the new way of drinking whiskey is starting to emerge, is drinking blended whiskey with tonic, and it works remarkably well. I just mixed a blended, well-blended whiskey with some tonic on ice, and I've garnished it with some green apple because it works very, very well.
So is that specifically tonic water as opposed to soda water you've used?
Yeah, I've used tonic water this time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I lived in the Far East for a long time, and everybody drinks Scotch whiskey there, either with a bucket of, always with a bucket of ice, bottle of soda, bottle of Coke. So they are the 2 mixes that people have in the Far East. Very, very common. Coconut water was just starting to come in when I was there. I left in '98. Coconut water was starting to come in as a product and being used as a mixer. Saying, the classic highball is Japan with their soda. You get highballs on draft in Japan, which I love. And, the Canadians, where our head of whiskey, Dr. Whiskey, Sam Simmons, comes from, they use ginger. So it's a Scotch and ginger. Americans and sort of Southeast Asia, cola, green tea in China. And they do. I've seen them make highballs using green tea. And it's a different style of green tea. They get bottles of green tea, like we get bottles of fizzy drink over here. Yeah. But lots of people drink whiskey like that. They're not into it's just a drink, and they enjoy it, and that's what it was all about. Yeah.
And I think it's always important. It was pointed out when somebody referenced Charlie McLean earlier today. It's always important to talk about the kind of whole whiskey landscape. The idea that most of the whiskey aficionados, enthusiasts, connoisseur, I don't know how you want to refer to yourself as a whiskey geek, but if most of the time you're kind of sitting there and you're really, really pulling flavors out and you're analyzing whiskey, and that can be a lot of fun. But for so many people, in fact, as you quite rightly say, in terms of the Scotch landscape, still 80 to 90% of the volume that's out there is for blends. It's blended whiskey. People are using whiskey as just a nice, refreshing, comfortable drink. That's still very much the bulk of it. And I think it's always nice when you discover, for me, as I get a wee bit older, I can only have 1 or 2 beers and I've had enough, thank you. It's really, really nice to be able to reach for a nice, refreshing drink that tastes good and feels good. And that's exactly what you've just described.
Yeah. We wanted a world blend because of all the distilleries that we've worked with. And, a blended, we're passionate about Scotch whiskey, and we love blended Scotch whiskies. I love Scotch whiskey highballs and Scotch and soda and a lot of the great blended Scotches. They're great. Anywhere in the world you can pick up a quality blended Scotch, something like Black Label that we all know, you'll find that everywhere in the world. And that's a nice feeling to have when you see that on the back of a bar in some obscure place, and you think, oh, I just fancy a scotch and a soda. That's just perfect. So yeah, this is what we wanted to do with our World Whisky Blend.
Perfect. Well, while I go and mix myself a highball, I think I'd like to hand over the stream to you. Would that be appropriate?
Are we going to do that right now, or do you want to talk about what's in this whiskey? Or
are you willing to tell us? That would be amazing. Yes, absolutely.
Well, I can tell you the countries rather than the distilleries. I'm not sure if I can tell all the distilleries, but I'm going to mention the whiskies that are in it. So we wanted a good grain in the background of it, and we wanted corn grain. So the base of this is Canadian double distilled corn whiskey. We've got some Irish single grain in there. We've got some Kentucky bourbon, some Tennessee bourbon, some Tennessee rye, and some American single malts from some other craft distilleries. We've got whiskies from Finland, Taiwan, Sweden, France, Switzerland, India, and the Netherlands, and a bit of malt and rye from the Netherlands, so you can quickly work out where that comes from.
Right.
And there is a dash of Scotch whiskey as a nod to the industry that we've taken this from, effectively.
Wow. So it is truly a world whiskey. That's quite amazing.
It very much is a world whiskey. It's definitely something that we wanted to do. And, it isn't huge batch, but it is big batch, and it's something we can repeat.
You can repeat it.
Yes, although the recipes may change with different countries, there's lots of new distilleries around the world thinking, hang on, we'd like to be part of this. We wouldn't mind being on the back of your label and telling that we're in it as well. So, yes, there's people asking to be in it. We haven't put it on the first one, I don't think. I don't think there's any brands in there. But, yes, that's...
Along the back, it's recommending that I can mix this with green tea, cola, coconut water, tonic, soda, ginger ale, or sip it neat. You
can indeed. Yeah, it's not bad neat. We've shared a bottle, me and my neighbour, over Christmas, and just sat there and put the worlds to right with a bottle. It's just a great, easy drinking whiskey. So I'm just going to pour myself one neat as well.
Let's try a wee dram together neat then, shall we? Now this is typical. Blends the world over would have almost always been bottled at 40%. They were almost always designed to be going over ice or to be used as the base for a mixer blended Scotch. This is a little bit higher, actually. It's 41.6%. There's no age statement on this. I don't imagine that an age statement would ever be part of the scope for this, Dave. Is that right?
I don't know. No, at the moment there's no age statement on it. But everything, because we put whiskey on it, everything's older than 3 years old. So that's all I can say. I have no idea on the age makeup on this. The ABV is a reference to a postcode in Toronto where Dr. Whiskey comes from. So yes, every blend is 40% ordinarily, but we just thought it'd be a bit quirky and hide his postcode in the ABV.
I'd have to say
Toronto zip code. Yeah,
it sounds very boutiquey and sentiment, just to have a bit of fun, just for kicks. So there's a bit of an inside joke. 416416 is a postcode for Sam, is it?
Yeah, Sam Simmons, head of whiskey.
Cheers, my friend. I'll have a wee sip. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. Choc D. So spicy rye coming through there.
And there is rye, yeah, there's spice. It's fragrant, it's floral, it's nice, it's light. Summery, it's appropriate. I mean, this isn't nice sweetness. I think I could pick this out as a blend, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Could I pick it out as that would make a perfectly lovely summer sipper. I could see how you and your friend managed to put away so much of it together.
We killed a bottle on Christmas Eve. Yeah.
Very easy on the palate. I mean, this isn't going to attract hordes of malt drinkers. This is meant when the company, the people you're with, are supposed to take more focus than the drink you're drinking. Would that be right?
Absolutely. Well, I think whiskey was always designed to be about a social element rather than the geeky that we turned into. I think whiskey is much more of a social element that most people, the majority of people, don't really want to know the ins and outs of the line arms and the condensers. They just want a good drink and a good time.
Certainly, when you all get together, that's absolutely true. And I think that whiskey's very good at bringing people together. That geekiness, that fascination, the wonderful thing that whiskey is, does bring people together. But then when we are together, it kind of takes a back seat and lets us be people together. I think that's very true. But if I poured a dram like the teapot dram here, I mean, every sip would be shouting for your attention, I think. It's a different animal, a different beast. Whereas this is quite happy to just be part of the social occasion. I think that's what it's intended to do.
Yeah, it's
excellent.
What it is. Yeah.
Are you ready for the game for the patient whiskey folks? I'll see, Dave, if there's anybody got any questions about it. Yeah, Jimmy Legg is asking, how long is this one vatted together? Do you vat this first? Do you marry?
Yes, we do marry it. When we first started Boutique Whiskey, we never had our own bottling hall. We have our own bottling facilities now in Edinburgh with marrying vats and tons. So yes, all of our whiskey ordinarily gets bottled in Edinburgh now, but this first run that we did of the World Whiskey Blend, we actually did it in our facilities in Kent because we can, because we were recording a session of the Uncorked Whiskey Sessions podcast at the time, and we had Dave Broom in the studio because it was that homage to him as well as to Scotch whiskey, and we wanted that first bottle to come off the line and him grab it and take it upstairs, and then we could talk about it and make the highballs, and in fact we tried the whiskey 7 different ways while we were talking, and you can listen to what Dave Broom thinks of it, and he's reviewed it recently on his website and gave us a very fabulous review. Yeah.
Where would we find your podcast, Dave?
On all the usual streaming services, Spotify, Amazon, iTunes. Just look out for the Uncorked Whiskey Sessions.
Anywhere where podcasts exists, search for
Absolutely.
Dave and Sam on the Uncorked Whiskey Sessions. You've lots of guests involved in there as well. You always kind of try and keep that fun as well.
Yeah, we try and keep it fun. We have guests. We keep it geeky. We like our whiskey geekiness as well, but we also get a bit silly because it's about, in fact, we love it when we're sitting in the studio together with people. At the moment, we're having to record remotely like this, and it's not the same.
Yes.
Although we're drinking, but we're not sharing those drams, which is what whiskey's about, really.
Yeah. We're going to have to make do for a little while to come yet, Dave. Just keep it as much fun and keeping connection with each other as much as we can. We're fortunate to live in the times where the technology can keep your podcast going despite it all. But fantastic. Are you going to share your game with us, my friend? And I'm
going to share my screen. Let's see what it is. Okay, let's share a screen. Here we go.
I'll leave you to it, and I can go and make my highball, I think.
Okay.
Good luck, everybody. How's this going to work? Did the crowd get to participate here, or?
I guess so. I'm going to run the clock, as in you've all seen Countdown.
Yep.
You may have heard of Countdown on the television, on the radio. It's an anagram type competition, a game. This is just for fun. Whoever comes up first, I guess I'll look at that in the live comments as they come through.
So does each anagram have its own countdown?
Yes, each anagram will have a 30-second countdown, which I've played on the ukulele because I haven't copied. I've copied their ding, 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 ding. Yeah, it is. It's that Boutique's Whiskey Company's independent bottles since 2012, but it's our anagrams. It's just one of the silly games that we play on a lunchtime or an afternoon session, and certainly something we play on our podcast with our guests. And so ordinarily we would be sitting around the room with a bottle like this, and someone would hold up the anagram, or we would see it on a screen. And if we'd guessed what the distillery was, we would pull our cork and make it go. We wet it. Pop it. Oh, God, I need a real poppy one. Let's get a real poppy one here.
Some are better than others.
There we go.
Yeah.
We would pop it to buzz in. That would be our, but it's going to be difficult in here. But we call it anagrams, and they're all distilleries. They're all distilleries or brands, and there's not many today. But I'm ready to play when you are.
So do you need me to stay here then?
No, sir, I'm ready to go. If everyone can see this screen, and I will take over from now.
Well, when I get back into my seat, I'm going to play along in the chat, Dave. Good luck, my friend. Good luck.
All right then, sir. Okay, everybody, are you ready for the first one this afternoon? This is Anagrams. We've taken over. This is now the Uncorked Whiskey Sessions taken over. The first anagram is coming up. Tin Moat. I'll start the clock. Pete Head's gone straight in there. Yeah, we've got a winner there. Adrian Carr's come up with it as well. It's 2 winners there. Yes, indeed, that was, of course, Tomatin. Well done. Well done there. We've got a few people coming in with Tomatin now. Oh, yes, indeed. There we go. Yeah, this is a silly game we play on our podcast and on our afternoon tea sessions. Yeah, still hungover. And on Instagram every day during the weeks. So, eyes down looking. Here we go. Number 2 is coming up. Unpolled yet. Pete Head was in there again first as well. God, this is a competitive play here. Yes, indeed. A lot of you now coming in there. Worthington Photos, Philip Knight. Yeah, you've all got that Greg's Whiskey Guide. It's all coming in. Of course it is. It's old Pulteney. Well played. Yeah, you're very quick on there, Pete Head. We have some very competitive players when we're playing this at lunchtimes as well, who are first in there every time. When I see this, I love playing it. Because I'm bloody rubbish at doing it. So that's why I tend to write them so I don't have to play. Anyway, here we go. On to the next one. I'm ready with my clock. Are you ready? Leggy Neon. Leggy Neon. Oh, where's my clock? I've lost my clock. Oh, it is. Yeah, a few extra seconds there. No A in there. I couldn't see an A in there. Leggy Neon. There's no. I think there's a couple of people getting it right there now. Yes, indeed. It's coming through there. Who was the first one? Right up the front on my chat line. It is. It's Pete Head again. Yes, indeed, it was indeed Glengoyne. Well done. You're very quick at this, sir. Are you ready for the next one? I don't think there's as many, but let's have a go. Here we go. The next one is Karma Kim. Karma Kim. How are we doing? 30 seconds coming down. My fingers aren't that fast. Tell me about it, David. I am bloody rubbish about it. No, don't stop, Pete Head. Carry on. Just drive them into the ground. Kill them. Leggy Neon, wasn't that a band? Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah, well done. Yes, we've got it all. They've got some winners there. First one I've seen. Oh, it was indeed the first one. Adrian Carr came up first there. It was indeed. Mackmyra. It's very topical this afternoon, I think you'll find. Looks very topical indeed. Are you ready for the next one? Oh, I love this one. Diagonal Slug. Diagonal Slug. And they were always kill them. That'll be your internet streaming service there. Any answers on that one? Yes, lots of you coming in through there. Obviously, can I spell? You talk about it. Dave K came in with Douglas Laing pretty quickly there. And then a lot more of you got it up there. Well done. It was indeed. I do like the diagonal slug. We will always known Douglas Laing now as diagonal slugs. Have we got another one? Let's see. We have one more. Bon Salt. I'll start the clock. I hate anagrams. All I see is the blame. Yeah, you and me. I hate it. My kids think I've got nuts. Yeah, my kids know I've got nuts, Angela. Yeah, we've got first one in there. Blanton. Yeah, it's coming through there. Well done. Well played. You're too quick at this. Better than me. Crikey. Yes, indeed. It was indeed Blanton's. Well done. I think Jay Francis has come up there as first. Someone's obviously looking in the background here. Is there another one? I don't know. I can't remember. I'm getting old. Yes, there is. There is. Hat Mud. I'll start the clock. Hat Mud. Wait, too many letters? We've never gone over 26. Yeah, Rob Goodall's got it with a boom as well. How about that? But yeah, you're all coming in there now. It's not that difficult, is it, once you start to see it? I would have done this live with my ukulele, but I can't do it the same every time and I'll mess up. So that's why I recorded it, and it took me a long time to do it as well. Yes, indeed, it was Tamdhu. Well done to everybody. How do you answer before the question is on? I'll check your internet, Greg. That's what's happening, because everybody's coming through with it. It's your streaming. You're running behind, I think. If we got any more? No, that's it. Regular whiskey stuff may resume. Thank you very much for playing along this afternoon. I hope that's lightened your afternoon up a little. That was
fantastic.
Whiskey sessions.
Fantastic, buddy. Well done. And we recognise a theme there as well, that you've paid homage to a lot of other participants, all joining in here in collaboration to try and raise money for Maggie's as well. Excellent stuff, Dave. My wife was very pleased. She poked her head in the door just a moment ago and she was celebrating that she was 4th on Glengoyne. I don't know too much, but that was great fun. It was great fun. I couldn't help but participate and play along.
I love it when people get really competitive on it and they're trying to type it as fast as they can.
I know. That's right. But the thing is, I think if you see it and you get it fast. And if you don't see it straight away, it's going to take you a long time to fathom it out. It either comes or it doesn't. You're right.
Absolutely.
So if anybody wants to play along and play some more anagrams with Dave and Sam through the podcast, and they're also having a lot of fun on Instagram and things regularly, you can follow these guys on their regular social media channels, and you can pick up their podcast wherever you would pick up your podcast content from. They're all over and available everywhere. Wonderful stuff, Dave. I've poured myself a world whiskey, but I've gone a wee bit adventurous based on the inspiration. On the back label, it suggested that ginger ale might be a good idea, and I'm enjoying it very much.
Yeah, it does go together. That's a Canadian way, so that's that's Dr. Whiskey's favourite way is world whiskey blend and ginger. Yeah, it works very well.
It does, and I think it's perfect because it's quite muggy and warm today.
It's very sticky in here today, I must admit. The office is quite sticky.
Need a wee break in the weather, I think, my friend. Thanks for coming along and joining with us, Dave. Thanks for bringing a bit of fun, and thanks for giving me a break at the halfway point. And I look forward to the next time that you and I have an opportunity to bump into each other.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for everyone playing along with my silliness. If you want to play again, we have a monster game of anagrams next Saturday when we do the World Whisky Day next Saturday.
Yes.
And we are, Boutique Whisky are doing the World Whisky Summit. We've got lots of guests on talking about world whiskey. Obviously, we'll be drinking world whiskey highballs, but we have a monster game of anagrams on that session. That's next Saturday evening at 7 o'clock.
Where will we find you?
If you check on our website, boutiquewhiskey.com, all the information is on there for that. Or if you're on Twitter, I live on Twitter. It is a little village. I always call Twitter as a little village just outside of Bedford, which is the little village I live in, because I do live on Twitter. I live on social media 24/7, and people can find me on there. And I'm generally pretty stupid on there, but I do answer everybody's questions wherever I can, on whiskey, on boutique whiskey, on any whiskey. I've even been answering questions on tequila today because I quite like tequila as well. But,
excellent, Dave. Excellent. Good luck with next week then, and thank you so much for participating today, and also thank you for your generous donations towards the prize fund today. And I can share with everybody that we're now up at £3,700 with donations in from John Musham. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right there. Andrew Mitchell, Jesper Jesperson, Leanne Rayner, Star Leanne Rob, McClintock, Willie Dolier, Zara Amiri, Tom Nicol, Mickey Plummer, so many of you helping to lift that fund up. Thank you so much.
Well done, everyone, and well done, Tomatin, and thank you, Roy. It's been lovely to see you.
You're always welcome, my friend. I look forward to the next time. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers, buddy. Bye.
Yes, as I mentioned there, we've just managed to, with another donation in from Joe Rudd, to push that up over £3,700. I've got the feeling that we could get there if we make the £5,000 target that Scott Adamson set out. He's going to throw in his very, very rare and very special bottle, that Maggie's bottling that he's been keeping in his cabinet for a long, long time. So that'll swell the prize fund even further. Head along to the link that's at the bottom of the video description if you want to donate to the Just Giving page. As you heard Andrew talk about at the start of the stream, it's a very, very important charity at a time when charities are genuinely struggling across the board. So you generous whiskey community that you always are, let's see if we can reach our target of £5,000. You can continue to donate. If you're watching this on the replay, please continue to donate right up until next Friday, when Scott is going to draw the results of the prizes live on the Tomatin Softer Session stream, which goes out on Friday night. So you've got another 6 days to continue donating. Thanks to everyone for your generosity. Now I'm going to see if we've got any luck with Angela from Mackmyra, to see if she's able to join us. We're still looking. Oh, it looks like she might be. Yeah, there she appears. Angela, can you hear me?
Hi there. Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, I pronounced your surname Derazio. Tell me I got it somewhere close to how it should be pronounced.
Yeah, acceptably.
It's acceptable. Thank you so much. Okay, we can see you, we can hear you. I think hopefully everybody in the chat, give me a thumbs up if you can see and hear Angela. Okay, welcome to Lockdown Whisky Festival, Angela. Now, if I'm correct, I believe you are the whiskey maker for Mackmyra, correct?
Yes, that's true. I'm the nose. I'm the chief nose officer, master blender at Mackmyra Whiskey.
Yes. So you're responsible for bringing all the expressions that we've seen from Mackmyra recently. Things are going quite well at Mackmyra. We're starting to see you very, very regularly. How are things?
Well, right now it's a Corona, so we're kind of at home doing hand sanitizers and trying to sell our whiskeys mostly in Sweden. But other than that, I think pretty well. We are We are not only in Sweden. Otherwise, we are, moving outside of Sweden. We sell a lot of in Germany, some in France, and now also some in the UK. And then, a lot of people have heard about us.
Yes.
We're getting there.
Absolutely. And I noticed that you've been very active yourself. You've been hosting online tastings and events and things like that. And is that to share the whiskies that you're bringing with us today? Because I think you've donated, you've made a very, very generous gesture. I'll just remind everybody that wasn't tuning in at the start that what Mackmyra and Angela are doing is that for every bottle of and I'm going to try and pronounce this as well, you'll have to guide me, Angela, Grönte.
Grönt te.
Grönte, okay.
Yeah.
The Grönte, for every bottle that's purchased, they will donate a further £8 towards the Maggie's fundraising campaign, which is a tremendous gesture. But also, if you look on their web store, I believe for the offer, they're also giving a free nosing and tasting glass along with the purchase as well. And you're going to speak to us about that very expression so we can get a bit of interest as to why we should consider making a purchase on it. But also you want to speak to us about the Svensk-esque.
Yes.
Is it esk or Svensk-ek?
Svensk-ek, which means oak in Swedish.
Okay. I'm going to blame Scott for spelling it wrong. It's lucky I spotted that. Yeah, ek for oak, yes.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, so I don't have the Swedish oak with me. I have Grönt te, and I also have our latest Moment bottling with me, the Moment 22, which means catch 22 in Swedish. But I'll say something about Grönt te to start with.
Perfect.
And this is a whiskey that was. The idea of making this came through one of my travels. I was in Japan in 2013, and I got to taste some really lovely, high quality Japanese green tea, and I was stunned by the aromatic profile of that. How very close it was to whiskey, the floweriness and the herbalness and the beautiful. Yes, the whole sort of expression was very similar to a beautiful whiskey. So I thought, that must go together well with the whiskey. I need to try to do that. And and then I got home to Sweden and I got to know Yoko Ono, which is the lovely Japanese lady tea grower who lives in Sweden and imports fine Japanese teas. And I her, and then I bought some of her teas and I did some maceration with them, and I used these casks, the 30-liter casks that we sell to privates. They are our great racing casks, you could say, because everything goes really fast when you have a small cask.
Racing casks. Is that what you said there?
Racing car cask.
Yeah, racing casks. So active casks, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a racing car. It's like everything goes really fast. You have to hold the steering wheel so you don't get off the road.
Understand.
Yeah.
So does that mean how long does the spirit spend in those casks?
Well, it was an 8-year-old previously held in bourbon casks, and then I when I did the test, I knew after 6 months that this was a hit. Wow. So 6 months, I knew it, and then we could, scale it up and buy more tea from Yoko, and then we seasoned our quarter casks, the ones that we use a lot in Svensk-ek and Bruks and Svensk Rök, the Swedish smoke as well.
Yes.
And and then the maceration gave the tea, gave the casks a good touch. Was also diluted with some oloroso instead of water, and we usually macerate for 2 months. We season the casks for 2 months. That's common at Mackmyra. So anything we buy, and wines and stuff, and Swedish cloudberry wines and stuff.
So that's interesting. Sorry, just to put. So you're taking the tea and macerating it with oloroso sherry.
Well, no, we macerated the tea with pure spirit, so clean vodka, sort of.
Okay.
And yes, and then when after when we had done it, we had to take down the alcohol before putting it into casks, because otherwise it would not be a good collaboration with the spirit and the cask. So instead of using water, we used oloroso to bring it down.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. And then the tea maceration, the 4 different teas that were used, seasoned the casks for 2 months, and then taken out, of course, and then we add the whiskey that was 8-year-old. This one was 8-year-old, yes, and then it spent 19 months together with tea casks, if you want to call them like that. And when we then thought they were great to use.
And that's what we have. I almost wish that I had it on hand, but I don't have any of this. So I'm imagining that grönt te is literally Swedish for green tea.
Yes, it is.
So,
Yeah.
so
So yeah. Continue.
describe what that's produced after an 8-year-old spirit that's gone into these specially treated casks for 19 months. And you probably, perhaps when they first went into the casks, you were willing to be patient. You were going to wait to see just how long it took in order for it to produce what you hoped would be the end result, 19 months. Describe then what do we have? What's come out of that?
Well, so there are 4 different tea types, and each one of them has, of course, their own personality. The hojicha, which is a roasted tea, which has less leaves and more stems, has a very lovely roasty, toasted character to it, which sort of enhances the toastedness from the casks itself.
Oh.
It's just that it's a different tone, of course. And the Yame Sencha, the Sencha tea, which is from the Yame region, gives a floweriness and a herbal, like a really delicate herbal green tone to it. The other 2, the Gyokuro and the Matcha, they are a bit more, the Gyokuro is really a lot of green leaves also, and the Matcha as well. So you kind of can't really distinguish them. But the first 2 I mentioned, they are really, they have their own character, and you can really sense them. So it's perhaps a person who hasn't drunk a lot of green tea doesn't sense this much when you taste the whiskey, or when you nose the whiskey. I don't know if any of your people around that listens and sees this has tried the grönt tea, but in the aftertaste you can definitely sense it. In the aftertaste, it's there. You have the spiciness and the herbalness that comes from it.
Wow. And how is this presented? We know roughly what the age is now. It's approaching almost a 10-year-old product by the time it's ready.
Well, this is I would say the youngest, because this is not 100% the green tea in this one.
I see. Okay, I understand.
As I always do when I blend my bottlings, I start with 100%, and then I add other casks to make it, rich and balanced and everything. And in this case, I stopped at 45%. So 45% of this green tea bottling has green tea casks in it. And the other casks are Oloroso casks also, Swedish oak, New American oak, and ex-bourbon.
Interesting. So quite a vatting together. And how much of that do you think that somebody that's maybe not a green tea lover, but perhaps a whiskey lover, would that present to them? Would they be able to pick up the green notes? Would they be able to pick up the floral, the delicate things that you were after? Would that be obvious to a whiskey drinker?
No, I think if you're a whiskey drinker, you can sense the herbalness, and you can sense some of the difference in the aromatics that comes from the green tea.
Okay.
If you're a green tea drinker, if you're, for example, in Japan, they use the hojicha tea and drink a lot, both cold brewed and warm brewed. So they use it as a everyday drink. So if you use, for example, the hojicha tea, you can definitely directly sense it in the nose and in the taste as well, and the stench as well, I would say.
That's interesting. That's interesting. It makes me want to have a nose and a taste right now, but I don't have it on hand. And I think that's what the trouble with this wonderful technology. We're able to get together and share the concepts and the ideas of the whiskey and hear the stories behind it. But we're just sometimes often that little bit out of reach. We have to be a little bit more patient before we can taste it. David Owens is in the chat, and he's asking, could you ask Angela if she's responsible for putting the Kongstorf together because he really likes it? Am I pronouncing that wrong?
Kongstorf?
Yes.
Kongstorf, yes. Yes.
That's one of your
I had to think about it, but yes.
How long have you been at Mackmyra now, Angela?
Well, I started working with Mackmyra when I still was, I was coming off duty at Aqvavitae, the whiskey bar in Stockholm, and I started the Scotch Malt Whisky Society in Sweden. So that was 2002. And then 2004, I was joining staff and started blending immediately 2005, where we had the first bottlings coming out 2006. So
Wow.
A few years.
Yeah, you've been there a while now. But that's interesting. So you came from the perspective of a whiskey enthusiast.
I did. I did some, of course, I did sommelier training, and I got, I started off actually as a brand ambassador for Glenmorangie. That was my first job.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. And in 92. And then I got the job at Aqvavitae, and I held a lot of tastings there. I was like a whiskey factory, like 2 tastings every day for 5 years in a row or something. And brought people to Scotland. And then I started up the Scotch Malt Whisky Society in Sweden with my then husband. And then, I don't know, I met the Mackmyra guys at Aqvavitae, and then it was like super fun to join them at that time when they started. And from there on, I started blending. I wasn't a seasoned blender, of course. I knew the sensory part quite well. But then I had a lot of good friends in Scotland. My mentor, Jim McEwen, Ruchladi at Bowmore then, and then Ruchladi later. I got very many good advices, and I joined many competitions, so I learned a lot, certainly. And and then I think it was 2008. My boss said, "Well, Angela, we need to upgrade your title from head of development to master blender." That's how it went.
So that's 12 years now you've been master blender at Mackmyra then. Fantastic. You've been there longer. So it's quite a long career then, early 90s till now in whiskey. Fantastic. I've got a question from Stewie asking, could you ask Angela which expression she is most proud of? Difficult.
I get that question all the time, and it's like, I think this Grand Prix is really something that I'm very proud of. As I am a bit of a rebel at heart, I like to do the things that are a bit, outside the regular box.
Yes.
But certainly, well, I don't know if many of you have tried the moment bottlings. Those are the more, they look like this. They are more exclusive. They're just the limited edition, like the seasonals ones, but they are in between 1,000 and 4,000 or 5,000 maximum bottles. there are quite some moments that I've done that I really enjoy, like Bärnsten, that was Swedish oaks, smoketail, cloudberry wine finish, and what else? Körsbär, which was the cherry wine finish. The moment Eva with birch wine finish and Oloroso and cherry wine, and moment Skog.
You're responsible for a lot of experimentation and a lot of variation over the years. Can I ask, would you happen to know, what's this this new one, this Grunt Day? How much will it retail for? I guess you're only able to tell us in euros, I would imagine.
Well, I think in Sweden it's about 60 euros, and I think it's the same more or less outside of Sweden. It's around our seasonal whiskies. I think they are at that price.
Okay, so maybe around 50 or so pounds.
Yeah, you have to check. You have to check on the Mackmyra.com, our web shop.
Actually, now that I'm speaking loudly, I remember that Scott Adamson has already told us that here he comes. He's appeared. You've got a price.
It was $59.90, I think, around about, and that was with the free glass and the donation to Maggie's. And I'm enjoying it now, Roy. It's outstanding. So I'll need to get it down to you. So really, really nice stuff. So I'll leave you guys to it.
You've opened it.
Thanks, Bob.
Of course, yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Scott. I just wanted to add, it's not year old, the whole product. So the product is between 7.5 and 15-year-old. So the mix is there. It's just the tea part that has that in, which is like 10-year-old now.
Okay, good. Fantastic. Thanks, Scott. Thanks for coming in. As I was speaking out loudly there, I remembered that it had been mentioned earlier in the stream. Now, tell us, you've got another one there to share. You're talking about the moment. These are your special edition. You've got one there. That was the other one that you wanted to share. What makes it special edition? Is it batch size? Is it concept?
Well, this is something. This is called Catch 22 in Swedish, Moment 22. Moment 22, and this has 1,100 bottles, and this one I have in my hand is bottle number 70, and it's actually a part of the very few first bottles that was produced by Mackmyra when we started. So I don't know if you read our history. We made an early limited edition series that was super young. It was 3-year-old, 3, 4, 5-year-old, called Preludium. So the Preludium series, have you heard about it?
I haven't heard about it. No, go right ahead.
Right, okay. So the Preludium series was released by us just when I started working at Mackmyra, so 2006 and 7, the years after that. And they were just, they were just 3-year-old whiskey, 3 and 4-year-old whiskey, because we had so many people following us and being our 30-liter casks in Sweden, and we wanted them to be a part of the journey we were on. So we wanted them to taste the stuff as it came out right then. So we made like 12,000 bottles of the Preludium number 1 and so on, and half of that stuff were sold. I don't know if there are any Swedes looking at this program now, but Swedes would tell you about the big queues outside the monopoly shops in the morning when we released them. People were standing in queue for hours to get a bottle of that. That was the first Swedish whiskey coming out. But half of that stuff weren't sold through the monopoly shops because they only decided to buy half of it. And they decided because it's a monopoly. So the other half was still in our warehouses. We sold a few, but we had a lot of it still. And we decided some years ago to put it back into the cask because as you know, then it was very young, and we got a lot of critics, even though we told everybody that was a young whiskey. It is a young whiskey. The name was Preludium, and that means in Latin, preluder. It means before, before it's ready. But I guess at that time, Swedish people were only knowing about Scottish whiskey and very much aged whiskey. So I think a lot of them were really surprised and got angry with the fact that, it didn't taste old enough for them. So we got a lot of critics, and the stuff we still had in our warehouses, we decided to uncork and put it back into casks and age it further. So that's what we did. We took our racing casks, some Swedish oak casks, and we put the stuff in there. So all the Preludium that we had left from 1 to 6, and we aged it for 3.5 more years. And then, we thought it was great as it is now. So this is a mix of the first 6 Preludium. It's quite smoky, because some of the Preludiums were smoky, 2 of the 6 ones. But as you know, if you have
it only
some
takes
smoky
a little
whiskey.
smoke. Yeah,
exactly. So this one has a good smokiness and a good aromatic profile from the Swedish oak as well. And we'll talk more about that. And it has also some of the lovely oiliness from the test equipment that we used as well from the first casks.
Wow.
Which gave us a bit tougher spirit than the one that we use now on the full scale equipment.
I see. That's interesting as well, because you've already had a distillery move, haven't you? You've moved into a new distillery during your history.
So we had, tell the story short, we had test equipment that was made by hand by some local smiths and some of our founders. And that came out like 30 liter every batch that was taking out the heart was 30 liter. That's hence why we started using these ones, because we wanted to develop the whiskey, of course, batch wise, and see how it came out. So that was from the end of 99, where the first drops were distilled in 18th of December 99, until the autumn of 2002, where we got fundings from the Swedish Farmers Association, and where we then could have the full scale distillery from 4 sites, the one that we bought for the first distillery, which is the Brooks Distillery, the old one that you've seen some pictures. And then in 2010, we got some land closer to Gävle, the city of Gävle. The first one was in the smaller town of Valbo, like 8 kilometers between. And there we got some beautiful forest, the old military regiment ground, and we built the Aqvavitae distillery.
Yes.
As we realized we weren't able to grow at the old distillery. We loved it, we loved the place, but we weren't able to grow. We couldn't, for example, smoke our own little smoking facility more than 6 weeks per year, because the owners didn't like the smoke in the air, which is weird, because it's like, who doesn't love peat smoke? The smoke in the air. Yeah. So we then got this other ground, and we built the Aqvavitae distillery and started making whiskey in 2011 there. And at that time, then, like the year after, in 2013, 13, we closed the old distillery. We mothballed it, and we started making only whiskey in the bright new distillery, which was a lot more, economically also.
Sure.
And fast forwarding, we reopened the old distillery 3 years ago, we made it a lab distillery. So we're kind of we're thinking of having it as an experimental distillery, but right now we're only doing gin there.
Gin.
Yes.
Interesting. And it's crazy to think that you still are only 20 years old, relatively
Yes.
speaking. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We celebrated 20 last year, and but you know, we're you could say that we're old because we were born in the last century.
Yes, 20th century distillery. Absolutely. Before we go, Angela, let me ask you a little bit about Swedish oak and how that plays a part in your distillery DNA. How is that any different from American oak or perhaps other European oak varietals? What's the difference that Swedish oak brings?
Well, every oak bears the history on where it has grown, of course. So it goes with the climate, and as Sweden is colder than the cold climate, our oaks that grows they grow up until mid Sweden, you could say, and after that there's no oak anymore.
Yes.
But it's a slowly growing oak, of course, and it's quite a dense oak. It has an aromatic profile which is a bit more Viking than the American one, I would say. Meaning
more
it has
Viking.
More Viking.
Okay.
Yeah.
How would you how does that play? How does more Viking play into flavour? And certainly when you say when it's slower growing, does that make it more difficult to cooper? I would imagine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a bit tougher to cooper. I've heard. I've never coopered it myself, but I've heard that.
Okay.
Yeah. So my favorite way of describing the aromatic profile of the Swedish oak is that it's a cigar box. So if you have a cigar box and you open it and you sense all the aromatics in there you have the Swedish oak. So it's a lot of herbalness, a lot of spiciness, a lot of tobacco tones, a lot of white pepper and tobacco leaves and sandalwood and cedarwood.
I was going to say sandalwood, cutwood, freshwood, that kind of thing. Yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Yep.
So that's of course when the wood is new. When you have it first fill, you don't sense it that much. It's more like a regular oak then.
I've got Greg from Greg's Whiskey Guide in France. He's a Mackmyra fan. He's saying the Preludium, one of the best Angela did in his opinion. And he said it's one of the best ratings in his book from around 40 Mackmyra he's tasted. So I think he's a fan of that product as well. I think he likes it too. The one that you shared with us there, is that a general release? If you've got 1,100 bottles, you said is available from that batch. Is that available across Europe? Is that available in the UK?
I think so. Yes, I think it is. It's you can definitely buy it on the Mackmyra web shop.
And what's the retail for that one?
Ooh. Well, usually it's around 120.
And is that cask strength as well?
It's very low because it lost some of the small casks.
Okay.
And the mix. Yeah. So it's 42%.
Okay, it's quite an interesting story behind it because, I mean, it's a marker of your history that's inside that bottle there. It's a marker of the journey that you've been through, and some of the market dynamics that influenced that end product. A lot of it were not your choice. A lot of serendipity is going to be mixed up in that bottle. It's quite interesting to hear the backstory behind it as well. Super. I'm sure as time goes on, and you talked about when it first came out being criticised for it being so young and things, and it's always a difficult balancing act with any new distillery, I think, because they need to generate cash, they need to generate market interest in their products. There's fans out there that want to try it. When do they release it? What's the best time to do it? It's very interesting for you to come along and tell us the challenges you faced and the reception that you had when you first released your Young Spirit. Nowadays, in these times, I know it's been 20 years, we're very used to seeing Young Spirit offered to us. spirit that's perhaps used
Yeah.
smaller casks, active casks, whatever, spirit that's perhaps even produced in the first instance to be aged for shorter periods and things. So we're used to that concept now. But back 20 years ago, Angela, I can imagine that for people that were used to drinking relatively inexpensive, mature Scotch back then, it would have been quite jarring for them.
Well, I would say even the journalists, the people that claim to be, whiskey experts that were writing about whiskey, could not distinguish between young spirit and bad spirit. I had like various conversations with some of them, and the thought of the two things being two different things dawned on them while they were talking on me, and they were criticizing the whiskey for being bad, and they haven't even thought about that idea. So that is just telling where we all were at that time.
I think that's why it's so much more healthy to have a discussion rather than have a representation. So it's nicer for you to come on here and to be able to share the story, to talk about Mackmyra, what they've gone through, what they've been through, and now the fact that you have the luxury now of being able to produce expressions with a much deeper stock profile, much more mature product, a much wider variety, in order for you to bring your bouquet of products together. And to hear you doing fantastic experimentation, things that you would never see exist in Scotch whisky production, for example, to use.
Well, they're not allowed. Poor guys, they're not allowed to do that.
Exactly. So as a whiskey
well, good for us, yeah.
As a whiskey drinker, it's nice to be able to connect and understand what distilleries such as Mackmyra are able to bring in terms of flexibility and new ideas. I'm looking forward to experiencing what Scott Adamson has already experienced there, Angela, and try a wee bit of that grunt. I'll look it out, and I may even treat myself to a wee bottle today and donate another £8 to the Maggie's charity today and get my free glass along with it. I'll raise a wee glass of what's left in here. This is what's left of the blend that I had before. I don't have any of yours on hand. Angela, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you.
Stay around in the chat, and if you see anybody asking you any questions directly in the chat, you can respond in there.
Right.
And speak to people directly. There's people that have got some quite interesting questions to ask you. James McGoran, for example, he is a Swede and living in Australia. He said, I'm curious as time goes by with Mackmyra if we'll ever see a steady age statement from them. I know there was a 10-year-old for a limited release years ago. Now that you're developing, just quickly before we go, that core range, is there a plan? Do you see a core range in the future with age statement?
Absolutely. The only thing is that when things like Corona is happening, you have to stop distilling and start making hand sanitizer instead. So you get some holes here and there with the general world economy. So that means that doing a product like that will
we have to make allowances for the big pause that we're on right now, where everything is paused for a while. But it's good to hear that that's definitely part of the plans. There's lots of people asking questions in the chat. If you're able to, Angela, it's wonderful to have access to the whiskey makers. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I wish Mackmyra every success in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me and having me here, and it's lovely hearing yours and all the lovely Scottish colleagues. Your Scottish accent is for like music for me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You're making me blush now. You're preaching to people from right across the globe just now, and it's great to hear. But is your surname, Scott and I were discussing, is it an Italian surname?
Yes, it is. My father was Italian.
Okay, so I'm close. Dorazio? No? Dorazio?
Dorazio, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Angela, a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Until next time. Cheers. Wonderful stuff. Of course, we're running very, very late. I'm going to keep apologising to you for being so late. We're already at 5 o'clock and we've still got a couple of great whiskies and a couple of discussions to have. So I'm hoping that you're all comfortable and willing to hang out with us a wee bit longer. Let's check in quickly before I jump into the chat and just see how we're doing on the fundraising. I'm pretty excited about this. Yes, 3,859 with donations coming in from Neil Sheriff, Tabitha Mills, Ben Marnock, you star Ronnie, well done, Mike Richard, and a couple others that I can't pronounce. Stefan Novak, thank you so much, and Andy Ardbaggy as well, saying fantastic effort by all concerned, the whisky community coming together. Andy, it's wonderful. We've seen it so many times as well, and it's great to see it today. I think we are before at 5 o'clock, just 3 hours into the stream, we're already at 77% of the target. Remember that this fundraiser will go ahead until Friday, and it'll be drawn on Friday night. Fantastic stuff. Let's jump into the chat and say, Jimmy Legg is saying, it is musical, sweet whiskey music, Aqvavitae. Perhaps you're talking about the accents again, Jimmy. Thank you so much. Kino Gott is saying, stop apologising. We're all loving this. Thank you. I'm a very apologetic person. I know that I don't need to all the time. Jimmy Legg is admitting that he is having fun. Great folks here as always. And Helen is saying, we are hanging in there with you. Good for you, Helen. I hope your feet is up and you've got your glass suitably charged. Gregor is saying, rumour is Roy doesn't get a toilet break before we hit 4.5k. I will, there we go. We have to hit target in order for me to get a comfort break. Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much. Let's jump in and see who is waiting to join us. Angela, Dave, it looks like we're going to be joining Lukasz as well. Lukasz, my friend, if you're available, thank you so much for your patience. You've been sitting in the background waiting. Thank you. I hope you've been comfortable there.
Listen, my pleasure. I would have been listening to this anyway, so it makes no difference. It's
wonderful
not like
stuff.
I've got anywhere to go.
I was trying to place where I knew your name from, and a little bird told me just before the stream went live that it's the Edinburgh Whisky blog.
Yeah, that's where I started. I started at as a young, fresh-faced student. My dear friend, and I, Chris Hoban, we started writing a blog back in 2008. It's now another friend, Chris White, who sort of carries the mantle, and he recently won some awards. So I think he's, altogether, he's probably doing a better job than I did at the time.
Well, I have to confess that back in the day when I was trying to gather my whiskey knowledge, there was a lot of granularity out there. There was lots and lots of blogs and lots of opinion and things. But there were certain whiskey blogs that I gravitated towards. And one of the ones was the Edinburgh Whisky blog. I found it very irreverent, very comedic sometimes. And the way that we distinguish between the two Chris's, if I remember correctly, my memory fails me often, is that one was Tiger and the other one was Chris.
Yes, that's it. So
would that be right?
Tiger now carries on with the blog, and he's doing a fantastic job. But Chris Hoban and I, due to respective careers within the industry, we sort of had to take a step back, and we can perhaps no longer afford to, maybe sort of air the dirty laundry as much as
sure. Sure. But I mean, all journeys have to move forward. That's the idea. And here we find that you're working now for Old Pulteney.
Yeah, I started working with the brands in 2010, and initially sort of consulting and doing various bits of activation and various little sort of jobs in the background for the brand. And I joined full time in 2015 as a brand ambassador. Initially, I think maybe a year and a half later, my remit got extended to sort of global brand ambassador, and I have been an outreach manager, which is head of spirits education with the IBHL group since for the past couple of years. So my roles within the organization have changed, but I have been with this wonderful brand since just about 2010.
Let me make a small confession, and it's a positive thing. Within the Old Pulteney brand as well, and generally your organisation in general, there are lots of gems to be found. And I would have to say that your 12-year-old in the UK, of course, I can only really speak from my own perspective, from a UK perspective. Old Pulteney 12-year-old can regularly be picked up for a very fair price, and it's always a very solid, dependable malt whiskey, honestly. And that seems to be a theme throughout your range. I'm a fan, I'm already invested. However, a bone of contention that we might be able to touch upon is that you have gone through some processes in recent years where we have lost some cherished and lovely expressions. and where we have seen a couple of the brands going through a significant rebranding and some realignment of the core range and things like that. And oftentimes that's been perceived always to have an effect on perceived value. So it'd be interesting to touch on that a wee bit. I know we're only going to speak about Old Pulteney today, but with the rebranding that happened at Old Pulteney, we lost that kind of recognisable packaging style. It's been refreshed a little bit. Do you still recall the still shape in the glass, or does that still happen?
Absolutely. I think that the shape of the glass, to anyone who's sort of following this packaging development, the shape of the bottle remains the same.
Yeah,
it's the same mold with some additional new debossing around the label. The difference between the older generation is that we now have a full paper label and these fully recyclable cardboard boxes, premium boxes as well. So,
good.
Things have to move on. Things need to change with time. We kept what we thought was important and iconic. But the things that needed a refresh got refreshed, and we completed that in October 2018. So actually, it's been a while since this new range has been out, and we went through a phase where I think that information about us rebranding or changing the core range got I don't want to say leaked, but I think certainly the information got out, and we got some feedback. Or people sort of jumped to conclusions in a very small group of people, albeit sort of loud minority, jumped to conclusion and said, Old Pulteney are going all no 8 statement. They are taking these beloved 8 statements away. And I think it's important to note that we actually made room for more 8 statements within the range. So we kept the 12-year-old, which is this iconic flagship, one of the favorites since mid-1990s, an absolute sort of staple. We had to take away the 17 and the 21-year-old for different reasons. The 17-year-old particularly because there was the stock profile maturing was just not correct any longer, and we had to look at rearranging the range in order to sort of keep the correct style and to move forward and to have the correct stock to fill into sort of the future growth and feed into the future growth of the brand. But then we sort of replaced the 17 and the 21 with a 15, the 18-year-old, and also 25-year-old. And we introduced an awesome no 8 statement, prejudice-defying no 8 statement, which is mature, which is round, which is beautiful, and which has a real point of difference. And I think we're going to talk about it a little bit later on.
Good. And it is interesting what you talk about. And I remember speaking to people from Inverhouse at the time, when we lost the 17 and we lost the 21, and they were very, very candid and honest to say, look, we know how popular these whiskies are. We are selling these, they are popular. If we could keep them and preserve our long-term mission, we would keep them. They have to be paused a little bit. And it's an interesting point you make there as well, that while we did lose some of the core range, it has to be said that in terms of available products, we have a wider breadth of products now from Pulteney, don't we?
Yes, yeah, indeed. And I think if you think about what Pulteney stands for us and where it fits within our own portfolio and where we have the ambition to go with the brand, there's multiple things that need to be taken into account. But certainly one of the things that you would not want is to have something as legendary as the 17-year-old or the 21-year-old, and let the style of those expressions sort of shift away from what people know and love. I think that's not a win for anybody. And if you look at the wood policy, if you look at the current wood policy, what's being filled, and how stock is being managed and how stock is being laid down for the future, from the time that Stuart Harvey took over as master blender at Inverhouse Distillers, that wood policy is now yielding consistently outstanding quality stock. And I think anyone who knows us and who knows our entry-level expressions know that these are some of the most reliable, just outstanding value, entry-level single malts out there. If you can get your hands on a bottle of Old Pulteney 12 for £30 or £32 in a multiple grocer here in the UK, good for you. And it's probably the most whiskey that £30 can buy, at this time. So
I don't think you would have a lot of arguments there. And what's interesting is that it's I know that you're going to take us through the range, and 12-year-old still seems to be very, very much your entry point. It's always great value. It's interesting what you talk about consistency there. It's very reliable, as I said at the open of this discussion. And it's out there it is very much pointed at mass market, people that are reliably looking for that same enjoyment time after time. It's put out there at 40%, very good price. And it's always, for all the criticism that people can throw back at the whiskies that brought them into whiskey as they move along their journey, I have to say that Old Pulteney 12 seems to have a soft spot in the majority of whiskey lovers' hearts for some reason. And perhaps that is the profile. It's a nice whiskey, it's a delicious whiskey, but it's solid, dependable, reliable, and it's always available for a similar price. But what is interesting in your range is that the rest of your range is much more focused towards a natural presentation, I would say, right? 46%. Age statement leading for the majority of your core range, with the exception of one that we're going to speak about today. That's very deliberate, isn't it?
Absolutely. As you rightly point out, Old Pulteney 12 is targeted at particular segments of the market, and it's about bringing that Old Pulteney style, that coastal character, the maritime DNA of the spirit, within the correct presentation frame, in a very accessible way. Right? As you move up the range, our understanding is that whiskey enthusiasts, people who care about whiskey, sort of beyond just a relaxing drink, but maybe sort of study whiskey and observe whiskey and care about whiskey to higher extent, they obviously expect that higher bottling specification. And they expect natural color and perhaps for the spirit to be non-chill filtered. And if you're not going to chill filter spirit, then naturally, obviously, heavy, sort of dirty malt spirit, has to be kept at slightly higher alcohol strength in order to keep the product stable on shelf. So the 46% for everything on our range, from sort of higher than the 12-year-old, that really stems from that fact. So it fits a couple of fills a couple of sort of purposes. So the 46 allows us not to filter, which is a benefit in itself, but also obviously it concentrates flavor in a different way. The solvent is more efficient, so the higher end of that aroma spectrum is showcased in a slightly different way. So that aroma presentation, that aroma delivery is instantly elevated. And also, it gives you more space. It gives you more room to swim, as we say sometimes. It gives you that space to add a touch of water. Maybe if you're inclined to have it with an ice cube or in a longer drink, then additional ABV is also tends to be very helpful.
That's interesting what you say. You touched on something else, if you don't mind. It's a minor digression, but I'm curious because I'm curious to talk about the Huddart as well. But you talked about the coastal element. You talked about the profile of the distillery. And one thing that I always find myself discussing when I talk about Old Pulteney over a glass of Old Pulteney is even the 17 and the 21 used to be so sweet and rich, toffee, fruity. There was lots of that going on. But the most common thing that came up was salted caramel. And you can pick that up on the 12. A salted caramel, a saltiness, a brininess, something is there. And we are told time and time again that there's no way for salt to get into the maturing whiskey, and yet it does somehow. Would you say that there's a saltiness, there's a coastal brininess to Old Pulteney, or is that purely that we know that we're having Old Pulteney and so we taste it?
No, I think there's definitely something to it. And I live here on the sort of western outskirts of Edinburgh, not probably 15 minutes walk from the Hereford University campus, where the Scotch Whisky Research Institute has a headquarters. So obviously having done work with them in the past and having done training with them, we know what sort of their stance tends to be. If you speak to some of the researchers, if you speak to some of the staff, sort of unofficially, sort of private conversations, they're saying we're probably looking in the wrong place. If we had the budget, if we had the time, we could probably find out what's going on. But I don't think anyone can deny the maritime sea air briny character, is definitely imprinted onto the spirit. And we have a very representative sample of casks at the distillery, 25,000 casks plus. And we also have central warehousing facility in Airdrie here in the central belt of Scotland, where we mature stock for blending purposes or for external customers and whatnot. And we actually have warehousing there for 600,000 casks plus. So it's a substantial warehousing maturation site. And we have casks of Pulteney spirit. Intentionally, I'm not calling it Old Pulteney. For Pulteney to become Old Pulteney single malt, it must be matured on site by us in Wick, bang on the Caithness coast, exposed to the elements, exposed to the sea air. But we know exactly what the difference is between a cask of Pulteney, which is upright on a pallet, 7 high, and that same spirit performs in a very different way when it's on its side in a Dundas warehouse, right on the coast. Not a few hundred yards from a cliff edge. And we know that spirit that far north in those flat maturation conditions, during those rubbish, very wet, mild winters and those really rubbish, very wet and mild summers. We know what those casks actually do over an extended period of time. They tend not to pick up as much extract. They tend to slow right down. They'll tend to oxidize in a slightly different way and estrify, develop that sort of fruity, almost tropical, that sort of ripe, juicy high end. And mysteriously to us, and mysteriously to sort of spirit researchers around the world thus far, it also unmistakably takes on that sort of tingling, fizzing, almost as some people call it salty. I would call it sort of maritime or briny sensation, which you can particularly pick up in the finish. So if you have a bottle of Old Pulteney at home, I think the easiest way to look for it is in young expressions. If you have something like the 12-year-old or one of the maybe younger bottlings that we did for travel retail markets, those tend to showcase those coastal characteristics best. But if you have something a little bit older, that there should still be, if it's bottled by us, then there must be plenty of that coastal charm.
It's interesting. It's very interesting to hear you say that. And like so many things in whiskey, we can try and describe it and explain it scientifically, and we can succeed or fail at that. But as humans, people sitting around and enjoying the whiskey, it almost doesn't matter what the science says, because we perceive these things. And I think it is. It's just interesting to get your take on that. Thanks for taking the question. So, Lukasz, tell us a little bit about your hood art then, because this was one of the confusing things. And I get caught out with it very recently, just speaking to you about it, that I assumed that the hood art was kind of along the same lines as a 12-year-old, or perhaps just below the 12-year-old in terms of entry level. But you've gone for a different angle on this thing altogether.
No, hood art actually, in terms of where it will sit on a shelf, will sit in terms of that price point just above the 12-year-old. There is a little bit of a point of difference, and the process is just a little bit more complicated. The base for the spirit is very similar to the 12-year-old. So it's the same sort of pockets of casks that will be earmarked for this new expression. But where we take it is somewhat unusual and a little bit different. We empty the casks, we dump spirit from these refill ex-bourbon barrels and hogsheads, and we refill it into American oak, which previously held heavily peated spirit. The inspiration for this came directly. Some of you will remember the 1989 vintage, which won the World Whisky Awards Single Malt of the Year, I think back in 2017 or 16, a few years ago. And it was just pockets of stock in late 80s and in 1990 and into early 90s that we knew were laid down into ex-Islay casks, and over extended maturation in those casks, they took on just that sort of slight hint of smoke, not in a sort of peaty, not in a sort of peaty sense. Obviously, no peat introduced into Pulteney spirit through barley supply, at least not since 1950s. And phenol content in barley changes everything, right? It changes the way the barley, mills, mashes, ferments, and distills. It changes everything along the way. It actually changes the bones of the spirit in a profound way. But I think to take that unique, really sort of charismatic, bold, quite heavy, quite waxy, but still very citrusy, very fruity, a beautiful chocolatey, toffish spirit that Pulteney produces. And to just give it that flourish of smoke, it was just a revelation. It was just something a little bit different. I think the maturation team held it very close to their chests for a time, but I think eventually it got to a point where that spirit was just ready to go. It was mature. It had this sort of beautiful shine about it, and it wanted to be bottled. And lo and behold, we did 1990 first, it won awards, and then we did 1989, and that won awards as well, including the big one, obviously the single malt of the year. So when we were looking at redesigning the core range, when we're looking at a new Noid statement offering, which is not for supermarkets here in the UK, it's not that sort of Noid statement. It's a specialist Noid statement that you're more likely to find from your specialist whiskey retailer, from your good wine shop or good spirits retailer where you are. We looked to those vintages, to those fabulous, sort of lightly smoky vintages for inspiration. And what the distillery team, Malcolm Waring and the distillery team, as well as Stuart Harvey, master blender, and the blending and maturation team here in the Central Belt, what they did was they played with that base single malt, which would in other circumstances become the 12-year-old, and they just refilled it into those smoky casks for about 18 months, creating just that veil of smoke, just that faint little sort of almost like a memory of peat. So I'll give you the sound effect of opening this bottle because I'm cracking it open for the first time. I don't know if that was audible enough.
No, I think probably it was too loud and it cancelled out your pickup. It was silent for me. I hope for the people listening out there heard the pop. Listen, people talk about whiskey being this kind of a sensory organoleptic thing. It could communicate with our sense of smell, taste, sight, everything. And they often say to me, Roy, we can't hear the whiskey. And then you just do that, and exactly what you've done there, and say, yes, if you listen, you can hear the whiskey.
Oh yeah, we encourage, and this is coming directly from the distillery manager Malcolm Waring. So who am I not to agree? We encourage people to actually listen to their drum, and Malcolm always says that you can hear the Caithness Coast, you can hear the sea if you listen to a dram of Old Pulteney. So that's a joke that we always like to make.
That's good fun. Although, joking aside, I've heard, I think it was a Charlie McLean anecdote that some of the folk, and I also believe it to be Dalwhinnie Distillery as well, that they could hear, the stillman there knew the difference when they could hear the flow of winter distillate versus summer distillate. They felt they were so attuned that they could hear the difference. So I don't know if there's any truth in that, but it's quite interesting.
It's an interesting notion, and certainly a distillery like Pulteney, which operates warmed up condensers, which are obviously that's where the rate of heat exchange within the condenser is dependent on the ambient temperature, because it's the temperature of the water that determines that rate of stripping the vapor. So that's certainly where that seasonality comes into play, and the distillery will actually operate slightly differently, and you'll see those seasonal variances in spirit as well.
Absolutely. We've got a Whiskey Novice. Jim is saying Ralphie named one of his single malts for beginners. He's talking about Old Pulteney 12, and we all know that he just doesn't throw things like that out. He has thought long and hard about it. Absolutely. I'm a wee bit caught short because I just naturally went to my cabinet to grab my Old Pulteney 12, and I don't have any. And that's telling in two ways. I expected to have it because I've always got it in hand, but I've obviously not because I've finished it. And that's another testament to that really solid dram, and that was in the new packaging actually. Silverloch Whisky Club is saying he's been enjoying the Old Pulteney 15, not as rich as or engaging as the 17, but still a damn good dram. I have to say the Old Pulteney 15 is still reasonably priced. I think it's about mid-60s, £70 that order for a 15-year-old product. Yes, these whiskies are getting more expensive. But I have to say, I agree with you, Silverloch Whisky Club. It is the 15-year-old is a decent dram. Andrew Butler is saying, is the Old Pulteney 25 similar to the 21? Oh, I wouldn't know. I've not tried it.
Yes, that is a good question, and And the answer is yes. I think if
the Old Pulteney 25 is an expensive prospect, isn't it?
Yes, it is significantly more expensive than the Old 21. But if you're looking for that overdeveloped, overaged sort of, really bold, very muscular sort of rendition of Pulteney sort of into 20s, then the 25-year-old definitely carries that character. It's that late night, after midnight kitchen table dram that we knew the 21-year-old to be, only obviously developed further, having spent longer time, particularly in Spanish oak. So it's sort of taken even that step further, or 2 steps further, I would say. But it's not dissimilar. The maturation philosophy behind it is very similar, but it's obviously higher age.
Okay, understood. A comment from Gixxer skipper Luke, which is interesting because he's a trawler captain or pilot. I'm not sure how he would refer to himself. I need to ask you, Luke. He's saying he absolutely loves the Old Pulteney 12, such a great whiskey at an incredible price. Brings back so many memories from me. Stu is saying, can Lukasz tell us which peated casks are used for the Huddart? That's a good segue in, because you're sipping that Huddart now, Lukasz, aren't you? So tell us, where does it sit? Is it what's the presentation of it, and how does it differentiate itself from their solid Old Pulteney 12?
Yeah, so Pulteney 12, as we said, is that sort of accessible, approachable, 40% ABV. You can pick it up from your local supermarket, no problem. So if you like you, Roy, you just run out, I'm sure you'll be able to pick up a bottle on your next weekly shop.
My local supermarket has taught me to wait until it's on offer, but yeah, when it goes on offer, it's an easy decision to put it in the trolley. Absolutely.
Yeah. We're working on that. But if you look at Huddart, this is at 46%, so it's obviously that higher bottling spec, and what comes with that is the fact that it's non-chill filter. The casks, to answer the question, thank you very much. The casks are actually ex-peated Tamdhu casks. So Anok is another single.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
On our portfolio, and we have been releasing heavily peated Anoks for several years now, and we have been maturing heavily peated Tamdhu spirit at the distillery since 2004. So we have a number of those casks now within the system, and we're in a position to recycle those and use those for the maturation of this beautiful dram. So it stays in the family. Those 80s and 90s old sort of pockets of stocks that I was referring to, those were matured in ex-Isla casks, but the modern one is actually our own PT casks that we have.
Excellent. Graham Fraser is saying that the salt in my Old Pulteney 12 is so much to the fore right now, very refreshing and palate cleansing. Interesting, Graham, because it's nice to hear that some other people can pick it up as well. It's not, it's not like it's been suggested or it's just an individual. Andrew Butler is saying hooray, and Graham Horner is saying naughty Roy for no Old Pulteney. I will put it right. Ben Marnock is saying just poured myself a Pulteney Stroma liqueur. What can Lukasz tell us about that? A Stroma, I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. You may remember years ago we used to have an Old Pulteney whiskey liqueur.
Vaguely, yes. Yeah.
Yes, and that was quite popular. I had a small but very dedicated circle of fans. Okay, it was a particular demographic that enjoyed that particular liqueur, which was quite low ABV. It's extremely sweet, but quite flavoursome, and it had a little bit of it was no pushover. It had that little bit of whiskey character to it.
Yeah.
It wasn't sort of overly flavoured with any sort of additives. And a decision was taken at some point that to sort of remove it a step from the Old Pulteney brand and make it into sort of a brand of its own. So Stroma liqueur still refers back to Old Pulteney as the sort of the single malt that goes into it, but it's now sort of a little sort of sub brand in its own right. We also increased the ABV for Stroma, so it's the same as the old Pulteney liqueur with higher alcohol content, because why not? If you're going to be trying to sort of pitch it to bartenders or sort of really make it worthwhile for mixing with, then higher ABV goes a long way. It's produced at the distillery, so it's not made at some industrial estate somewhere here in the Central Belt. It's made at the distillery. The distillery manager, Malcolm Waring, makes it personally as and when required. They have a liqueur kettle or that sort of mixing liqueur vat, which sits in the corner of the filling store, so it's tucked out of the way. And when there's demand for another batch of Stroma liqueur, then Malcolm actually selects casks which he designates to the liqueur, and then he blends the liqueur himself on site, and then it gets taken away for bottling. So it's actually handmade by the distillery manager himself. So if there was ever a whiskey liqueur worth your time and worth your money, Stroma liqueur is probably it. As you can imagine, it's heavily sweetened, so there's a lot of sugar added. It's glycerol added to make it obviously thick and viscous. That's the only way to do it. But there isn't actually much flavorant beyond that. There are some natural flavors added, which I'm not at liberty to disclose. But actually, it's not heavily flavored. So if you drink it, you don't have that sense of this being very herbal or being sort of overly
sugary.
Yeah, it's not like that. But it's worth a try.
Well, Ben, I hope you're enjoying your Stroma liqueur. I hope that's helped you a wee bit understand a wee bit more about what's in your glass. You can let us know if you're enjoying it or not. Ben Marnock is saying £16.50 on offer. Wow. And Andrew Butler, sorry, for the liqueur. Yeah. It's probably another one of those ones he's managed to pick up on offer as well. So listen, before we finish up, Lukasz, tell us about the Hood Art. Tell us the presentation of that one. How does it come off? What's the ABV on that, and what would it retail at? I know you said it's sitting behind the old Pulteney 12, but how does that present?
Yeah, so at 46, this product from a specialist retailer, you should be able to pick it up for definitely north of 40, but south of 50 is sort of where it's going to be, depending on your retailer of choice, whether you support a small guy next door or whether you want to go to a big national online retailer. It's your choice. Feel free to shop around. We'll be sort of in that ballpark. So if you put aside 45 of your hard earned pound sterling, then that should be just about in that ballpark. Don't be put off by the fact that it doesn't carry an age statement. It is mature spirit. There's none of this sort of 3-year-old or 4-year-old or 5-year-old sort of situation going on. This is mature spirit. This is spirit which was earmarked to become 12-year-old, and it was sort of redirected into this further maturation scheme. So this is round. It's ready. It's ripe spirit. Is 100% old Pulteney with just that thin veil of smoke draped over it. I cannot recommend it highly enough. And once again, I think we're having a very open, very sort of open-minded discussion today, and various of long drinks have been mentioned. Dave came online with bags under his eyes and bravely clenching his fist around a highball. I would also say try Huddart in a highball. You will thank me later. Just very plain highball with soda and a lemon twist, and this whiskey actually stands up to dilution incredibly well because of that low phenol content. It actually just stands up to that water, to carbonated water, even better than what you would expect.
Interesting stuff. I'll look out for it. Fantastic. Lukasz, thank you so much for sharing that. I sense that if the two of us ever found ourselves staring over a glass at each other, I think I would be geeking out for a long time. It's fantastic for you to come on and share what's going on at Old Pulteney as well, and I look forward to the next time that I can bump into you in real life, my friend. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Roy, and thank you to Scott from Tomatin for being a very gracious organizer and sort of host at large of today's session. Roy, you're doing a fantastic job. Keep it up. Don't worry about the delay. It's okay. It's not like we've got anywhere to go. And also, first and foremost, huge thank you to everyone tuning in today, and thank you for your generous donations to the fantastic cause. So we're obviously putting the both Dramsdam enjoying today, Old Pulteney 12 and Old Pulteney Huddart, into the pot. And if you're lucky to draw Huddart out of the hat, then do drop me a little message on social media to let me know.
Thank you very much, Lukasz. Sláinte.
Okay. Sláinte. Thank you.
It's interesting that Lukasz is saying, don't worry about it, Roy, hang about, we're all staying here. It's don't worry about running late and things like that. Say that to the people who are waiting patiently in the background to come on. Say that to the people that are probably looking to go off and make something to eat or whatever. Listen, I hope you are comfortable. I hope you are willing to stay. There's some fantastic whiskey still to share with you. We've still got Tamdhu and Blantons to come up. But first, before we go there, we're going to go to a new distillery as well. This is super interesting for me. And I'm going to ask if Alasdair Day from Isle of Raasay Distillery is available to come in and switch things up completely. It's a completely different discussion we're going to be having with you, Alasdair, because this is a scenario where you're kind of back at the stage where the Angela from Mackmyra was talking about being in a very, very early point in your journey of producing whiskey out there in Raasay. It's a great story, the house that's turned into a distillery, and the fact that this year is proving to be, well, it's challenging right now. It's going to be a fairly big year for you. How are things at Raasay, Alasdair?
Great, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Roy. Yeah, it's a very exciting year for us. We've got our first single malt coming out at the end of this year, and I'm going to talk about that a bit later, our inaugural release. So yeah, it's exciting times, strange times, obviously. We're all in lockdown, all at home. Exciting times.
So we can look forward to a brand new distillery being on the map a wee bit later this year. But in the meantime, you've been sharing whiskey under a very specific brand, a few different batches of that, and you're going to share one of those with us today. Tell us a bit about that. What's it called?
So it's a Raasay While We Wait. We started back in, this very first release was November 2015. We wanted to be able to start talking about Raasay, and we wanted to be able to introduce people to the style of whiskey that we wanted to make on Raasay. So While We Wait is lightly peated with dark fruit flavours, and that's the style that we want to make on. In fact, we are making on Raasay is lightly peated with dark fruits. So it's effectively independently bottled. It's from a Highland distillery that we've worked with. To get to lightly peated, we use their peated and unpeated spirit that had been matured separately in bourbon casks. Then we vatted that together, and then we finished it in Super Tuscan red wine casks. Now that's how we got those dark fruit flavours into it. Their spirit isn't typically got that dark fruit flavour. So say we started that back in 2015. This is actually last orders. This is the last ever While We Wait, because obviously we've got our own single malt coming, which I'll talk about next. So that's what we've been doing today.
So this is effectively quite an interesting concept, because yes, it's sourced whiskey. It's a way for you to have some cash flow, some interaction with a market, it's getting the name out there and things like that as well. But what you've actually tried to do is you're not just kind of selling source product that you can get your hands on. You've actively tried to make something in an aspirational sense. You're actually trying to give people a representation for a whiskey style that you want to achieve. Would that be accurate?
Yes, yeah. I mean, as I say, we wanted to be lightly peated, and we wanted to have dark fruits. So when I say dark fruits, cherries, blackcurrants, those sorts of flavours. We feel that fits ideally with where Raasay is set, being a Hebridean distillery and producing Hebridean single malt. So yes, when we worked with the Highland distillery, I spent some time with them and their master blender putting it together till we got it to exactly where we wanted it to be. And it's a non-age statement, but it's about 5 years in bourbon casks, and the last orders has been 18 months in a mixture of first and second fill Super Tuscan red wine casks. So it has been about putting it together. Yeah.
And so tell us about Super Tuscan. Is that what you're saying there? Super Tuscan.
Yeah, Super Tuscan. Yes, yeah. So our stills in the distillery on Raasay are from Tuscany, a company called Frilly. We get asked about that a lot. Why Italian stills? It's quite simple. We had spoken to Versailles. They were busy with another very large distillery and quoted us 3 years lead time. So hence the stills from Tuscany. However, I was fortunate enough to go out and see the stills being made. And when I was there, I was even more fortunate to go to a couple of vineyards and enjoy some wine. And I was talking to the owner of one of the vineyards, Montichiari vineyard, and he said, "Oh yeah, we use the best French oak casks. We do 3 vintages, and then I get rid of the casks." And I was like, "You get rid of the casks? Talk to me." So that's where it came from. So that was the connection and why we've used Super Tuscan red wine for finishing our well we wait.
That's an interesting thing that you mentioned there, because that's that thing that happens so often in whiskey, that little bit of serendipity comes along and plays a hand and how the whiskey is shaped. So is that going to be a thing for all the releases that you have from Raasay, or is that just going to be a particular release?
So the While We Wait, as I say, is to showcase the style of whiskey that we're making on Raasay. The inaugural release that I'll talk about in a minute is the link. So it's the link from While We Wait to our Raasay single malt. So that our actual signature single malt will be from April 2021. So next year, and it's different again. So we've got 6 different cask types. So it's that we're vatting together for that. So it's we do campaigns of peated and unpeated, and then we're bringing those together. So they are matured in Chickapin oak, which is different. So it's North American oak, but it's different from Quercus alba. It's, to me, I would describe it as softer. It gives a lot of colour. In fact, just to give you an idea of the colour, that's you can see that, but that's 2 years in Chickapin oak. So it brings colour and flavour early on. They're high char, high toast casks. We've got our we're using red Bordeaux red wine casks, and we're using rye casks. So we've got unpeated in those 3 casks and peated in those 3 casks, and then we're vatting that together to get a single malt. So as you've heard from other distilleries today, you can't change the maturation process. It takes time. It takes a long time for those lignins and big molecules in the wood to break down. But what you can do is we can produce different styles of new make spirit in the distillery, and then you can bring these different flavors in earlier on. So I was interested to hear that when you mentioned earlier about the fact that we're getting more used to younger spirit, and perhaps distilleries are making different spirit for younger releases, and that's exactly what we're doing. So we're still producing whiskey that we want to age for 10 plus years, but we're also producing spirit that we can hopefully bring on and bottle it at a younger age, and that's partly because of the process that we use on Raasay. So we're very small. We're smaller than Glengoyne. We did 190,000 LPA last year, and we've got things that can be offered on. So we do fermentations from 3 to 5 days. We've got cooling jackets on the washbacks that we can have offer on. We've got a cooling jacket on the line arm and the wash still that can be offer on, and that produces different styles. And on the spirit still, we've got a little 6-plate purifier that can be offer on. So these allows us to make different styles of spirit.
I understand the cooling jacket on the washback on the fermentation vessel.
Yeah.
You've got a cooling jacket on a line arm. Is that like to mimic almost like a worm tub effect, or is it to increase the...
Yeah, sort of. I mean, immediately you think, so basically what happens is that when the cooling jacket and the line arm's on, it condenses the spirit early and it goes back down into the still. And what happens with that is that it's the heavier compounds that condense and go back into still, and the lighter ones carry on. So we tend to use that when we're on peated spirit to build up the flavour. So if you were tasting our peated new make spirit, it's much heavier and more viscous than if we didn't have that cooling jacket on the line arm. So consciously you're thinking there's more copper contact, so therefore it's going to be lighter, but it doesn't actually work like that. It's actually designed to bring those heavier chemicals back down into the still.
I think a lot of people that are after a nice engaging single malt experience are often drawn to heavy, oily, good-bodied styles of malt, regardless of their age. I'm certainly one of those.
Uh-huh.
And what you say, there's distilleries up and down the country. I'm thinking of Bimber, I'm thinking of Cotswolds, I'm thinking of new Scottish distilleries as well that are able to bring a valuable engagement prospect at a relatively young age, and that's clearly what you're aiming for. From the point of production, I can imagine all the stages of your production is targeting that, something that can be enjoyed at a younger age. Have you any idea how you're going to present your product when it finally comes out? Do you know are we going to be looking at cask strength? Are we going to be looking at a lower ABV? What do you have envisaged? How much can you tease?
Yeah, so basically we're going to be a minimum of 46%. I mean, the Raasay where we weight's 46%, and that's because we're not going to chill filter. It's all going to be natural colour. We've got our own well on site on Raasay, so we use, the water that we use in the process. It's also used for cooling, but it's also used for cask reduction, and it's used for bottling. So, that all plays an important part. So I think it's safe to say it's going to be, at least 46% ABV. We're working on the design for the bottle and what it's going to look like. So we've got a pretty good idea of what that's going to look like. Unfortunately, I can't share that with you just yet, but perhaps maybe have a look at Facebook page and look at our inaugural release adverts. You might just get a wee teaser of what's coming on that.
Okay.
So yeah, it's and as I said, we are very small. If 190,000 LPA, it's a small distillery. It's a 1 ton mash. So I think it will be bespoke, and it's interesting. I've been listening with great interest to some of the other conversations and discussions, and I think we'll talk openly about pricing going forward with you as well. But I think it's very much about super premium whiskey from the Isle of Raasay. Just to tell you a little bit about Raasay, it's a island off an island. It's just off the east coast of Skye, between Skye and Applecross. It's 14 miles long, 3 miles wide. It's the same size as Manhattan. However, there's 160 people live on Raasay, and we've had up to 20 people working in the distillery that all live on Raasay. So that gives you an idea of what we're about. And you can see behind me the house. It's 6 ensuite bedrooms, so you can come and stay on Raasay. Visitor centre as well. So yeah.
So I guess if we came for a distillery visit on Raasay, we would be one of the prime places we would be looking to stay is in that accommodation that's right behind you, and that's part of the deal, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It's available for anyone to come and stay and book online, but we're also doing so people who bought cask can come and stay in the distillery as well and come and see their cask and do a cask sampling. So yeah, we've got lots of different elements that we're putting together.
And tell us about the really curious thing that I found very interesting, and it certainly appeals to me, is your collaboration with other local distilleries in order to offer a Hebridean whiskey trail.
Yes, yeah. So we set up a Hebridean whiskey trail. Obviously, this year it's on hold, as everything else is. However, we've worked with Torabeg, Talisker, and Harris. So the four of us have got together really to showcase Hebridean whiskey, the future of Hebridean whiskey. We're more than willing to talk to other Hebridean distilleries as well going forward, but also we're a 20-minute ferry journey from Skye. We're 10 miles is the go from Iceland and Talisker. So I'm sure it's of interest of people to go to maybe come up to Mali, go to Torabeg, come across to Raasay, go to Talisker, and then head over to Harris. I think it's and it's been really interesting working with the 3 other distilleries as well. And I think there's lots of local businesses that we can involve in that as well.
Yeah, I think that is interesting, and I think what can be realised from that is that access to completely different philosophies in whiskey presentation, production, style, profile, completely different philosophies and scale and size and everything, and giving people much more of a sense of a whiskey landscape. I know it's happened in Islay. It seems to be relatively successful collaboration out in Islay. Listen, when we have the Speyside Festival, the Campbellton Festivals, the Islay Festivals, they all kind of work together and things. And it's good for everyone. I think it's a positive thing, and I wish you luck with that as well. And if other distilleries are able to get involved, that could be even more a powerful prospect. That's very interesting, especially when you consider that one of the distilleries that you mentioned there is under the ownership of the industry's biggest, and they're part of that collaboration. It's interesting. So that was Talisker, Dynowiak, Harris, and yourselves. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful. Yeah. So I have to press the button, Alasdair. Tell me when that inaugural release comes out. You mentioned already you're softening the ground for us, telling us that it's a super premium release and things. What are we going to see? We know that you haven't defined the packaging yet. We know that you haven't defined the actual final ABV. Perhaps, I don't know if things have been delayed a little bit by what we're going through, but I can't imagine, because we're at a stage that you've still got to be that wee bit more patient and slot that in for the end of this year. How much is it going to come out at, and how many are going to be available?
So the inaugural release, that's an easy one to talk to you about. I mean, we have we've actually put aside 40 casks that we've been working on to develop the inaugural release. So that's been in Bourbon for 2 years. In November last year, we transferred that into Bordeaux red wine casks. What we're going to try just now is being in those red wine casks for 6 months, so it's got 6 months to go. So our hope is we're selling that. You can buy it online now at £99. It will be bottled in November, and you'll have it in time for Christmas. So that's all out there. So I say there's a little teaser in the adverts on Facebook. You get an idea of what the packaging's starting to look like, and so I mean we'll taste that in a minute. And I think what I would say is that when we get to our core malt in April next year, is that's going to be much more similarly priced to where we wait, because that's our backbone, that's our single malt from Raasay going forward. So the inaugural release is a one-off limited edition, never to be repeated. We hope to sell 4,000 bottles to all those people who want to reorder it before Christmas. And we've got our importer in Germany that's definitely going to take some, and we've got some interest from China. So that's an inaugural release. I would stress that it is literally a one-off. We won't be going there again. And as I said, it's the link from where we wait to our signature Isle of Raasay. And because I was saying the actual single malt itself is a vatting of 6 different maturation, 6 different cask types. That then allows us to look at some of the things you mentioned earlier about just focusing on that peated barley element, or the unpeated element, or some of the particular cask types we're working. I mean, whether that's chickapin or rye. So there's lots that we can do, but at the minute we're completely focused on inaugural release as our first ever legal single malt from the Isle of Raasay. But then the signature malt comes in April next year. So the inaugural release is very much a limited edition one-off.
Exciting times for you, Alasdair, and a wee bit nervy as well, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yes.
Tell me, what have you got in your glass there?
So this is the Where We Wait last orders. So as I was saying, lightly peated, it's about 15 to 20 parts per million in the bottle. On the nose, you get that peat actually up front. However, it's Highland peat, so it's not that kind of, dare I say, medicinal maritime peat. It's very much a Highland
aromatic type.
Yeah, aromatic and smoky is probably the right way of describing it. And then, obviously, with the Super Tuscan wine finish, you're getting those dark fruit flavours coming through. And then on the palate, absolutely smoke first, mellows, bit of sweetness comes in, and then the dark fruits coming through as well.
Now, you mentioned that this is around about 5 years old. It's a very, very, very uniquely conceived thing. You're trying to do a very specific thing with it, but people can buy While You Wait right now. We can buy this product, right?
Yeah. You can buy it with 2 of our lovely Glengoyne glasses as well as a deal at the minute, if that's of interest to anyone.
How much is that?
So it's £45 for the whiskey and 2 Glengoynes. So.
Okay, and you've also contributed some of that as well as the Raasay gin to a little bundle that you've put in for this fundraiser that we're doing today as well. Yes.
Yes, we have. Yeah. So hopefully that goes well.
Yeah, we're keeping our fingers crossed. We really are. If we need a wee push before the end of today, I've got a wee reserve bottle in mind that I might put into the mix as well to try and tempt people to get a wee bit more generous as the afternoon goes on. It would be great if we could achieve it all. We're doing great. You guys are amazing. 86%, Alasdair. We've hit £4,334. Keith and Jen Masson has contributed HD Tamas Sizik, it looks like, or Chiswick. I hope I'm not butchering your name too much. Kirsty Yunston. Oh, Kirsty Yunston. I wonder if it's a relation of Graham over at Tomatin. Kirsty, thank you so much. Sid Martin, you star. Graham Fraser, Alan Thompson, Neil Sharif. Wonderful stuff. Fantastic contributions coming from everybody. I've got a question here, Alasdair, from you from the crowd as well. Macallan Fine and Rare is asking if you're still experimenting with champagne yeast.
Yes, we have used champagne yeast. So predominantly we use distiller's yeast, but again, because we want these dark fruit flavours, we have used champagne yeast. Yeah, so that's something we're going to continue to do as well, and it's all about building up these dark fruit flavours, and the vast majority of that comes from the fact that we do 5-day fermentations, up to 118 hours, and you get all of that flavour development. Those dark fruit flavours come through, but also you get a little bit more of that lactobacillus development as well, a bit more acidity. So our water on site is slightly hard. As I say, we've got our own well, and the geology in Raasay is pretty complex for an island as small as it is. So we've got volcanic rock, and the distillery is actually on Jurassic sandstone, and the water flows off the volcanic rock through the other rock, ends up in the Jurassic sandstone, which is like a big sponge, and then we draw that up. So we get a lot of minerals. We've got manganese, which is fantastic. It helps the yeast development, but it's slightly hard. So it's unusual in the distillery to have that slightly hard water. But with our long fermentations and the lactobacillus development, we actually get that a little bit more acidity, which you need and we want for the interaction with the stills and the copper.
Fantastic.
It's a long question, but yes.
No, but I can tell that you're excited. I can feel the passion, and kind of you're looking to the future there. And I think one of the things that you've got that's really to your advantage is you don't have that kind of nervousness about protecting a legacy brand or bringing tradition forward. You've got so much of what you're doing is experimental in terms of cask, in terms of yeast, in terms of peated and unpeated and things. And really, you're going to be able to define at some point where the sweet spot is. I think that's probably what you're aiming for. You're going to be able to define through all of these elements here something that is hopefully successful and engaging for you. Alasdair, I'd love to come over to Raasay. I would really love to come over and see the place and see the landscape. I've seen pictures and things. You were sharing some images with us, and it does look fabulous. I wish you every success with the inaugural release and finding your sweet spot in the core range going forward as well. We can go out there and we can partake in Alasdair's vision through the While We Wait right now, and that you can pre-order your inaugural release, which is available just now, I guess, through your own website.
Yeah, it's available through our website, and I've actually got a glass of it here. So as I say,
okay, good. Sorry, you've got
color. So it's 2 years in bourbon cask, 6 months in red wine, another 6 months to go. And this is actually at cask strength, so this is 59.7. This particular sample. So
give us we've still got a few months of waiting, right? It's still got to sit there a bit longer. Yeah, I can see you've got a little grin on your face. Are you happy?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, I don't know if you can quite see the colour, but I have to be honest and say that's pretty blush at the minute. So
yes,
it's got another 6 months to go past the wine and get into the French oak. So effectively we're using 4 different oak varieties. You've got the 2 years in North American oak, the bourbon cask, Quercus alba. but then the Bordeaux wine casks are made up of Quercus Portray and Quercus Robur. So you've got 3 oak species in there. So this needs that extra 6 months to get past the wine and into that French oak and start to bring some of those savoury spice notes in. But as I say, 59.7, it is a little bit spirity on the nose, but you get the peat. Now, we used the malted barley we used with this was 48 parts per million, but we wanted lightly peated, so we took quite a narrow cut off the spirit still, and that's how we got lightly peated. So this will be, again, round about that 20 parts per million in the bottle when we bottle it. And you get the smoke once you're past the spirit, and what's most pleasing for me is you then get those dark fruit flavours. You know, I want this to be about smoke and cherries and black currants and brambles.
Cheers.
Cheers. Slash. Yeah, and again, remarkably smooth for 59.7. The sweetness we get in our new make with the dark fruits just softens the smoke slightly as well. And now, just at the back end, starting to get those kind of cherries, black currants. And just as it's dying down on the finish, the smoke comes back in at the end. So, yeah, really, really looking forward to bottling this in 6 months' time.
You're looking forward to sharing it, I can tell.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's what it's meant for. Best things in life shared, aren't they?
Absolutely. Somebody once said it's not whiskey until it's shared. Alasdair, I'll raise a wee glass to wish you all the very best of luck with everything going forward, my friend. Thanks for coming in and sharing everything that you're working on with us. Yes. And good luck with everything.
Thank you very much, and best of luck with the donations coming in.
It's gone really, really well so far. It's looking healthy. Sláinte, Alasdair.
Cheers. Cheers. Bye now.
So there we have a brand new distillery to look forward to. Going to be interesting to see how things develop over there with Raasay. Let's see how the donations are going. I tell you what, the back of my mind, I've had a wee idea. Eileen Green's just come in, Arthur Burns, with that donations as well, getting us we're really close, 87%. So we've got 13% left. If we hit 5,000 before I go off here tonight, I'll share another whiskey with you. I'll share a blended malt that's in excess of 30 years old. It's still sealed. It's over my shoulder. You can probably see it. But that'll make it into the prize draw as well if we manage to hit 5,000. I will be absolutely blown away if that happens. But it's just another measure of how fantastic and generous you are as whiskey folk. Wonderful to see, wonderful stuff. I know we've got still two more producers to share with you, waiting in the background. Let's bring them on as quickly as we possibly can. Go back to, I think, I'll just let Scott decide who's next. I can see who it should be. But since we're running late, there might be some time pressures for some of our guests. So whoever comes in, I'll be happy to welcome them. Gordon.
Hello.
Did you know you were getting thrown forward there?
No, but I mean, not at all. It's great to be back. So no problem.
I must say, when so I can see everybody's screen along the bottom, and when you said that, Roy, I saw Gordon very quickly go like.
That's very kind of you. I've got a thing later on, so that this is good. So thank you.
Okay, well we'll keep it as neat as we can.
Thank you to Blanton for being so understanding.
Yes, listen, no problem. I know, thanks to you as well. We're already a clear hour over what we intended. We said we can't have it going as long as it did the last time, but of course it is going to end up going, and that's because we've got whiskey time allocated, and we're going to fill that whiskey time. We're going to enjoy it, and it's just the way of it here. I hate when people have got stories to tell, they've got their passions to share. I do feel guilty rushing them. And
absolutely. And it's been fascinating. It's been, listening to Angela was fascinating. And what they're doing at Raasay is fascinating as well. So it's brilliant.
Isn't it? And I'm going to ask you, as a well-travelled part of the whiskey family that goes around all these events all over the globe, at these festivals, you're in the same space. You're very used to being shoulder to shoulder like you are today. But probably you don't get as much time to listen to everyone else's story. I would imagine that's a bit of a silver lining for you to do this kind of thing.
Absolutely. I mean, I I'm an old Pulteney fan, for example, but I've been I just haven't connected with it recently. But I'm really keen to try the new range. So absolutely, you get very focused on what you're doing, and it's important to look up and have a look around, and that's been great today, actually. So no, I do enjoy hearing what everybody else is up to.
Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff. I think you're going to bring another distillery that we're all enjoying right now. Truth be told. And another distillery that's fully founded in sherry cask maturation. Tell us what you're going to share with us, Scott.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, we obviously spoke about Glengoyne and its sherry credentials. We're going to talk a little bit about Tamdhu now. So, Tamdhu and that's iconic bottle, of course, that Tamdhu has, and the new presentation that it comes in to showcase the maturation and style and the color. Tamdhu, we're going to start with the 15, which is what you've got. Perfect noise. Tamdhu is a distillery. Obviously, it's right in the heart of Speyside, next to Knockandoe, next to Cardew Distillery, just and not far from sort of Aberlour, etc. Purchased by us at Ian MacLeod in 2011 from Edrington Group, as was Glengoyne. And we have been, ever since then, we launched the product, and we're building up the sort of range because we only have limited stock. So it's a big distillery, 4 million litres or so, and right on the River Spey, and but you can't actually visit it. So we don't have a visitor centre. So we will have in the future, but not at the moment.
I think you do occasional events and things, and perhaps you would have been part of the festival, the Speyside Festival this year and things, and obviously that's been taken away from so many people. But I've also heard recently, that you have the train station. It's not Knockandoe train station, is it? It's called something else.
Dalby Alley train station.
Yes, of course. And that you're using that old train station there. And I think that's fabulous because that gets people thinking about why Speyside is Speyside. That railway.
I mean, that railway is why the distillery is there. I mean, that was where the first sherry cask came in 1898. It's not an old distillery. It was only founded in 1897. And that's where the product went out. So, that was why the distillery was actually there. So it's a really, really important part of Tamdhu's sort of credentials, Tamdhu's history. So when you come to the Spirit of Speyside Festival, unfortunately, nobody came this year. You would be based in there and you get your tour around the distillery and all that sort of thing. So what we actually did this year for everybody who had booked to come to the Spirit of Speyside Festival was about a week and a half ago. Sandy and I did a sort of online YouTube session for all of those people who had booked. And we gave them a virtual tour because the distillery was shut down at the time. So we gave them a tour around. Sandy does what Sandy does, which is just fantastic. And just to say, look, we know you couldn't come, but we still want to give you your tour. So we felt that was a nice touch. So it's a great distillery, and produces wonderful whiskey, but very different to Glengoyne, very different in style. We're going to talk about two whiskies today, and of course, both of these will be part of the prize for any contributor to this wonderful charity, and I think we're doing so well. So I hope we can get to the total. That would be fantastic. But the thing that makes, I think, Tamdhu a little bit different to a lot of other distilleries is we only mature in two types of casks, and I'm smiling because we've spoken at this at length, but
I never tire of doing it. Don't worry.
We only mature in American and European oak ex Oloroso sherry casks. Full stop. So we don't use bourbon casks. We don't use Pedro Jimenez casks. We don't use wine casks. We use, or any other type of sherry, solely sherry seasoned casks from Jerez. They go through a 6-year process. Now, it's a really intriguing sort of difference between the two. And I'm also very conscious that a lot of people think sherry casks are Oloroso sherry casks are all the same, and they're so not the same. They're very, very different. And it's the key to what's in this glass that actually makes Tamdhu what it is. Those two elements are so important.
It's very interesting you say that because I'll be honest with you. I met you in Germany last year, and we were talking about various things. And you just talked about the Tamdhu 15 in passing. You just used it as an example to illustrate something. And when I came back from that trip, I bought the Tamdhu, and it sat here for a little while. I didn't open it, but I did open it at a similar time to one of my favourite sherry cask mature products, and also a fairly new one, the Arran 18 as well. And I kind of opened these three sherry. It was a Glendronach that I opened it alongside, and opened them together. And the only thing that held them together was the fact that they were sherry matured Scotch whisky. To drink them in contrast, the difference was unbelievable, which I think is to be celebrated.
Absolutely.
But I was completely taken aback, and you might know the story by now, that I had fixed what my silly little notion of idea. The only reason that somebody like me would have a whiskey of the year, it's very pretentious, isn't it? But it's because I'm asked it. You're asked a question so many times that it's easy to have formulated a response for future times that you get asked. And I was ready, and then I opened that Tamdhu 15, and it nearly stole it. It nearly nicked it for me. It was such a clean, lovely, fruity, accessible expression of a sherry cask whiskey that it was very easy for me to give it to my wife, for example, say, what do you think of this? And she's not a whiskey drinker, but suddenly she's going, yes, she can get it, she can understand. Is this a relatively new release?
Yeah, this is about a year old now. So, and we don't have lots of this. So we don't have a lot of stock at Tamdhu. So we've got to wait for the 18. We've had to wait for the 15. What we can do, of course, is we can do a great 12, which is brilliant as well. We do a batch strength, which we'll just talk about in a minute. But we also do quite a lot of single casks for particular things. Sandy McIntyre released one last year, which just picked up a big award. Ian Whitecross, who's the assistant distillery manager, has released one this year. And these are the ones which we normally do each year. So from a single cask perspective, we do a few of them as well. But from our core range of a 12, a 15, and a batch strength, it is that European and American oak Oloroso sherry season casks. They're the two that come together in first fill and refill. That is the recipe, if you want, and that's how John puts them together.
So when you talk about this, you're not talking about this being batch release then, you're just saying there isn't a lot of it, but are you trying to maintain a core release with this? Yeah,
we've got enough to release, I think it's 24,000 bottles a year or something along those lines. So not a lot. So that's not a lot. But it sort of fits where Tamdhu is. Tamdhu's not a very well-known distillery, if we're honest with it. People don't know a lot about Tamdhu. People, may have heard of it, but they've never really, it never was. It's a very different iteration of what Tamdhu maybe people had in the past. And so when we bought the distillery, Leonard, our owner, decided, I want to make only sherry cask Speyside whiskey, which I think is what a thing to say. You could obviously start filling bourbon casks and do a lot of different diverse things as well, but just to stick to the making only sherry cask whiskey is a really, really strong point. And so, that's why we focus on, as I said with Glengoyne, the fruity spirit which we produce at Tamdhu is very different to Glengoyne, but it is fruity. And the one thing that joins Glengoyne and Tamdhu together is the same casks go to both, the same seasoned Oloroso sherry casks. Absolutely.
When you talk about core range there, and we talk about, we know that there are there's a 12-year-old, isn't there?
There is a 12-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 15-year-old.
We have your batch strength release as well. But somebody's mentioned another product here. Andrew Butler is asking, can you ask Gordon what's the difference between the three Dalbiali drams? Am I pronouncing that well?
Dalbiali. Yeah.
What's the difference between the three? So where does that name Dalbiali even come from?
That's from the train station that we just spoke about.
Is that the name of the train station?
That is the name of the train station.
Excellent.
So that is, yes. So that is the name of the train station. So it's the Dalbiali station. So the Dalbiali dram we release every year at the Spirit of Speyside Whisky Festival because it relates to station, people at the station. It's our sort of, and so it's been released. It's the third iteration. Has just been released now on pre-order. It's £90. It is high strength sherry cask only whiskey. So for want of a better comparison, it's our limited edition, similar to the teapot, for example, for
Festival.
Tamdhu. Yeah. Now the reason it's at very high strength, it's been at about 62%, which is very, very strong, obviously. And that is because actually, and it applies to some of the batch strength casks as well, and some of the casks that we use, some of them are actually filled at 68, 69% alcohol. And that was really for one reason only, to save space in warehouses. We fill everything at 63.5 now, but some of the casks we use for Dalby Alley have been at really high strength. So we bottle it at pure high strength of 61, 62% alcohol. For our batch strengths, we actually reduce it a little bit with water to bring it down to 58, 50, 59. So, but the difference between them is again, what we've heard a lot about is this variation on a theme. It is those high strength, maybe a little bit more European oak in one, a little bit more American oak in the next, but all Oloroso sherry casks, seasoned casks. So the same process that those two oaks go through. Yeah, exactly.
That's interesting. Graham Fraser has come in and said that he's just ordered the Tamdhu Dalby Alley 2020 as compensation for him missing the Spirit of Speyside Festival. Does that mean that people can buy it online then?
It is online, but we have been very clear that the people that were at the Spirit of Speyside Whisky Festival can pre-order it. But it is online, but we're very clear that delivery is a little bit of a up in the air at the moment, obviously. So it's just because it's a very popular release, we just wanted to keep it when it was the Spirit of Speyside Festival.
I think it's presenting a challenge to many people that would have been releasing a fairly limited release, fairly exclusive products right now for various festivals. I think it's a challenge for everyone.
Yeah.
Kresimir is asking an interesting question. He's saying, can Gordon share with us the price of Tamdhu 18 once it'll be out? Tamdhu 18?
Well, it's 2 years away, so I have no idea.
That's enough of an answer. I hadn't even heard that it was coming, Kresimir. You've got an ear to the ground.
No, I mean, no.
You're going to have to be a wee bit patient, my friend. Yeah. I'm afraid. And Graham Fraser is recalling one of my favourite easy to drink bottles of whiskey as well. I've always bought Tamdhu 10, a lovely dram from Marks and Spencer's. Is this discontinued now? And unfortunately, oh no, it's not. It's not.
No, we still do Tamdhu 10 in Marks and Spencer's.
It's the Glengoyne that we can't buy anymore, right? The 14.
Correct.
The Tamdhu is still available. And Andrew Butler is...
Sorry, carry on.
Andrew Butler is asking, I need to know which one to buy. Well, we're going to explore the batch strength in a wee minute. But Andrew, you might have already picked up that I'm already a fan of this. And very often, I mean, as a whiskey enthusiast, it's very easy to get swept away in single casks and exclusive this and batch that and everything. But it's really nice when you can share a whiskey that's going to be released globally. There's going to be a lot of it about. And I know you're saying that 24,000, I mean, you're going to manage, there's going to be enough there for you to get a decent distribution across your markets, right? And people are going to be able to buy this Tamdhu 15. And we are going to be able to enjoy it. So it's nice for me when I get a whiskey like this that I really enjoy to talk about that kind of release. I know that it's tougher for people to get a hold of Ian McLeod products in certain states and things in the US, but generally it's fairly widely available. Would that be right?
Yeah, I mean, there's certain challenges in one or two states, but we're pretty widely available in the specialist market worldwide. I mean, we don't really sell any whiskey in supermarkets, so we don't do the multiple channel, with the exception of M&S. None of our whiskies in the UK are in a supermarket other than or certainly Glengoyne and Tamdhu. So and in the US, you know, there's a big, we do a lot of work with a company called Total Wine, which have a big presence across the US, but also we work with the specialists in all those sort of key states as well. So, you know, we're getting a better footprint, and I need to spend more time over there. We need more time over there, but maybe not right at the moment. It's not.
Yeah, we're all still in a holding pattern for a while. Oh yeah. Exactly. So that's interesting that we've been asked that question. How do we contrast this 15-year-old expression then with the other one that you held up there?
Well, the 15 is again, just to sort of highlight, this whiskey is 100% natural color. It's 100% matured in only Oloroso sherry casks, as I've said. Now, just for those who might be interested, If you go to Tamdhu website and you go under our craft, there is a video that if you've got 12 minutes of it explains this sherry process of seasoning very, very well. Unfortunately, I'm in it.
That's what I was just about to say. You do have a starring role.
But I've had a lot of people in the industry come to me and go, that was really good. And that means a lot. So, it's a really nice video that just shows you what a modern at Glengoyne and Tamdhu, but under Tamdhu, sherry cask looks like. And they're not all done like that, but that's how we do it. So it's very important to just emphasize the importance of, for example, air drying your wood for 2 years rather than putting it in a kiln will give you better flavors ultimately in your whiskey 15 years later. So all these kind of things make all the difference. So yeah, no, the 15-year-old is America, got a lot of European oak in it, and it's presented at 46, non-chill filtered. So what we have here is, when I first nosed this, I was struck by the fruitiness of it. I was struck by the sort of pineapples and melons that came leaping out of the nose at me. I was like, this is surprising. I was like, really? The first thing I nosed was pineapples. There's hints of vanilla in there, but there's that back sort of richness of the European oak just sort of lying there in the background, and it pokes through at different times for me. It's a wonderful, wonderful nose of a whiskey, and it shows how sherry cask whiskies don't need to be sherry bombs.
Well, I was about to ask you about that when you talk about pineapple flavours, and certainly I'm getting lots of lovely syrupy, butterscotchy almost notes. So is that because we're getting some of that sweetness, some of that kind of extension to the finish, where it's a bit less spicy and tannic, it's a bit less drying on the finish than you would expect from a sherry bomb? Is that because you've been able to bring in a bit of American oak in there?
Absolutely right. The American oak is almost sort of filled in the gaps, if you know what I mean. And it sort of brings in those, that we know that European oak is raisins, dark chocolate. What we described in the teapot dram is a typical European oak sort of taste, and it's wonderful, and it's tannic, and it's dry, and it's a little bit jaggy sometimes. But what the American oak Oloroso sherry brings in is, it brings in the vanillas that you would get from a bourbon cask. It brings in the sort of stewed fruits and sort of red fruits and raspberries and sort of that type of thing coming through as well. And so if you were to actually deconstruct this whiskey and put the European oak in 15 years old and the American oak, the European oak would be considerably darker, and the American oak would be, quite lighter in color. But here you would get the vanillas and the European oak would be much more of the tannic dryness, sweeter at the back, all those types of things. And that's how Tamdhu is constructed.
So that cleanly, clean, syrupy, juicy is a good word.
Really juicy.
It's quite mouth filling. It's that juiciness and that kind of extension to the finish. And when we talk about the different areas of the palate that gets activated by whiskey, this is kind of everywhere.
It is.
It's
all over. It's just got a smash of apricots.
And it's presented well. It's presented at 46%, I think, if I'm correct. Yeah, 46%. Natural colour, as you say, is Glengoyne and Tamdhu present. It's great. I think even at 46%, this is a good example of a sherry matured Scotch that you could put in front of somebody as a good example of the style and contrast it with a bourbon and a peated, perhaps, something like that. And
absolutely.
I think it would be, even at the slightly higher ABV, I think it would be easy for them. It's soft as well. Soft to be another.
It's soft and syrupy is a great description.
Yeah.
Soft, syrupy, fruity, sweet, but not overly sweet. It's warming here, but it's not. It's got a lovely finish on it, and that fruitiness just keeps coming as well. What I also like about it's quite viscous. It's got that, as you quite rightly said, it's got that sort of thickness. And when you mature in sherry casks, whiskies are thicker.
Yeah,
particularly European oak.
Yeah,
you just get a thicker mouthfeel, and it's an absolutely wonderful, wonderful dram. And I mean, so we'll be continuing this on every year in the same style, but only in limited amounts.
Okay.
But it's an absolute.
And you are building a brand there. We are starting to see that Tomatin is more available more regularly. People are starting to talk about it, and it is a very specific traditional Scotch whisky style. And it's nice that that's there, and it's nice that we have that brand coming forward that is bringing something that's long been a Scotch whisky profile, that sherry matured, and exclusively we can rely on Tamdhu being exclusively Oloroso sherry matured. So that's a very positive thing.
Yeah, hugely. I mean, a lot of people that, who speak to me and say, look, I haven't tasted a whiskey like this for a while. And when you actually think about it in terms of offering a Bayside that's all 100% sherry, Oloroso sherry matured, then that huge, massive diversity of styles that we have in Scotch, and I'm so happy we do, actually becomes quite narrow in terms of other distilleries that you would put beside it, if you know what I mean. And there's some really good ones out there, but Tamdhu is.
I struggled to find a competitor to Teapot.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, absolutely. And actually, funnily enough, the whiskey that we just mentioned, Dalby Alley, is very much in that same sort of area. So it tastes different. It's not the same taste, but the sort of maturation profile is not dissimilar, and the taste and the delivery is so. Yeah, I mean that would be an example of that. Yeah, but no, absolutely. So the 15 has been hugely popular, and Tamdhu, as you said, it's a snowball going down a hill. It's slowly going down this hill, and it's slowly picking up fans around the world, and it's beginning to become, a sort of, people go sherry casks, and they're starting, Tamdhu, you've got to try Tamdhu, and so it's beginning to get that sort of name for it, which is great. So we're very happy with that.
I heard somebody speaking. It could have been you, Gordon. It could have been Billy Walker. It could have been somebody. It was they were announcing, and they were saying, "Listen, it's not difficult. It's an easy formula. Bring good whiskey, bring it at a decent price, make it accessible, and everybody becomes a brand ambassador." I don't know if that was your words. People evangelize about the products that bring good quality, that bring its engagement and things. We like to talk about it. We like to share it with each other. Willem Killian is asking, where is this video? Sorry if I was not paying attention. Don't worry about it. On the Tamdhu website and on the Tamdhu YouTube channel, I think.
It's on the Tamdhu YouTube channel, and you could, or type into YouTube Tamdhu Spain to Speyside, because that's the name of the campaign, and that's the name of the story of it, or tamdhu.com, and then go under Our Craft.
And I'll tell you why I enjoyed that video. And before Gordon came onto my channel to go into really kind of to jump down all the rabbit holes on this topic, and sherry cask maturation and seasoning and kilning over air drying or vice versa, what that video does, that short video does, that Gordon's talking about, is that it doesn't use language to describe these concepts. It uses illustration and interviews with the guy from the bodega, and you actually on site talking about these various concepts. And if you want to go into much more of a kind of geeky detail, if you like, Gordon was a great guest on the Aqvavitae V Pub around about October time, I think that was last year, Gordon. And we went into a deep dive on that topic, and we took a lot of community questions and things.
It was good
concept: American oak versus European oak, seasoned versus transport cask versus mature sherry casks. All of these things, we do go into that in depth. Just depending on how much time you have. There you go. I hope that answers the question for you, Willem.
Yeah, absolutely. And Willem, I'm here to, I'll make sure you can get in touch with me if you need to know anything else. But I mean, that's, and then if we move on to the batch strength number 4, and I know you've got number 3, I think.
I do. I have number 3. I don't have 4. There isn't much. I don't have any reason to go out and batch. I've only had a couple of wee drams out of this.
Okay. Well, again, we've talked about this a lot, variation on a theme. Using those components of, again, no age here, so using that American oak, European oak, different ages, possibly different cask sizes will bring in different elements, refill as well, of course. This one is 58.3, I think. I get confused. 57.8. Yours is 58.3.
58.3 is mine. Yep.
Yeah. This is 57.8. This is the 4th in the series. Again, this is again when you nose this, you get a nose full of aromas, a nose full of richness, fruitiness, sort of maltiness. But it's not overpowering on the nose. It's strong and it's powerful, but it's flavor driven. It's not spirit driven, if you know what I mean. Oh, really good. Oh, wow.
It's difficult because I'm here as a host today. I'm here representing the community, and I want to be impartial, and I want to kind of just look you in straight and be calm and be flat. But I think whiskey fires passion in people, and when you connect with a whiskey and you enjoy it, and you feel confident about saying, "Damn, this is a good whiskey. This is a good whiskey." And when you talk about concepts like age statement and non-age statement and things, it's Tamdhu batch strength is bizarre in one respect, that people love it and evangelize about it and very rarely say, but how old is it? Maybe you get asked a lot of questions about how old it is and things like that, or maybe just people understand the concept behind it. Because yes, there are non-age statement whiskies out there that are price point whiskies, absolutely. But there are non-age statement whiskies out there because they exist for a completely different concept. And I understand on the label of a bottle or packaging, it can be hard to deliver the story behind the concept. Tell us about, how did you come about with a Tamdhu batch strength, a non-age statement, close to 60% ABV, sherry cask expression? What was that about?
Well, we thought, we when this brand started, we had a 10-year-old, we felt, well, what can we do to because we want to have an age range. 10-year-old, yeah, the 10-year-old was 40%, and it was, even simple things, and I think, beautiful bottle. We used to put it in a tube, which always seemed, I think your batch strength would have come in a tube, with such a lovely bottle and such wonderful color from the casks, So the batch strength was really brought out because we wanted to say, well, here's Tamdhu, and it's a bit like an element of what Lukasz said. We've got a 10-year-old that's presented at 40% that's saying, here's Tamdhu, 10-year-old, 40%, and we had to wait for a 12 and a 15. Then we wanted to say, well, we want to offer something different. And it was producing this high strength, no age statement whiskey that is just a lot more raw, a lot more powerful, a lot more, still got Tamdhu in it, but really showcasing those sherry cask credentials that we're talking about. And that's where this range came from. It was really to say, here's something different to this. And then we've slowly grown the range with it. We've moved from a 10 to a 12 to 15, there'll be an 18, and we now have more single casks that we do. So it's really showcasing our sherry credentials. And they are fantastic in terms of what we can produce at Tamdhu.
I have to say, there's a lot of things that a lot of words, some of them you've mentioned there, that I would use to describe this whiskey. Raw is certainly not one of them. And maybe that's why people perhaps don't dwell too much on the age of this whiskey, because it's, I think it's a mature prospect. Tell us what the retail is for this Tamdhu batch strength, Gordon.
It's in the region of £62, about £62.50.
It's cask strength, fully matured in ex-Oloroso cask whiskey for about £60. And obviously your 15-year-old is a wee bit dearer than that, I think.
It is a wee bit dearer than that. And that's a relation to the limited availability of it, one or two other things, and just the way that we want to present it at 46 as well. We wanted to, again, just say this is a sort of step up in a way, and this is a different experience for us. So for the consumer, sorry.
It's about 70 or 80 for the 15, right?
About, yeah, you can get about 75. Yeah.
Okay.
But for me, I watched a review by Ralphie on the 15, and he was I think he was a big fan of the 15, and said, he says it's a different kind of 15. So it's offering something a little bit different to other 15s, and I think that's fair. So, and
it must be great for you to get that feedback as well.
Yeah, look, I get people, sending me messages again saying I haven't tasted a whiskey like either of these whiskies for for many a year, and I think that's a great thing to hear, because we're producing something that people want, and it's now just to say to people, Tamdhu's never going to have massive budgets to do stuff around the world, but what we are doing, and part of my remit and what we're doing as a business, is to get out there and get people to taste it. And when people taste it, we know they go, oh, this is different.
I'm going to be silly and kind of let the veil drop for a little bit. I'm finding it difficult to concentrate on your words, Gordon, because it's a beautiful whiskey. It's really, really a beautiful whiskey. It's delicious. It's clean. It's easy to go back to. I'm not saying it's a bargain or anything, but I don't think it's ridiculously priced. It's of its style. I think it's a remarkable achievement. And what I have to say, if I speak about Tamdhu personally, I came along and loved the Tamdhu 10. And I remember my friend and I buying the Tamdhu 10. One Christmas, we must have bought a case and a half of it because it came out at a reasonable price. It was about £34, I think, for Tamdhu 10. And you could pick it up on offer, and I gave it out as a Christmas gift. It was 40%. It was very easy and accessible. And I loved it, but I always felt, wouldn't it be nice if it just had a wee bit more ABV, a little bit more grip? Wouldn't it be nice if it communicated with me a wee bit more? And in time, when the whiskey was available for you to do that, you've stepped up and you've brought it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've changed the 10 at 40 to 12 at 43. So even at that lower level, we've done that. And then along with many people, I said the 15, we all agreed, everybody agreed that the 15 had to be at 46. And there was no question of that. And the batch strengths of tootling along in the background going, here I am as well. I'm offering you another experience. I'm offering you a lot more sort of, Tamdhu straight from the cask effectively. Yes, we had a hint of water, but, much more at that higher strength. And so even within 3 whiskies is a really interesting journey through the Tamdhu, what we can offer. And then if you add in the Dalby Alleys and the single cask, there's a huge diversity of sherry cask maturation styles. So it's a brand that when I joined 2.5, I didn't know much about Tamdhu. I drunk it once. I was a bit like you. I drunk the 10-year-old and was like, oh, that's nice. But that was it. And then when I got to understand it, and I just was like, this is something special. So yeah, it's a great dram, and I hope people get to try it at some point and enjoy it, and maybe even win it.
Maybe even win it, yes, because you can pick up the batch 4 batch strength, and the 15-year-old is available. Gordon has donated that to the prize fund today, along with the Glengoyne products that he put in there. Cressmere I think he's suggesting that I take a break now. I'm okay. I'm in good shape, my friend. Orbisfere is saying the 15-year-old sums up Tamdhu, a solid dram. And I think it does. We had a live stream recently, Gordon, and it's probably a topic that's also close to your heart. We talked about the sweet spot in Scotch whisky. And for so many expressions, and this is a sweeping generalization, the sweet spot often is in those teenage years, somewhere between 15 and 18. It's almost where so many malt whiskies hit a special peak where there's still enough distillate character intact. The wood is at its time. The environment has played a part, maybe. And it comes together and gives us a bit of a magical experience. Now that Tamdhu is there, it's there.
No, absolutely.
It's bringing.
And, I'm as excited as the viewer who's asking about the 18-year-old. I can't wait. I really want to see what the 18-year-old is going to be like, but we're just not there yet. And it's a bit like Alasdair waiting for his whiskey to come round. He's like, come on, but you have to wait. That's the challenge of this industry.
Whiskey demands our patience. Jimmy Leggat saying, Aqvavitae, do distilleries get complaints from consumers that complain that their whiskey is too high ABV?
Not as many as you get by complaining. People could complain it's too low.
You can always add a wee bit water, but you can't.
Exactly. It's a bit like the steak analogy in a restaurant. You always should have it undercooked because it can always go back. But if you overcook it, that's it.
It's somebody else's steak at that point, right?
Yeah.
Gordon, this has been fantastic. I encourage everybody to go back and have a look at the videos that Gordon's been talking about. But I have to say that Gordon's a very good communicator generally. If you reach out to him on Twitter, if you reach out to him on email or through any of the other channels that you can get in touch with him, I'm sure he'd be happy to answer some of your questions. He's going to struggle to do that today in the chat because I think you've got a commitment to go off and take care of this evening. You still maintain your social distancing while you do that?
No, of course. But no, I'm on Facebook. Yeah, I'm contactable, and you'll be able to find me. So, and I'll answer anything I can, even tomorrow if I can go back into the chat. So yeah.
Thank you once more for all your time. You do take a lot of time to talk to us, Gordon. You're clearly an impassioned guy, and it's very nice to listen to you and enjoy whiskey.
Not at all. And thank you to you for putting in such a big shift. I think even a bigger shift than Lockdown Whisky Festival #1.
Christ, it might be. That's not planned. I'm going to get in trouble from Scott.
And to Scott and Team Tomatin as well for putting on a great show. And also everybody I've donated, please donate to Maggie's. I think we're doing really well. So thank you very much. Slanjiva.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you so much. Slanjiva. Scott, have we lost our last guest? Sorry?
I'm saying you weren't expecting to see me just yet.
No. Do you have an announcement?
I do. I've got to make my best Terry Wogan impersonation right now. We are 5% away from hitting the number, and I've had a couple of messages coming in with even more whiskey donations. So I'm going to announce those now to really get us over that line. So
fantastic.
Andrew from Maggie's, who joined us at the very beginning, what a lot of people, well, what everybody doesn't know is that another charity partner of Maggie's is the Culloden House Hotel in Inverness, who have one of the best whiskey bars I've ever seen. But I didn't fully appreciate that they've also bottled their own single cask. So they're going to throw in a bottle of their 11-year-old Culloden House single cask into the mix. And if we can get to £5,000 before the show's done, we've still got Aaron from Blanton's to go. We will also throw a bottle of Tomatin 36-year-old into the prize draw. So that takes us over 22 bottles, and we're starting to really double down and add some incredible liquid into that. So 5%. So.
As you quite rightly mentioned, we're 95% of the way there. We've got donations just coming in from somebody that's anonymous is saying, let's get this done. I echo your spirit, my friend. Thank you so much. Graham Richardson, Marcus Kreitner. Marcus, didn't you already make a donation? You're a superstar. Thank you so much. Andrew Butler, Helen, Joseph V.M. Van Name, Jimmy Jazz. I know who Jimmy is. He's from the northeast of the US. Eileen Green, Arthur Burns. Lots of donations coming in from all of you. Lots of comments and feedback too. Thank you all so much. We're going to do it. It's going to happen. We've agreed, right? And I'll grab that other bottle as well that I'm promising. We've only got a wee nudge to go, and I'll put this in as well. This is a 31-year-old blended malt from North Star Spirits. It's their Serious Expression. I'm very, very happy for that to go along as well as part of the fund. So just give back as many prizes from our collection. As we sit here with our huge spread of whiskies behind us, Scott, it's not a big sacrifice, is it, to give?
No, it's definitely not. And when I talk about the bottle that I'm putting in as well, this one here, this is a bottle that I bought as something that I really cherished, but it was a bottle that was produced for Maggie's to raise funds. And if it can serve that purpose again, then I think that's in the spirit of it. So hopefully everyone will put a little bit in as they go out the door tonight. And, that £5 that you would pay for a beer in the pub after the show can maybe go to really change some people's lives. So I'm going to leave you to it, Roy.
Thank you so much, Scott. Thank you so much. That's a really cool thing that Scott said there. He's talking about that Maggie's bottling that he's put in. That's, he's paid his money for that one. It's already raised its funds, but he's going to put it in again in order for it to raise more funds so that it's kind of done double the task that it was designed to do. And by the time somebody opens that and enjoys it, it's been a very productive bottle of whiskey. Marcus Kreitner is saying, yes, he did put in a previous donation. Sorry, Scott?
I'm back. I just had another email, this time from Alasdair Day, who's just been on. Legend that he is, has just offered a bottle of the Isle of Raasay inaugural release into that as well. So we're really close, guys, and this is going to be... I was lucky enough to jump on a Isle of Raasay tasting a couple of weeks ago and tried all the single casks behind the scenes, and have been enjoying them today as well. And it's incredible liquid. So a bottle of that going into the mix is no small thing. So I'm going to leave Roy again.
That's really good to hear. Really good to hear. Marcus Kreitner is admitting that he did put in a second donation, but he's also saying that it's not a one-time thing. Andrew Butler is saying he's done 2 donations so far, and if it has to be 3, ... Listen, it's very typical of the whiskey community. Can you believe how long we've been going on? We thought if we cut back the brands, we'd be able to keep it a bit neater, but obviously all it does is give us more time to talk about the whiskey. I hope you're comfortable. I hope you're still enjoying yourself. I hope you're having a wee bit of fun. And I'm certainly enjoying the fact that we're able to do this for a very, very good cause as well. Let's bring in our final brand for this evening and thank him hugely for his massive patience. Aaron, so good to see you. How long have you been sat in that seat waiting?
That's okay. You know, it's a cold Saturday here in Kentucky, so it was very fascinating listening to everybody, and you know, the more that you can learn, the better off you are, and definitely just honored to be here.
Thank you so much for your patience. Is there any way you could come a wee bit closer to your microphone, my friend? You're just, it's maybe just at my side, the crowd, the community that can come in and they can tell us if they can hear you okay. Let's try that.
A little bit better?
Yes, let's go with it. We can hear you. It's enough as long as we can hear you. We know what these things can be like. It depends on how close you are to the mic so often. Ben Marduk is saying, I'm getting my son to donate. He enjoyed the Tamdhu batch strength number 3 so much. And Jimmy Legg is saying, few things make me smile, but this is quite fantastic. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Wonderful stuff. Aaron, thank you for your patience. And now you're going to take us in a completely different direction from what we've been enjoying today. You're tuning into us from Kentucky, I believe.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we're going to stay within the whiskey family, but go into left field a little bit. Maybe a baseball analogy isn't the best to use. But yeah, bourbon it is. Brought to you from Frankfort, Kentucky, the home of Buffalo Trace Distillery, where the bourbon behind me is made, of course. You know, bourbon in Kentucky go back sometime, but definitely we got our traditions from you guys first. You know, there's a lot of Scots, Irish, English immigrants that settled this way, and with them they brought their distilling traditions. And of course, you know, the barley doesn't grow as well here, but the corn definitely does. So a little bit of improvisation there, and yeah, corn whiskey started to be made, and then they somehow, some way, nobody really knows why, started aging them in charred barrels, and you know, the rest, as they say, is history. So yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And it's nice for you to talk about how that, you know, the ancestry of it all as well, to mention that that's how the distilling ended up over there. It was at the hands of the people that took it there. Can I also just pause to say that we've hit our target, Aaron. We've managed to meet our fundraising target. That's amazing. Shall we raise a little glass? Thank you, you fabulous, fabulous whiskey community. Thanks to everybody that donated prizes. There's going to be lots of prizes to share out with everyone when this is all over, but we've made it. Thank you very, very much. Well done.
Good job, everyone.
With donations that's come in from Mark Latimer, Andy Calderwood, I think that's his second donation as well, honestly. Shamini Charlie, I'm not even Tirav. Oh my goodness, you've got a difficult Tivara. I'll try it. I've probably made a mess of that, but it's a super generous donation and it deserves me at least making an attempt at it. Too Slow, Stephen Colligan, at Chamonix, he made 2 donations, absolutely fantastic. Wonderful stuff. Graham Aitken and Lee J. Brown, all of those donations coming in the last few minutes have taken us over the target. That's amazing. Absolutely wonderful. But I do want to hear, Aaron, about Blanton's. Let me share something with you. On Thursday night this week on my own channel, I put out a stream and I invited 2 friends of mine from Kentucky, Chad and Sarah from It's Bourbon Night, and they came on and they did a bourbon flight for me, and they took me through various bourbons. We started at fairly low proof, 45%, and we worked our way all the way up to the high strength stuff. And they talked about store picks and the single barrel concept and all the various bourbons out there in the bourbon landscape. And they mentioned Blanton's as being the original single barrel product. Would that be true?
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. So in 1984, Blanton's was created. Before 1984, there was no such thing as at least commercially produced single barrel bourbon. You know, of course, before the invention of mass produced bottles, it was served one cask at a time. But you know, it took a while for a company to actually produce one barrel at a time and bottle it that way. You know, you have to remember in the 80s, it was a pretty radical idea. You know, the perception of bourbon isn't quite what it is now. So, you know, it was cowboy whiskey. It wasn't very cool in the 80s. It was what your grandfather drank, you know. And at the same time in Kentucky, you know, there was more barrels of whiskey than ever before, and sales were slowing down. So, you know, the bourbon industry had to get innovative and really challenge itself to, you know, find its way. And Blanton's was born during that time. So Elmer T. Lee, the master distiller at the time, was challenged with creating a super premium bourbon. And you know, of course, in Kentucky, we're all very passionate about our spirits, just like you guys are. And so he wanted to show the world how good bourbon specifically could be. And there was a little bit of overlap between when Colonel Albert Bacon Blanton was president of the distillery and when Elmer T. Lee first started working at the distillery. So the end of the 40s, beginning of the 50s, they worked together for a couple of years. And so when Elmer was challenged to make, you know, this world's best whiskey, so to speak, for the time, he remembered those early days in his career. And Colonel Blanton, what he would do is he had this honey hole in Warehouse H, which is where all Blanton still comes from. And it was a particular spot in the warehouse where Colonel Blanton, just his favorite bourbon came from that specific location. And so wow. he would bottle it one barrel at a time, but not to sell, you know, if he would entertain for friends or family or even dignitaries. You know, the distillery under Colonel Blanton's leadership stayed open during Prohibition. It was one of 8 in the U.S. to do so. So I'm sure there was some of Colonel Blanton's private stash going to government officials to keep the doors open, so to speak. I can't prove it, but you know, Elmer remembered this and he decided to do it in Colonel Blanton's tradition, and that's how the name came to be. So definitely one of those iconic bourbons in the sense that it totally changed the landscape for what we think of bourbon today as.
That's super. It's super interesting as well, because back in that time, it is a contrast to what the dynamics would have been, because back in the 70s and the 80s, probably it would be true to say that people were chasing efficiency over very specific select bottlings like what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a very nice way of putting it. I think, yeah, I mean, large batches, I'm talking thousands of barrels blended together. You know, taste probably wasn't the first consideration. It was just a matter of getting a product on the shelf so that it could deplete as fast as possible. And it really wasn't, you know, even when Blanton's first was created, I should say, it sat on store shelves. It didn't sell. I mean, it really wasn't until the mid to late 90s that this idea of quality in bourbon started picking up globally. And of course, since then, we've just been in this fast-paced renaissance, this golden age of bourbon, where there's so many beautiful expressions of, you know, that Kentucky sour mash, Kentucky sweet mash style.
Well, I've got to say as well that when we talk about the bourbon boom that you guys are very much a part of, I mean, it's not always possible. In fact, it's difficult to get our hands on your product. Let's be honest, okay? It's tough to get a hold of sometimes. But when we talk about the bourbon boom, we're not talking about a boom of handles. We're not talking about a boom of low shelf, low cost bourbons. We're speaking about a boom in premium bourbons and flavor quality led bourbons, which is very much along the exact same lines as the rest of the whiskey world, I would say. People are after quality, they're after experiences and engagement, and when the quality is brought there, they're willing to pay a bit more for it. Would you say that for you, do you think there was some kind of premonition there, or do you think the timing was just right, or do you think it was just, you mentioned there that you had the stock available and you had to get innovative. Was it just a case of the dynamics coming together at that moment?
Well, I think it's a lot of things, right? Like most things, you know, it's probably not best to approach it myopically, but, you know, kind of try to think of the broader picture and what was going on. You know, the other thing that I guess I should say about having that during that bourbon glut, having those excess barrels is, you know, when, you know, in the 50s and 60s, when bourbon was being mass produced, they weren't aging their barrels for very long. And so what the glut created was all of a sudden 10-year-old, 12-year-old barrels of bourbon. Now, we give a lot more to our angels here because of our climate, obviously. But still, I think, you know, distillers were just discovering that a little bit more time on the oak totally transforms the quality and the saturation and richness of flavors that we've come to love about our bourbons, right? So yeah, I think there's that. I think also bourbon being America's native spirit certainly helped the Renaissance. You know, in order to be bourbon, it has to be made in America, and there's not another spirit that fits that bill, as to my knowledge, at least. I think, you know, just a lot of things at once kind of started changing, and all of a sudden bourbon found itself on top of a pedestal. And it's been wonderful to see. As a Kentucky guy myself, you know, there's nothing that makes me happier than traveling around the world and spreading the good gospel of bourbon with everyone.
Fantastic. Absolutely. Tell us about the Blanton's expressions that you want to talk about tonight, and tell us what they represent, because there's two different expressions, and one of them, I'll admit, that I only discovered when you started to talk about it earlier of this week.
Sure. So first expression is the one that mimics the image behind me, as you can see. There's actually pretty good parody there. Not intentional, but yeah. So this is the Blanton's original single barrel. Original, like we talked about, because this is the first commercially produced single barrel bourbon to be created, and we still make it exactly the same today. Every bottle is filled by hand, labeled by hand, as you can see. I'll zoom in there. There's you know, handwritten information on each label. So it's a slower process, and that's part of the reason that it's harder to find, because we're not set up to be mass produced. You know, we're dumping one barrel at a time, and we're only picking those barrels that are of the quality to become, you know, a bottle of Blanton. So it's a high quality standard. About 1 in 5 barrels don't make the cut, so it's a pretty high standard there. And yeah, this guy is at 93 proof or 46.5%. And like I said, this is our flagship. This is, you know, if you're looking for what bourbon should taste like, pick up a bottle of this. You know, this is a great entry level bourbon for a lot of folks, you know, especially folks that have more of a, you know, Scotch whiskey background. This is a good bridge bourbon because it's very approachable. You definitely get that sweetness, you know, you get your vanilla, honey, caramel notes for sure, but there's a little bit of rye in the mash bill that creates a little bit of spiciness too. So it's not just all corn, you know, it's a lot of corn, but it's not all corn. And we use a little bit of malted barley in our mash bill as well. So yeah, I think it's great everyday bourbon. You know, it's awesome. And I was a fan of this bourbon long before I started working for Blanton's. So it's definitely, you know, one of those special bottles to me. The other one that I wanted to share with everyone today is Blanton's Gold. So you can see the bottle's a little bit different. I'll hold it over here. It's still handwritten, you know, as far as the dump date, the barrel number, the rick number, etc. We put a gold horse capper on there, but much other than that, it is very, very similar to the Blanton's original. From a technical standpoint, the big difference between this two is going to be ABV. So 46.5%, we go up to 51.5%. And then, you know, technically speaking, the other big difference between these two is going to be the barrel number, right? So these two didn't come from the same barrel. These are each their own barrel. If we were to do a horizontal tasting of, you know, 3 different barrels of gold, even though they're the same ABV, the same warehouse, aged, you know, for relatively the same amount of time and produced in the same still with exactly the same mash bill, just like people are different, just like brothers and sisters are different from each other, you're going to have your own identity from barrel to barrel. And I'm sure most of you guys know that from, you know, single cask, you know, whiskeys that you've had before. But to me, that's the beauty of Blanton's and single barrel bourbon, is that the expression that we try today is going to be a little bit different from the expression that we might try a couple weeks from now. And if you have the opportunity to try, you know, several different barrels, it's always mind blowing, you know, because there's definitely consistencies, but the differences and the nuances.
It's where you're taking that organic distillate, that thing made from organic grains, and then you're taking it and maturing it inside an organic vessel.
Exactly.
And that's why it's the exact same concept, that uniqueness, that variation that can come. Graham Fraser is suggesting, thank you so much for your generous donations, Graham, as well. He's saying Aqvavitae just opened by Blanton's single barrel in homage to this, Tomatin and Maggie's. Congratulations on hitting the target. I think it's a perfect bottle to open at this time and celebrate it. Everybody's saying that this is amazing. Everybody's saying that it's a pleasure. Where Kino got earlier, that was the name I was struggling with in the donations. He's saying it was a pleasure, and he's admitting that he is Chamonix Charlie. Thank you so much, Chamonix. Thank you for your donations. And I think that what's it going to take us to be able to join Graham Fraser there and be able to open a Blanton's, because I have to say that it's not always easy to get your hands on. Do you face the same challenges to try and get your hands on a bottle in the States?
My experience has been that it is much harder to find it in the States.
That's interesting.
The demand definitely is greater in the U.S., I will say, and certainly in Kentucky, the epicenter of bourbon, right? Everybody here knows their bourbons very well. And so, you know, good bottles don't stay on the shelf for very long around here. So the closer you get to Kentucky, the harder it is to find, I would say. But you know, the thing about it is that we are making more than ever before. Unfortunately, we just have to be patient while we wait for the whiskey to come of age. We can't rush the process. And like I said before, you know, Blanton's was never meant to be a mass-produced product. And so we're certainly not going to make a sacrifice to the integrity of the quality of the spirit just to put more bottles on the shelf. I can tell you that we officially have more barrels put away now than ever before. So assuming that the weather, you know, ages them like it's supposed to and everything happens right, we should have more Blantons than ever before coming out in the near future. But you know, the other thing that's challenging for you guys in the UK as well as Central Europe is that the overwhelming lion's share of Blantons that we produce stays here in the United States. Of course, you know, it's our most important market. It's the center of it, and you know, like I said, bourbon is America's native spirit. So it makes sense, you know, that we send most of it there. But I can tell you that the small amount that I do get for the rest of the world, you know, we send regular shipments out. I know that there's some waiting in a warehouse for the UK. As soon as this lockdown and confinement stuff kind of ends, you should be able to find some. But that's also part of the fun, right? Is that if there's a good whiskey out there,
it becomes less of a buying exercise and more of a hunting exercise, let's say. But I've just checked while you were speaking there. I in the background, I checked 2 of the most popular online points of purchase, let's say, for the UK, and both are completely sold out of Blantons, as you would imagine. And perhaps, because some of it's stuck in a warehouse, that might play into that. But that's kind of I wouldn't expect to walk into a retailer and see Blantons on the shelf very often. I would imagine that it's like so many bourbons. And I would also suggest that for people in Europe and the UK, and I appreciate fully, by the way, that this broadcast has gone out globally. It's not just Eurocentric, of course. But for us in the UK and Europe, the price is often quite a bit higher as well than what we would expect to pay in the States. Again, perhaps down to dynamics. And it's funny what you say about the closer you get to Kentucky, the more harder it is to get your hands on, because there are Scotch brands that suffer from the exact same things, the exact same dynamics. Tell me what defines Blantons. What was amazing for me is that as Scotch drinkers, we often look at bourbon and we see a much narrower field of flavour profiles and things. But as I went through the flight on with Chad and Sarah on Thursday evening, my mind was blown by the variation in the lineup.
Absolutely.
It was amazing. Clearly, it was all bourbon. It was all very bourbon in style, but the difference was there, and it wasn't more of the same. It was remarkably step change different from some drams to the next. So where would you put Blantons? Is it kind of more rye and spice? Is it more sweet and full? Where does Blanton sit on the flavour spectrum?
That's a great question, Roy. Somebody much wiser than me told me once that all bourbons taste the same, just really different, right? And so I think you nailed it on the head there. Because bourbon is so heavily regulated, because there are so many rules of what makes a bourbon, you are going to have more of a narrow range, I should say. But within that range, there's an incredible amount of variety and tastes and flavors to explore for sure. Where does Blanton's fit on kind of the if you have the big map of bourbon? I would put Blanton's close to the middle. So, I find it very approachable. There's certainly a lot of bourbons out there, especially, more of those cask strength bourbons, the higher ABV stuff that they have a definite backbone to them, and they're very masculine in their approach. I would say Blanton's is maybe a little bit more feminine, but well-rounded, right? I mean, I think that one of the things that people comment to me most about Blanton's is I would never be able to guess that was 46.5%, or even on the gold that it was 51.5%. And I think the reason for that is that balance, that harmonization of flavors. Like I said earlier, you do have a little bit of rye in the mash bill, and certainly the more you go up in ABV, the more the spicier notes from that rye tend to come out. You get a black pepper or a cinnamon note that's not unheard of. But also, at the same time, we get really strong, rich, oaky notes, hints of tobacco, other earthier things. So I would put Blanton's as that middle of the road. And for me, for a long time, Blanton's has been the standard, and especially, it's great to see more experimentation than ever before. Certainly, but sometimes, if you ever have, just that, what do you call it? It's a buoy in the middle of the ocean. It's a lighthouse in the middle of the ocean, right? I mean, it just helps you come back to home, and it always delivers. And to me, I think that Blanton's really, it takes your breath away every sip, right?
Well, it's interesting, and we have to be, the concept of it as well is interesting as well, because if we talk about whiskey, some people who don't really drink whiskey or have never tried whiskey would often come to whiskey thinking everything just tastes like whiskey. But of course, you spend a little bit of time and it doesn't. You spend a little bit of time in any category of whiskey that you want to pick out, and of course invest some time and explore it, and it completely tastes different, and you can pick up definition quite quickly. But you've taken that granularity right down to the point that you're selecting from specific areas, specific maturation style from a mash bill in a warehouse, and you're bottling it barrel by barrel. And if you want to spend enough time with it, yes, you'll pick out variations from bottle to bottle. But you'll always have that buoy in the middle of the ocean, as you mentioned there, that thing that kind of guarantees you a similar expression time after time, and you've been able to bring that, it sounds like, since the 1980s. I read regularly the accolades that Blanton gets, the awards that it picks up. It's constantly celebrated. It seems to be very good at doing what it's been doing since it was first conceived back in the 80s. And the only regret I have right now is that, obviously, for the reasons that we've been discussing, I do not have any on hand to be able to sip along with you.
Well, I'll try to fix that, Roy, for you. And definitely, yeah. I mean,
well, I have a theory, Aaron, that and what happens is as soon as you start talking about something, that this thing happens in the whiskey community. Whiskey finds you, right?
Yeah.
So there's going to be people in the chat right now saying, "Oh, well, I've got a bottle of Blantons, Roy. Why don't we get together and that's how it will come about. And that's how I hope it comes about. But I'm very keen. I have tried the standard single barrel Blantons, but it was so long ago that I don't have much memory of it. And it was probably at a time that I didn't enjoy bourbon as much as I'm enjoying right now.
Yeah.
Luna Aaron is asking, could you ask whether Blanton's is expanding to Europe? I think you've kind of answered that. You've suggested that, yes, you're laying down more stock, you're reserving more barrels for general distribution, but we're going to struggle for a while, aren't we?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, distribution as far as the future goes is pretty fluid conversation for us right now. Certainly, we would love to be in as many places as possible, and we want as many people to enjoy our whiskey as possible. But then when, reality sneaks in and all of a sudden you only have so many cases, it becomes hard. But I will say, that specialty shops, smaller kind of focused area shops, even vintage wine shops, those are oftentimes the best places to go to find it. And I've had a decent luck finding Blantons in most major European cities. And I think, part of that is, like I said, because here as soon as it's on the shelf, it's gone. Many times it doesn't even make the shelf. It's sold to store employees, or I've even heard crazy stories where truck drivers are buying it before it even gets into the store. I mean, so you guys have a shot. It's much harder in the U.S. Now, of course, we try to make up for that, like I said, by keeping more in the U.S. But it's a hard thing to balance, and obviously, until that new supply comes in and kind of helps to match the demand that we're experiencing now, we probably won't look to us to expand into new markets until we can get closer to that. But certainly, everybody's hungry for Blantons worldwide right now, and it's a great thing, and it's a great time to be a part of this company for sure.
Excellent. There's a couple of questions come in from the community. I need to ask what the retail is for the standard single barrel and the gold edition of you. Is that something that you have? Do you have a standard retail price? I mean, I know that we would in the UK, it's north of £70, I think.
Yeah. So with the availability and the demand, you tend to see quite a bit of inflation through the secondary. But yeah, 65 to 70 pounds for the original, which is, like you said, a little bit more expensive than what MSRP in the US is. But of course, most shops are charging more than that anyway. And then for the gold, we like to see around 90 to 95 pounds. Like I said, I've seen it a little bit more than that. I've sometimes seen it a little bit less than that, but 90 to 95 pounds should be your sweet spot for the UK for gold. And, at those prices, a great value whiskey, world-class whiskey, like you said. The gold in the original this year just took the gold medal in the San Francisco World Spirits Competition. And that's something that we've consistently placed or medaled in for at least the last 6 or 7 years. So, finding that bottle of gold for under 100 pounds is a great steal for you.
Kino got that's Chamonix Charlie. She's coming in and she's given me a wink and saying thank you, but she's a female. I do apologise. I saw the name Charlie and I made an assumption. Huge apology. Andrew Butler is suggesting that it's easier to get hold of Blantons in London, and Jimmy Legg is showing off and saying that he's got plenty and he's in Canada. I think he's up in Nova Scotia in Canada. Luna Aaron is suggesting a swap because she's got some on hand and she's saying that it's great stuff. Andrew Butler is saying, is there any straight from the barrel in the USA?
No, there is not. So for a very long time, the original was the only bottle that we sold in the US. We're very excited, though, to announce that this summer, probably later in the summer, given everything that's going on in the world, we are going to be releasing for the first time Blanton's Gold in the US. It will, of course, be very limited in quantities. We just don't have that many barrels to spare for it, but it's a step in the right direction. Straight from the barrel, which is this guy here.
Right, okay.
Speaking of, and that's, that's our cash strength bourbon. It's uncut, unfiltered. It's pure bourbon. It's what the master distiller's tasting. We don't have plans to release it in the US yet, but definitely we hope to be able to offer that in the future for sure. I mean, as more barrels come of age, the more we're going to be able to do. I think, that's the number one thing. And I just, thank you everyone for being patient. Waiting for whiskey to age is the hard part, especially when it's damn good. But yeah, I think, sometime in the future, if it's up to me, I'm going to make straight from the barrel happen in the US. But obviously it's going to take a little bit of time. So yeah, we'll start with the gold and we'll work our way from there.
Graham Fraser is offering to share his and is suggesting that it's Buffalo Trace and Hyperspeed. And there is somebody, I'm trying to find the question because somebody asked an interesting one. If you've got any intelligence on who buys your used casks, if any Scotch producer are getting their hands on used Blanton's casks.
That's a great question.
I would suggest it has to be one that's kind of close to Inverness and the Highlands, maybe closely associated with this stream. Would they not have first dibs? No?
Yeah, I don't know. I know that there is a cooperage in Louisville, Kentucky, about an hour from here, that the distillery does sell a lot of their barrels to. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but I would say that they act as, an independent seller, and they probably sell to a lot of different folks. And then as far as, them being Blanton specific barrels, I think, the barrels at the distillery are marked mash bill number 2, mash bill number 1, etc. So, there's other products that use the same mash bill as Blanton's. So it'd be hard to know for sure that you're getting in Blanton's barrels. But the last time that I was in Scotland, I definitely saw a few barrels from Buffalo Trace Distillery. So they're getting out there for sure. And I'm sure there's some nice whiskey aging in those ex-BT barrels for sure.
I'm sure there is. Fantastic. Aaron, thank you so much for participating today, and thank you for your hugely generous donation towards our fundraiser tonight. You've put together a Blanton's gift basket worth a significant $200, and I believe that it does include some of the precious liquid itself inside.
That's right. It will have a bottle in it for sure, and we'll have different items from our merchandise store, which is www.blantonsbourbonshop.com. So if anybody is looking for some kind of display to showcase their stopper collection, or needs some nice new leather coasters or a new Blanton's t-shirt, it's all there. And of course, there's a lot more information about Blanton's in general at blantonsbourbon.com. So
I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Can we buy Blanton's bourbon on that same web address?
No, you can't. But I'm glad that you asked. Liquor laws in the U.S. are a little bit antiquated, and I know that there's a lot of folks working to change things in the various houses of government here, but as we all know, bureaucracy is a slow process, especially when distilled spirits are involved. So at the moment, you know, the way that it kind of works is we as a producer have to sell to a distributor. As such, we can't offer Blantons for sale on our website. So
I get it. I understand completely. Aaron, thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for waiting to right at the end. I hope that it worked out okay with your time zone over there in Kentucky. It's been nice to talk about your product, even though I couldn't engage with it. But it will happen soon in the future, I've no doubt. And the amount of people in the community, the amount of people that know me, I'm probably going to get offers of samples to trade very, very soon. Listen, my friend, thank you so much for joining and sharing your story and your obvious passion about the product. It must be a good time to be in your industry right now. It must be kind of fun to talk about it with all the impassioned people. And let's face it, it's kind of easy to sell this stuff right now, right? But I know that that didn't come easy. I know that it took an original idea back in the day, and I know that you had to maintain a quality product throughout time, and you had to go through the hard times in order to enjoy these current boom times that we have. Going to raise a wee glass to you, my friend, and thank you for joining us on the Lockdown Whisky Festival today and for your contribution towards the fundraiser as well. Aaron, it's been an absolute pleasure.
thank you, Roy. Cheers. Thanks to everybody at home as well. Keep drinking the good stuff. Slanch.
Wow. We got there in the end, almost in the end. My goodness. This has been so long. It's been much, much longer than we anticipated. But there's still so many of you here, and you seem to be giving lots of positive feedback in the comments. And the most important thing, I think, is that we shared some really nice, interesting information. We had some really honest, candid accounts from all of the producers that turned up and shared with us today. And we've got to remember about this whole concept. The thing that's so fantastic about this is the collaborative nature of it. We're not talking about sister brands and products of Tomatin that's hosting this on their channel. They're merely providing the vehicle, the channel, the virtual environment for us to all come together. These are individual, independent companies operating in the same space with very much huge overlap in the audience, the community. Everyone coming together in a very collaborative way, much in the same way they would in a real live virtual whiskey festival. Bring that all together with a fundraising element today for a very, very 111% of that. We've managed over almost £5,600. We've blown the target just during the live stream. Please, if you're picking this up on the replay, please consider clicking on the link down below, going along and making a donation and having an opportunity to get your hands on some of the fabulous prizes that's available. I hope you've all had fun and throughout this afternoon. I certainly have. It's been a pleasure for me to host it for you. Please leave a like, please leave your comments and feedback to this whole entire concept in the comment section below underneath the video, and encourage the industry to continue bringing these events for us. It doesn't always have to be a big event like this with multiple brands, but encourage this spirit of collaboration and this value prospect that we all enjoy so much. I'm going to ask Scott to come in for a wee 2-minute debrief just to raise a glass together before we finally kill the live button. Sorry, Scott, it's been another long one, I'm afraid.
How naive were we to think that by having less brands, it would be a shorter show?
All we did is kind of relax a little bit and talk a wee bit more. I say we, I say perhaps it's I. But I didn't feel like it was appropriate to cut short any of the discussions we were having. It was all to me interesting and valuable, and I wanted to let it go. So yes, we might need to think of, you know what we need? We need more Dave Worthingtons in at the halfway point to chop it up more and give us a little, but then it would just be even longer, I suppose.
We need more halfway points. I think what's interesting today, and this is not to take away from the first show, which was absolutely incredible, but this has, for me, felt a little bit more like the conversations that I would have at a festival. You know, there was no, when I was getting into something, there was no, we've got a 15-minute time limit, let's move on to the next one. And from the brand point of view, there was no, let's get the point across in so many talking points. It was a much more relaxed conversation, and the slightly, the only negative, if you want to call it a negative, is it runs a little bit longer, but I think that is personally...
A little bit.
I think that's one of the benefits of this virtual festival, is that the doors don't close when they're meant to, you know?
We don't have licensing laws on YouTube, right? Or Facebook, or And the thing is that I think that I was able to relax a wee bit and interact a wee bit more with the community and take a bit more questions, keep my eye on the chat. It might look like I'm distracted and not paying attention, but I very much am. It's just that I'm looking at multiple things. I'm looking at my guest, I'm looking at the chat, and I'm trying to keep tabs on the running order. And obviously, I'm really pleased that we've smashed that target, Scott. That's amazing.
Me too, absolutely. I mean, what an incredible thing to achieve. I think last time our surprise was that the amount of people that interacted with the show, but to see how generous everyone has been really is testament to how great a community the whiskey community really is.
And used to be, yeah.
Incredible cause as well. It was great to get Andrew on to talk a little bit about that, and the fact that so many people responded to that. That's incredible.
We've got lots of feedback coming flooding back in. Pete Head is saying thanks again for this wonderful read. 3 hours. 3 hours, yes, Pete Head, of utterly fun. I like the more than 2 hours extension. Shimmery Charlie is saying thank you so much for this. Another fantastic evening. You're very welcome. Doc McCallum Fine said, I have a Blanton's Gold bottled in 2009 that I would like to add to the list of bottles for the charity raffle. I also had a direct message in wanting to give away one of Ralphie's Glenallachie single cask bottlings to the donation from one of the community as well, from Radek. And I'll talk to you offline about that, Scott, and how we deal with the community offerings from a legal perspective, shipping and all of these great things. We'll talk about that later, but yet another illustration of the generous community that we have out there. Jimmy Legg is asking for a quiz. Jimmy, that'll need to be tomorrow night on my channel, my friend. We've kept everybody long enough, and Radek is saying that he's just teasing, but you know what? When this lockdown is over, there will be a gathering and we can make some trades. I think this has been a great environment for the community to hang out again, Scott. I think that's what we've achieved, and it's been a pleasure for me. It doesn't feel like, I don't even know how many hours it's been. It's been a lot. Thank you for pulling this all together as well. Thank you to all the team at Tomatin. I know how hard you work on this, Scott. I said it at the output, but I think it's a good thing. And as long as it exists in a collaborative format like this, as long as the brand ambassadors come along and share that passion, that candid openness as well, I think it's to be celebrated. And I'm very glad to have my wee place in it as well. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much, Roy. I mean, from my point of view, a massive thank you for 5.5 hours of your time, and also a thank you to your family who have given us that time as well. But from me, again, it touches on the point you made. You know, what we're able to do with this festival is bring brands together that on the shelf are technically competitors, but the spirit of the whiskey industry is such that we've been able to put together 9 brands today, and there's teams in the background posting on social media and things. So a massive thank you to everyone involved behind the brands, not just the ambassadors that have been on the screen today. And again, from myself and from the team at Maggie's and the team at Tomatin, thank you everybody for tuning in and for your generosity. As I said early on, for those of you that are just catching up now, the winners will be announced next Friday on our softer side session on YouTube. That's another little plug from us, if you will. But
it's going to be a busy stream. I'll be there.
I know. So next Friday at 9 p.m, every Friday at 9 p.m, we're doing a little session. It's basically me hanging out with another whiskey geek. This Friday, or Friday coming, I've got Andrew Russell, who's a general manager from Speyside Cooperage, which in and of itself is a fascinating conversation. But we're also going to be announcing the winners of all the incredible prizes that have been donated. So make sure to tune into that. The link is already live if you want to set your reminders. My plug is done. I'm going to enjoy my whiskey.
Thank you very much. And I'll raise this glass to the fabulous whiskey folk and say congratulations. You did it. Slàinte mhath.
Slàinte mhath.